can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. Cause I need you to look at it before you go touch your taste and feel it on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go taste it, I need you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you wanna be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, hold up, hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, braid the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's the time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall pay, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder. Bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow. I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice. Exact like POTUS. And I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest. Crept down the court. Walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win. I don't play. Got a coat for the rain. Y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script. Hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah. Got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it's still like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep. We cut, we
hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken, and ain't no debate on the hood, man, and catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, hot. First out the skillet. Yeah, busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG. It won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you by the mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Some rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on her fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey, head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
but this will never end. I had my heart open wide.
Molto tranquillo.
If you wanna dance, now's the time.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so
Ja,
Töne
genau.
oder sowas machen.
Vai, 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 vai.
I pray this will never end. I had my heart open wide.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Now's the time.
I pray this will never end. I never let you alone.
looking for no wifey. But you're trying to entice me. No way, I sleepy there. Cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm a calling late. I wanna be up all night. You're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time. Giving me one more time. Giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Yeah, you're amazing. I didn't want no baby. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Yeah, you're amazing. I didn't want no baby. Yeah.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night. You're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
But I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time. Giving me one more time. Giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey. I can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, 'cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all them. 'Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, 'cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, 'cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, hold up, hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, 'cause the time costs. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. 'Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall pate, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder. Bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow. I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice. Excel like POTUS. And I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest. Crept down the court. Walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win. I don't play. Got a coat for the rain. Y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script. Hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do is win. 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 Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do is win. 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 I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, ooh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do is win, all we do is win. All we do is win, all we do is win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do is win, all we do is win. All we do is win, all we do is win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. So rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cops shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back.
History is written by the victor.
Back. Oh, he's not done yet. Boom! There's the splash.
But victory can be decided in a split second.
What a flash by Gala, my goodness.
Championships are won in defining moments, where speed and reactions are the difference between titles and defeat.
Going towards top
The reaction. No, there's no more guard at this time.
Oh, Highboy steps up.
Flash! What an instant flash! Highboy's an absolute monster!
Réflexe extraterrestre.
Highboy, papa, dai, tu giri aqui,
Step down, King!
Where iBoy can deliver. iBoy made a name for himself in his rookie split, winning the 2017 Summer Finals. Now he still shocks the world with his mechanical prowess.
Behind everyone is beautiful as the Collector gets iBoy a double kill.
A veteran to carry.
Look at him as Garvey always gets soloed by iBoy runs in. Well, iBoy soloed Bolo in the top lane while LGD.
A leader for Rare Atom. Gala returned from Iceland an MSI champion, where a full 5 games pushed RNG to the brink.
Steadily putting that DPS into the tier 2.
Gala, man, he's already in the back line for the Guardian Angel.
Everybody except the AD carry.
Now Gala stands on a 5-win streak, ready to silence dissenters and continue to shake the shadow of his predecessor, to firmly cement his legacy.
Great hook as they're going to go in with the quickness and the grand entrance. It's a lot of damage on Tomeko. And
to have the world scream his name again.
I suppose the crying will not be taken down today. There's 3 kills, 4 kills.
A new AD carry continuing to gain renown. A war-scarred veteran fighting to the top. Where a moment of hesitation can mean everything.
Welcome one and all to the LPL. We are on week 8, day 4. Technically day 3, we missed out on Monday, but I am Penguin. I am joined by Dagda. We are bringing you the Irish duo today. How are you doing, my friend? It's been a little bit since we casted again.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of time, but still it's good to be back with my Irish brethren and coming into what is hopefully going to be an exciting day of games.
Yeah, it is and speaking of games, we gotta talk about yesterday's games before we coming into anything else. We gotta see how everything is all shaping up as we come into the last 11 days of the split. OMG versus JDG. OMG kind of smacking JDG down, and then BLG following in suit versus IG.
Yeah, and for JDG fans, that's going to be a pretty big upset, because certainly when you're trying to get yourself into that playoff spot, a loss to OMG, who's been our gatekeepers of playoffs. Not exactly what JDG wanted, but as he said then, IG on the opposite side, also kind of running afoul of what was their hype train very quickly getting derailed after they beat Top Esports and then lose to BLG.
Noticing a trend with hysterics getting hyped for certain teams, putting them on a train line, and definitely getting derailed very, very quickly. As we look at the standings right now, you can see obviously the bottom 4, Rogue Warriors, Ultra Prime, TT, and V5 are out. EDG, FBX, and LNG have all locked in their spot, but there's still a lot of shuffling to do with where you finish.
Especially when you look at teams like IG, LGD, like, it is going to be tough for these guys to try and make it up into that playoff spot. But as you said, Penguin, a lot of rigmarole, a lot of moving about to be done when you look towards that 10th to, I mean, honestly, 2nd, 3rd place spot.
I mean, I completely agree with that. And we look at today's games, we got ourselves maybe a little bit of movement happening today as we look towards our first series, which will have RNG, who are currently on a 6-series win streak, going up against Thunder Talk later on, and then later on today we have LNG versus Top Esports, and that game has a lot of implications.
Second game of the day is going to be so insane when it comes down towards, you know, kind of revamping what a lot of our, not a schedule looks like, our ranks look like, kind of looking at going, hey, you know, can LNG keep themselves in that top spot? Can Top Esports start to push themselves up that little bit higher? But a lot to play for still, and we'll have to keep our eye on that as we move on in the day, but certainly we'll be kicking things off with RNG versus TT.
Yeah, and honestly, if we're looking at RNG and, you know, getting gold, or on the golden road, they're a golden team, and the Olympics are on right now, so we just thought we'd have a nice little fun time of welcome to the LPL Olympics. We're going to theme today a little bit. A big shout out to the 2 Irish lads who won gold in the rowing. Very proud of you, lads, and as you can see, we're very proud and very happy of where we're going in right now, because there's a lot of teams, a lot of, we'll say, you know, kind of regions and fan bases that are very excited to see how well they can do.
Yeah, I've got my Hanfu hat on, but I've got my Olympic hat on for today.
Yeah, I'm celebrating. I'm celebrating a big win. I'm not quite
sure. You look like
a
gymnast. You look like a gymnast who's just landed a triple twist and is like, oh, got it.
Yeah, like I'm still in the zone, just like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, but we thought we wanted to theme today because honestly, there's a lot that kind of be drawn from the Olympics and put into today, especially when you look towards a lot of the games that we have coming up and the way that these teams kind of operate as well. So yeah, I think Olympic Day is definitely a nice way to start ourselves off here.
It really is, and we're going to talk starting off. Speaking of starting off, RNG starting out their last few games, a bit of a warm-up session for RNG today, and they are taking full advantage of that. Of course, TT would be considered one of our weaker teams, and they're using that to its fullest extent.
Yeah, and I think especially when you look towards like them bringing in Yukai here today as well to try and start things off, it does feel like it's a warm-up session, right? Get yourselves situated on 11-14, try out some of these new champions like the Aurelias, the Tam Kenches, the things that we're starting to see creep up in the meta, and see if you still have this similar style that you want to try and play around, or if they want to try and mix things up, as we said, with Yukai coming in. So against TT here today, it feels like RNG are trying to kind of run themselves in towards a nice setup.
Yeah, it really does feel like they are setting themselves up for what will be the high jump, because we gotta look at the rest of their schedule, they still have 4 games to play. They have some of the highest or most games to play left in the season. And we can have a look here of who they have to play left. It's RA, BLG, and WE. And this is why we're calling it the high jump, because if they can get wins against every single person, including TT today, they leapfrog pretty damn high.
Yeah, and that's the big one here. The potential still to get towards that 11 wins. A 6-win streak for RNG right now. They're tearing up the table. But as you said, like, trying to push into that upper echelons, bypass a lot of those early playoff games, it's going to be super important, but it's not going to be an easy task, especially when you look at WE, who are looking phenomenal right now, RA, which are always a big test for a lot of these teams. It feels like there's still a long way to go for RNG and a lot to prove that they are back in form.
And that's the big thing as well, form. They are showing that they have went 1-5, now 7-5, so 6 wins off the bounce, and really pushing to see how far they can go. And I think when we look at RNG, they are a team that we expect to be up at the top end. And, you know, looking at the teams they have to play against, I'm looking at BLG, WE, RA. These are very, very significant teams right now, and they will not be any pushovers.
No, and I really want to see if we do get RNG kind of like, well, what style honestly we get, because as we were talking about, like, RNG have kind of found their footing where they are playing these more facilitator style mid lanes, playing towards Xiao in the top lane and picks like Gwen, Viego, even bringing out things like this Carry Mundo, which I didn't expect to see in the last day.
I love it.
So I think especially like RNG have kind of found their footing now coming into this, but it is about making sure that they do push up that podium, right? They want to make sure that they are getting towards the gold. They want to make sure that they're keeping themselves going.
And that's the big thing. You mentioned it there, going for gold and the road to gold. We're kind of back on the golden road, if you will, from 2018. They were the only real team in history, from my memory, to actually do that, to be able to win spring, win MSI, win summer, and go into the World Championships on a high streak, basically, of saying we can do it all.
Yeah. And then to have G2 crush it all in those quarterfinals as well back in 2018. But this time around, we'll have to see if RNG can do it. Because, I mean, look, it's now moving into a position where there was a lot of doubters at the start of the split saying, hey, look, RNG looks shaky. But as we said, they are back on form. A 6-win streak right now. It's very hard to deny that RNG are looking like one of the top teams in the LPL. And if they continue this form, there is the potential here for them to take summer, move on towards that World Championship, and try and take the entire gold the whole way along.
And we'll see if TT can play a part in taking them down. Of course, no longer participating in playoffs in the postseason, but they can have a direct impact on how it affects RNG today, as we see the players now coming out onto the stage. But again, it should be a pretty bog standard setup here for RNG. Yes, they're not playing Crying in the mid lane. They're bringing in Yukai. They're trying out something different, but the makeup of what makes this team isn't in the mid lane. It is very much around that jungle and top.
Yeah, and I mean, Gala as well has been having a pretty big impact, but certainly the majority that we've seen is, hey, look, can we have a regular laning phase from the mid lane that denies any sort of opportunity to get into Wei's face, put some pressure on towards him, and it means that then we can have Wei having these big impacts in the early stage, playing towards Xiao, who, if he's on these more carry-orientated champions, or towards Gala in that bottom lane, if we do see things like the Mundo, possibility of the Tam Kench here today as well, I think is going to be a big one for Xiao, so I think that's what we're mostly looking at for RNG, and I think for TT, that's a big task to try and take down when they have been struggling already this split.
Yeah, they have not had the best of times, of course, sitting in the league table very much at the bottom. I believe they're 2-10, so not really feeling super confident in themselves, but every game is an opportunity. Every match is a moment of which you can show improvement, and this is something that kind of fitting in with our Olympic theme as well, is that winning isn't what guarantees success, or it is guaranteeing success. I'm saying that incorrectly. Winning is not what always gauges how successful your season was, because it is not the same for every single team. You know, success for TT could be getting 4 wins, getting 5 wins, working with this lineup. Success for RNG very much is winning the split. There has to be a different level for depending on how your team, you know, shapes up.
Yeah, and it could be just, hey, look, we want to see if we can take down some of the top teams, and especially when the pressure's off at this stage, right? Already out of playoffs, this is where you get to have a little bit of the funky strats coming through. You can play a little bit looser, and you can see, right, TT laughing, giggling away. They look happy right now.
Yeah, they look happy, they look relaxed, and the thing is, RNG, they still have a job to do. They still have 4 games left to play, this being one of them. And they need to, like we mentioned before, get as high up the ladder as they possibly can to miss out on those buys. If you're not aware, it's 10 teams, an entire LCK, if you will, of teams going into the postseason. And the higher up in the standings you are, the more likely you are to be able to miss out on several best of 5s and keep yourself fresh and prepared.
Well, we are into pick and ban, and already you can see RNG kind of doing their homework against Xiaopeng, the Rek'Sai respect ban there. Actually, honestly, every jungle ban in existence going the way of Xiaopeng. So I think RNG definitely listening to what has been said throughout for TT is that all of their early game comes from Xiaopeng. So you get him off something comfortable, he's going to be in a good spot, and even taking away this early Xin Zhao as well, denying even more of that jungle pool.
I love this from RNG. You're basically saying, look, we know that Xiaopeng is how you get a lot of your early levels or a lot of your early engages. We know that that's where you're going to try and focus, so we're going to take away everything and still give ourselves a very strong early skirmishing jungler. Love this from RNG. And now for TT, they just got to look for a response. The Aphelios Thresh is still available. Pretty much everywhere except for jungle has been left untouched.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised to see like an early lock-in, maybe in this third rotation of something like a Trundle. I know they're hovering the Sejuani, but I think Trundle does very well against the Xin Zhao, and something that we've seen from Xiaopeng in the past as well. You are going to lock in the Aphelios Thresh here, so securing that strong bot lane, which means we're probably going to get some sort of big answer coming in on the opposite side here for RNG. They could try and lock in something like the Ezreal to try and answer for that. Kalista we've seen come through. Varus as well as being the most played for Gala as of right now. And if you end up locking in this with something like the Nautilus, you end up in a very strong dual lane against that bottom side of the map for Samdi and Pudding.
Yeah, RNG just saying, look, we know what we're good at, and this is what makes RNG so scary, is that, yes, is Gala, I suppose, a weakness sometimes in his champion pool? Absolutely. But because you have to put so much effort into keeping Xiaohu down, you cannot ban out Gala, which means he always it's happened in spring as well with the Kai'Sa. He was just always getting the Kai'Sa pick, and now it's the Varus. So they found something that works for them, and they're just doubling down on it.
So now you're in a tough spot here as TT. Do you pick jungle or do you get a strong mid lane matchup for Ye? Because you're going to see more jungle bans come through from RNG if this Sylas is locked in. But the things that do well against LeBlanc are things like, well, we're just going to see the Sylas, so they are going to prioritize that strong mid lane matchup, which means now Xiaopeng is put even further behind, because you can go towards things like the Trundle ban, Sejuani, maybe even something like the Nocturne that has still been left up and available.
Plenty on the board for RNG to go and try and target out for Xiaopeng. You can see TT looking to try and take away the Nautilus, probably going to ban away the Leona as well, take away those very hard engaged supports from the side of RNG, and exactly what you said, take away the Nocturne, see if they can just really limit Xiaopeng's champion pool.
And you're going to be kind of in a bit of a hard spot here, Xiaopeng. Now, of course, Xiaopeng does have some of these funky picks that we've seen come out from before, like he's a big Rek'Sai enthusiast, these kind of things. I know Rek'Sai's banned away, but we have things like Skarner that he could potentially fall back to. We saw a little bit of it from him in 2020, but we'll have to see if it's going to be the case. On the opposite side, TT already banned away the Nautilus. We talked about that being a really good pairing alongside the Sparrows, and getting rid of the Gwen for this top lane for Xiaohu. Now, Xiaohu has been spamming Tam Kench in solo queue. I wouldn't be surprised to see Xiaohu try and pick that up just as a tank in the top lane. He's also been a very big Mundo enthusiast as well, so it feels like that's kind of the tank area that we're going to see from Xiaohu on that top lane. Is Xiaopeng, this would be an interesting one. I'm actually not a big fan if he goes towards the Karthus. I think you've such a short range composition, he's not really going to work out. So they do go back towards that Trundle that we pointed out, saying, hey, this is a really good matchup against the Xin Zhao. You get nice early game skirmishes, you can steal away that AD, which makes it really hard for Xin Zhao to have these big fights, and as well being able to reduce those stats means that you just get less work out of that core drinker.
We're gonna get the Mundo here for Xiaohu. Again, this is a fantastic pick here for Xiaohu, because you just don't know what style it's gonna be. Is it gonna be tank? Is it gonna be full AD bruiser split push? And the Rakan giving a little bit more engaged for RNG. Honestly, I feel like RNG kind of got everything they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, from this perspective, like, most played champion basically for Gala, Xiaohu's been looking phenomenal on this Mundo, strongest pick for Wei with all those jungle bans and the Xin Zhao. Like, it feels like kind of across the board RNG have set themselves up for this super nice mid-game oriented like team fighting and skirmishing that can work super well with basically this mid-jungle of LeBlanc and Xin Zhao taking over from that mid lane.
Oh, is that a Trundle top? I believe it would be, as the Jarvan going into the jungle. So we're getting a little bit of a swap up here for TT.
Yeah, and I actually really like this. So, the traditional Mundo counter, if you go right the way back to Season 3, Season 4, was this Trundle, because you steal away all these stats, you make this Mundo really vulnerable, and it means that when he's trying to go low and get as much of that burst healing coming out from his ultimate, you're actually just killing him off instead. So, I like this coming through from Shao 7, and also just the flexibility that TT brought into the draft, like bringing across this Jarvan now. We expect to see this hyper-aggressive early game from Xiaopeng, trying to set up the likes of Sam D and even Shao 7 in that top lane to take over.
And that's the big thing, is going to be see if they can take over. The one thing I am worried about, though, is that with that top side, after a first item or two, you lack a lot of damage. You are very much reliant on that Aphelios and Sylas to be doing the damage later on in these team fights. And we'll see if RNG are worried about that or if they're going to be totally fine for it. You do have some pretty good engage here. If someone doesn't have a flash, it will be very difficult for them to be able to get away. And I do love the Pillar of Ice combination with the Flag and Drag. Can set up for a very nice team fight if you are able to get it. But for RNG, they have power in the lanes. They have push in mid, they have priority in bot, and they're going to have the proactive jungler in these first early levels.
And I think you kind of got proactive junglers on both sides here, so I think it's going to come a lot down to that mid lane matchup. And unfortunately for TT, that is certainly going to swing Yuikai's way in these early stages, unless Ye is able to kind of outplay these early stages. Just you have that range versus mid lane matchup, which means it's a little bit more difficult for the Sylas to get that early pressure. So I certainly think we'll be expecting to see a little bit more of that early aggression coming through from RNG, and it'll be on TT to try and withstand that, and then try and come into these team fights where they're just causing absolute chaos, right? You'll have like Trundle pillars going everywhere. You'll have these, there's Aphelios throwing stuff all over the joint. Like, this is how you want to try and play as TT and see if you can close that gap onto RNG.
We are onto the rift. The Gyos ring true. I always love the neon signs, the little LEDs coming out from the fans in the crowd. And this is going to be a big opportunity now for RNG to continue their winning streak. Their last 6 series, they've only had 1 2-1 series. It was their most recent one gone. And TT, I'm curious to see what they can do with this Jarvan. Like we mentioned with TT and specifically with Xiaopeng, very, very good in the early stages. Very strong at making those advantages known and getting this team ahead. It's when after that point we start to see a little bit of question marks come in for their mid to late game team shot calling. So maybe, as you said, the chaos is where they want to thrive. It's where they want to put all of this, because that is where they have found themselves any kind of cohesive gameplay.
And I want to see that chaos up top side here as well, because honestly, I know it sounds weird to try and get this Trundle ahead, but if Trundle gets accelerated towards that Divine Sunder, you're presenting Xiaohu behind, not only do you make sure that the Xiaohu doesn't have items, those items are already negated by the Subjugate as well, so this Mundo becomes even less of a threat in those later stages. So I certainly want to see a little bit more pressure from Xiaopeng towards Shao 7, see if he can help him out, and just try and buy time for Sam D in this bottom lane. A Kraken Slayer is going to do so much work in this game, especially against things like the Mundo, the Xin Zhao, and giving you a little bit more of an opportunity to get towards things like a Wit's End, so you can survive the burst from Yuikai.
You see already Xiaohu going with the Doran's Blade, so I have a feeling this is the plan from RNG. They put a timer on themselves and say, look, we are going for that full split push bruiser. If this game goes to 35-40 minutes, we don't really have a frontline tank to survive this Aphelios, so they're going to be looking to end this game probably before the 30-minute mark.
Especially when you see the Conqueror, right? You're like, cool, Xiaohu, he's up to his old tricks. It's going to be that stride breaker style of Mundo that he's been picking up. And I mean, he's one of the few people who's actually doing this, but it's such a cool build. However, Wei hovering on this bottom side.
He is over on the bottom side, going to jump onto Xiaopeng, who has the flag and drag to get him out. But a good little skirmish in favor of Wei, and now he knows he has got the full priority in this bot side jungle, so pushing in, popping down the blast plant, making sure that Xiaopeng's day is a misery, and going to be able to probably double scuttle him here.
Yeah, I love this pathing from Wei, right? Clears his top side, does red. Traditionally, we see the Xin Zhaos like trying to take one more camp before they try and fight over Scuttle, but Wei's like, hang on, if I do this, I give the opportunity for Xiaopeng to try and utilize his strong level 3 gank presence, so instead, I'm going to go sit in this bush bot, match the pathing as, oh Ming.
Well, Ming goes in, trying to see if he can get anything going. His pudding is ticking down. He flashes, but the ignite is good enough. And you can see Wei just waiting for this wave to be pushed in. They're looking for more Dagda.
And it's definitely going to happen. Here comes the dive.
Oh, they're going to go for it. There is a cleanse for Sam D, and he has Gravitum, so this makes it very difficult for them to actually fully commit to this. They jump in now. Teleport has been committed. It's going to be teleport answered by the top laners and the mid laners as they finally take down Sam D. Flash is being burnt. They're trying to jump onto Wei. They will pick up 2 more kills, but with no real mana here for Yukai, he cannot get anything else done. He will trade it back 3 for 3 at the end of it all, but 2 kills for the Trundle.
That's such a good turnaround from TT. Xiaopeng's up here to make sure that Xiaohu doesn't actually take the turret. Yeah, reset right before he TP bot and set up everything to turn that around. Now, still a little bit of a gold lead coming in for RNG as you see that big wave lost bot. But watch this. Look at Ye on your mini-map. He sees this play being set up, instantly recalls to get the mana advantage, and then TPs into this bottom side of the map alongside the Trundle. And that's why RNG are able to turn this around. TT are able to turn this around on RNG. They end up getting a couple of kills, and 2 of those going towards the Trundle means that he's going to end up in a situation where he's accelerated towards this Divine Sunder. It's actually going to make it really difficult for this Mundo to try and answer back. You can see the basic tip for tat now when it comes towards the double phage is picked up.
Yeah, a lot of time for Xiaohu on the top side. He has his teleport available to him, so we'll see if RNG want to use that teleport advantage with him having the only global in the game available to him. And RNG, they get answered back. They still come out pretty all right. You know, they got a bit of a CS lead in bot side. Of course, you see Xiao 7 had to leave the top lane as well. So a lot of free time for Xiaohu to go back. Doesn't have to waste his teleport in the reset. So little small things here, but good signs from TT to show that they're not just going to roll over and die in this game.
Hey, we said we wanted to see them play an upset, right? This is kind of the way you do it. Responding to RNG on the map, getting yourself set up in a situation where you can actually contest a lot of these early skirmishes. And you can see Wei is back down this bottom side, trying to see if he can make things happen against the flashless TT AD carry.
I'm going to look for something. They are going to go in with the grand entrance inside and catch people out. Pudding just takes a piercing arrow to the back and should be fine. Wasn't to the knee, so he's going to be okay to stay in this game, or in this lane, I should say. As something I actually didn't even really notice there is that I like the fact that the Pillar of Ice can be used as a precursor to get rid of the passive mitigation. You know, it's something that is going to do it does really, really well at setting up if the Jarvan or the Silas wants to try and jump onto this Mundo.
Yeah, and it's why this is such a good matchup, right? Because not only are you able to pop that super easily, you get the slow, which denies the Mundo from able to pick that up as well. So it actually takes a substantial amount of health, 7% of the Mundo's health just taken off like that by using it. And then as well, you end up with this Subjugate, which is going to do a lot of work. You're stealing the AD stats from Xiaohu with the Chomp, and you end up on the Frozen Domain, so you're healing just as much as the Mundo is. It's such a good combo for Xiao 7, especially now that he's hit 6, and even more so when he gets that Divine Sunder completed.
We're going to see if they can make something work on this bot side. Remember, no flash is available for Ming or for Pudding, so the supports are going to be a little bit hard-pressed, but I have a feeling Ming has an idea something's going on. There's a Thresh Hook out, so Xiaopeng spending an awful lot of time here, and a lot of camps up on that top side are available. He goes in to try and get something going for him, but Gala is totally safe. He flashes forward with the Cataclysm, but just gains a summoner for it, so a lot of time used. All they gain is a flash.
Yeah, you can see there, the second that you get that hook coming through from Pudding, Ming knew the jig was up. He was like, hang on, there's no way Pudding's trying to hook me when he's less than a quarter HP. So now Wei going to answer on this top side and keep pressure up towards Xiao 7. Honestly, they could maybe look for a bit of a play here if Yukai is able to roam from this mid lane.
He has got the push. Dragon is up and available. There's a lot of jungle camps available for Wei, so he's just going to take the red buff right now and maybe look to reset, maybe start up the Rift Herald that will be spawning in 7 seconds. And RNG not willing to pull a big trigger on this. They are very much a team that likes to take it calm, cool, and collected and slowly suffocate their opponents out of the game.
It did have the resets coming through from Pudding, and Yukai not quite able to roam up on time, so they could maybe look for the dive. So instead, they back off. However, it does mean that TT now are in the area first for this Rift Herald. Sam D still in the bottom lane, and Gala gonna go and match.
Gala has to make sure that he doesn't give this free time to this Aphelios. He's got himself about a 15 CS lead, so doing very, very well in this bot side. And now Sam D recognizing that he just can't really stay. The reset came in for Gala first. He needs to either go back or go up towards this Rift Herald to help his team contest.
I mean, right now, I don't know if TT are really in a position to contest, right? Top lane is still being shoved in pretty effectively by Xiaohu. It's one of the nice things about Mundo is you can shove that wave because you can just blast the minion through the rest of them. So not having the best of times here, Xiao 7 is actually might look for the all-in.
Might look for it. Subsugate has not been used just yet there by Xiao 7, so just testing the water, seeing what harassment he can get down, as now we are going to see Wei just solo out this Rift Herald, and TT are a little bit unsure of what they want to do, and this is what we see from RNG all the time. They just out-tempo you in such a smart way, whereas TT in any other situation would be like, oh, the jungler is definitely on the Rift Herald right now, we should go contest. But because Wei goes back, clears his top side, and then just resets that about 30-40 seconds later, everyone on TT's a little bit discombobulated and not quite sure of the timings.
And you just get to see the beauty of priority, right? Because you go top side, it's like, hey, Xiaohu's shoved in. All right, well, you know, Xiao 7 can't really get over. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. No, he's pushed in as well. So TT are like, well, we got no way of contesting this. RNG would just move first, get the setup on the objective, so they have to back away. Instead, they could have maybe put some pressure down towards the Flashless Gal on the bottom side, especially with Xiao Peng having that ultimate up and available, but they just never get to pull the trigger. And this is, as you said, one of the things that's been irking TT is that decision making is either one, not the right one, or two, they're just not following up on it properly.
This is leading to CS leads across the board. They got about 10 in top side, 10 in mid lane, 10 or 20 sometimes in bot side, depending on when the Aphelios is able to reset. So this is RNG doing what RNG do best, which is just slowly find advantages without even making a hard play. They don't need to do massive fights or dives in any of the lanes to make these advantages happen. They can just passively pick them up.
And the most interesting thing about RNG is usually when we see teams that are like, hey, you know, we've got this really strong mid-game skirmish, right, we got to get dragons. We got to start stacking these so we can force these fights, let's go. Instead, what RNG do is we're like, no, we're going to focus Rift Heralds. We're going to focus that top tower specifically, and we're going to start looking to play the map. We don't care about these early dragons. As long as we get that first tower, we can start playing around the map, utilizing lanes, start taking those tempo advantages and growing larger and larger advantages. So when we eventually get to these big team fights, we just have the larger wallet and don't really care that you got 2 or 3 of these dragons lined up.
I love what Wei is doing right now. He's just sitting in a bush knowing that he can jump onto any of these carries should they take a step too far forward. It's going to be difficult here for TT to make anything really go awry, as they would have to really overstep, and I think this is going to be a little bit of wasted time. But even then, the time isn't really that wasted because there's no real camps for Xiaohu to take, or Xiaohu, excuse me, for Wei to take. He can just wait in the bush, give himself a little bit of priority, and now with the Aphelios going back, has to stop his back as they're dropping down the Rift Herald. They might just get this turret. I don't think you can really contest this.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be super hard. You can see Xiao Peng starting to try and make his way down, but not really in a position to go for this. That turret will fall, and this is exactly what we talked about, right? RNG love to get these early turrets down and start to make plays. Xiao Peng in the vicinity now, though.
In the vicinity, but on a ward, so Shelly will have done her duty and gotten the first turret of the game and all 5 of its plates. So we would normally see it going to Xiaohu on the top side, but like to see it put into Gala. They know that this Aphelios will become an issue, and if they can just keep this full poke Varus much further ahead than the Aphelios, they should be in a decent spot.
I mean, there's just this... It's so hard now for TT just because even if it's a small lead, right? We've seen exactly what RNG can do with this. Throw Gala in towards this mid lane, start to utilize the fact that Yukai already has that advantage in a side lane, and they'll push in bot, collapse on mid with Yukai, and just force you off of this mid lane tower. And even if they don't take the tower, they're going to get a plate, they're going to get a bit more pressure, they're going to start looking towards this Rift Tower that's spawning in a minute and a half, and they're going to be in a phenomenal spot. And again, this is where RNG are getting towards their items. They are becoming stronger and stronger.
Looking at the items, Sam D has gone back, picked up his Immortal Shield Bow, so he's got a little bit more survivability. I don't like this adaptation. Yes, we talked about the Kraken Slayer, but that's against a traditional Mundo, I suppose. Right now, he just has to survive against a Mundo that will just be running at him. Normally, you can ignore him as he's just a tank, but that's not how Xiaohu plays it. So I actually quite like this from Sam D, just making sure that he stays alive and he's still able to pump out the DPS.
Yeah, certainly would keep him safe against the burst from Yukai as well. I think that's the major threat for the backline right now is that LeBlanc. That's especially where Pudding is going to come into favor because he has to try and keep Xiaohu at bay and also keep Yukai from assassinating Sam D. So a lot of these team fights will rely on Pudding and Sam D's positioning to try and win the favor for TT.
See how it all goes. Bit of a slower mid-game. That's after the early dive on bot side as RNG now find themselves up in the top lane. Xiaopeng going to get jumped on here by Wei, and we're going to see now Ming going in with the quickness and will be able to catch him out. Dead jungler on TT, and a flash from Pudding as the Chains of Corruption from Gala was there. This is a great little move from RNG, and there's just no response right now. Look at the waves, look at the map. There's nothing that TT can do to answer back.
I mean, Yuukai's pushed in mid, and now it's the 4-man collapse on top, and Xiao7, I'm very sorry. I'll salute you later.
Yeah, we're going to see. Where is he going to go? Absolutely nowhere. Gala gets gifted over that kill. They can even still tank his Xiao, forgetting that he was tanking the turret there for a little bit. And that's the 2 towers now, one in bot and one in top, all taken down by RNG, and TT are fumbling right now. They're just only getting onto that bot tier 1 now.
And it's so difficult to keep up with RNG, right? We already talked about their lane priority. Right, well, they shove in mid, they just collapse on top, and it means you can't keep up. And now, there's only that singular turret remaining where you can play side lanes and just group again on this mid lane. And for TT, that's disastrous. And they're finding it so difficult to even keep vision control in their jungle. So how do you spot that kind of play coming?
It's a gore drinker on the Xiaohu. I thought it was going to be the stride breaker, but it's the gore drinker. So going even more bruisery, recognizing that if he can just keep himself healthy and alive in these team fights, he can put out the DPS. And in less than a minute's time, we will have a dragon, and it's a 4,000 gold lead here for RNG, and that's only basically off of the 2 turrets and the 2 kills advantage. So you can see just how good they are at just creating advantage. Now 20 CS in the top side, now 20 CS in the mid lane, 10 CS in the bot side. It is becoming harder and harder for TT to find answers for this, as we can see Xiaopeng in a little bit of a Clint Eastwood movie.
I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, we're getting the full cinematic box effect here, and yeah, I don't know, I mean, I feel like I'm watching a movie now. I feel like I'm actually at the cinema, but unfortunately, it's a bit of a heartbreaker there for Xiaopeng as he ends up falling. And now, as we start to move forward this dragon, we talked about RNG just hitting their spikes. Phenomenal. Let's just go use it at this dragon. You try and fight us, TT. Well, we've already hit all of our item spikes, and not only are we hitting them, we are better at using them right now.
I think that's the big thing as well, is that you are confident as RNG to come into this, and I think TT very respectfully know that they are not confident to be able to take that fight. And with teleports available for Yuukai and of course Xiaohu, it just becomes very messy and difficult to go for this. And of course we saw Xiaopeng use his flash to no real avail to try and get away from that last gank in the top side. So I think this is just smart from TT, now trying roaming over for this Rift Herald, but RNG are in the vicinity.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a risky one. Xiaohu still has his TP to get there, but with Yuukai backing, may not be the commit from RNG unless they want to double TP for this.
I think they do. They know they've got a little bit of power right now. TP going to be coming in. Double TP going to be committed. So there's going to be Mundo in the middle, and it's going to be the LeBlanc on the top side. The quickness has been used, as has the Dark Passage. That's going to be nowhere left for the Trundle to leave from. But they're not done, RNG. They're still pushing. They're still prodding. They'll pick up 2. You can see Sam D trying to put out the damage, but he's only got 1 item, Dagda. He just can't do it. And RNG are smothering TT. They want the full, clean ace, and they will get it. Absolute decimation, and it's clean.
And you can't do anything. RNG, they just run you down. Yes, you get the Rift Herald, but now you're losing towers. The gold is massive for RNG as well. And that's the team fight that RNG were looking for to fully break open this game.
And this was just smart. Yuukai goes back, picks up his first mythic item, knows that he's at a power spike because at that time, hadn't got the Everfrost, so comes in with the Ludens, and they just have the damage.
Yeah, and look, whatever Xiao7's trying to do, there's just nothing that can happen here. Yes, he's got the Divine Sunder, he's almost tanky, but not tanky enough, especially when the rest of TT are running for the hills. Pudding, trying desperately to keep people off the back line, but there's just nothing left. There's no damage there. And you can see Sam D trying to toss every little auto he has out, but just gets assassinated in the end.
Great team fight there from RNG. And you can see the Gore Drinker at work, just keeping Xiaohu topped up, not going down below half HP. So no one really feeling confident to go for it. And it forced the commitment there from Xiaopeng. Like we said, normally you ignore the Mundo on the backside because he's not going to do much onto your carries, but you cannot ignore him. He had to commit the Cataclysm onto the Mundo. Otherwise, Sam D probably would have died even quicker.
Yeah. And I mean, at that stage, you're kind of just done and dusted, right? If you're already trying to deal with Xiaohu in the backline, where you got Gal who's raining down on top of Yukai now, who's kind of free to roam because Pudding has invested so much in keeping Xiaohu off of you. So a lot of plays here kind of coming together as RNG. And for TT, we said, hey, look, like, there's no need for you to actually try and overinvest in this, right? The Rift Tower is going to be super nice for RNG, but it'd be better if you just waited until your items came online. Make sure that you can get this collector finish for Sam D, who's going this more mid-game orientated Ophelio style, so he can actually do a lot of work a lot earlier, and then you could look to fight for these later dragons. Start to put your eggs into the late game basket, not just toss it away at these early stages.
It's a full item difference between the Aphelios and the Varus. Varus Scala going towards the Serpent's Fang before the mythic items, so looking for power now to burn through those little shields. There's a couple of them as well. You've got Xiaopeng, of course, with the W, able to keep himself shielded up, and if Sam D gets the Dark Passage, he will have a tiny little shield as well. So just looking for that penetration, looking to see if he can blow someone up with a piercing arrow, and RNG saying, look, we know that you are all very, very afraid of us, as they should be, and that means this topside jungle is ours.
And TT are going to really struggle to defend this. You can see Aphelios and Thresh in mid lane trying to push that. Gives RNG the time to maybe collapse here.
Maybe look for a collapse. They are going to try and put down the poke here. You can see poking and prodding with the LeBlanc, and of course Xiaohu on the Mundo throwing out the infected bone slaws, which I still think should be cleavers, but whatever. That's my own grievance with the naming team on Riot. Similar to Tam Kench, Abyssal Voyage changed to Abyssal Dive. Voyage just sounds more epic. And yeah, TT, they just have to try and survive. Like you said, soak up these waves, get Aphelios maybe on the 2.5 items before looking for a fight. I think they're... Never mind. I was going to say they are fine to soak up this and wait for their time, but you walk 2 steps outside of your turret range and you're dead.
And especially with a Rakan, you can see Ming flash there as well. Just burns it to pick off Sam D, and now, where's your wave clear? Like, the problem that TT have right now is that they're just lacking in anything that can actually deal with these waves when they push in, because they all have to get up so close and personal to actually get rid of them. Then you're looking at, okay, well, drag it again for RNG in a couple of seconds, where they'll be totally fine to pick it up. You try and contest for Baron. Well, look at the vision that's littered in the top side of TT's jungle. It's all RNG favored.
They have to drop the Rift Herald very, very deep in their own base there, so that's probably not going to get its charge off onto the top side. Although, that being said, I do see a lot of TT members kind of shepherding it towards that tower, saying we need something, we need anything that could maybe lead us to getting some gold income, as they are struggling right now. It is a 10,000 gold lead, or 9.5 just underneath it, as we come up to the 21.5 minute mark. They will get Shelly to pop into the turret, but it will not take it down, not even close, to be perfectly honest. And Xiaohu, they can't really dive him either.
No, especially with the Gore Drinker, Bramble Vest, and the Giant's Belt. He's way too tanky, has way too much sustain, and you just don't have the damage to take him down. And now you can see Yuukai's come up here just to collect the wave. They want to swap Xiaohu towards that bottom lane to match against Xiao 7 and actually start playing up towards this Baron as well, which is why you can see TT trying to set up a death brush here.
Yeah, those wards are very fresh, so Ming needs to be a little bit careful. Tier 1 and bot side does go down, but we can see the hook misses, and now TT might be in a little bit of trouble. The TP has been committed here by the Mundo. The box and the flash. Xiaohu, though, might be feeling good about this when he flashes over the wall and says, Pudding, you missed your hook, and that equals your death. And now, without a support, what do RNG want to do?
I mean, they can kind of do anything right now. You can push in top, push mid, take Baron. The world's your oyster here is RNG. I mean, a 10,000 gold lead, like, that buys you entry to everywhere.
I mean, yeah, it's so much money at this point that it doesn't matter what you want to do or what the opponent wants to do. You are deciding it, and they're going to be able to decide to take down that tier 2. But now, Xiaopeng need to be a little bit careful. Oh, Ming almost getting the interrupt there on the flag and drag. Not quite able to make it stick, but this vision control is pretty damning right now in terms of TT's chances of getting anywhere near this Baron, and that could be the call here from RNG.
I think we have to talk to a few of our officials, though, because I was told that this was going to be like, you know, the heavyweight league coming in for all this heavy lifting, that we're going to be looking at the powerlifting on our Olympic day. And I mean, TT just aren't up to scratch. Looking like serious lightweights in just RNG, again, on form, looking strong and taking over this game.
Yep, look at the scores. 1-0-5 for Xiaohu. He has not been the focus this game, but the rest of his team has stepped up to the plate. 3-1 and 3 on Yukai. 4-0-6 on Varus for Galas. Yukai now going to find going to absolutely decimate him. We are going to see the Cataclysm committed as Yukai forced to flash away, but almost having the burst damage with that Cosmic Drive to just pretty much nearly kill him outright.
And what do? I mean, is TT are like, okay, well, maybe we can look for a pick. Let's two-man this. Nope, we're nearly dead. All right, back to base. Let's go back to the strategy table here, because they've tried to do the depth rush. Big ol' X on that one. They try to make another pick. Big ol' X on that one. It feels like there's nothing that RNG can do here that's actually working out for them. And now you can see collapses on towards Baron as well. As RNG, they're going to pull the trigger.
They got to pull the trigger. The big purple worm knows that this is a pretty easy objective for RNG to be able to take. That being said, though, TP being committed here into the mid lane. That's going to be the Trundle coming in. Xiao7 seeing if they are going to go for this one. It isn't a quick Baron, so they've got a little bit of time, but they just jump straight in on top of Xiaopeng. He's going to see Ming now getting caught out and getting bursted down. Now the Dragon, or the Baron, just gets taken down by RNG. They do lose one, but they gain the big objective.
Pretty worth there, to be honest. I mean, Ming giving his life to just make sure they can get it and actually close out this game. I was kind of eyeing up TT going, they look like they want to take the 4v5. I don't think they win the 4v5.
No, they do not win the 4v5, as we can see now. There's a hook landing onto Xiaohu, but he is CC immune, and yeah, a lot of damage onto him. He does use the stolen quickness to try and keep him there, but there's a kill traded, so 1-for-1. It's a 3v4 in favor of TT. But look at Xiaohu. He's just a monster in this front line, just saying, look, I know you haven't got the damage to kill me right now. It's only 2 items on the Aphelios, and now with the TP on the back end of the TT, they're on the wrong side of the map.
And there's nothing that you can actually stop. Oh, hang on, Gala.
Gala gets jumped on. Cataclysm is committed, and that's another kill. But look at these solo health bars. Sam D has nothing, and he will be popped down. 2 kills for the LeBlanc as Xiaopeng is now running for his life. Ming seeing if he can find somebody else to try and give over to his mid laner. Triple kill for Yukai, and they're looking for the Quadra. They're hunting for it right now. The quickness to try and speed up this Rakan, and he'll take away the kill, but it ends up being a very good fight for RNG.
And now you've got a burned up Xiaohu pushing in on this bottom side. The rest of RNG are going to be able to pick up. Now, lacking an AD carry will mean that these towers will take a little bit more time, but certainly the demolish on Xiaohu going to help out.
The demolish, the Gore Drinker, and of course the Ravenous, or the Tiamat, that's going to be going into a Titanic Hydra. I always get those two mixed up. And let's have a look at this fight, because this is just, again, this is just RNG smacking them with their wallets.
I mean, 4 versus 5, and even here you can see in that top side, right? LeBlanc nearly going down, but Yukai just about surviving, and as long as Xiaohu's in the front line, there's nothing that TT can do about it. Gala now does make a big mistake here, where everyone on RNG kind of separates, and nice job from TT to just kind of hide and seek here, pick off Gala, but again, Xiaohu, Yukai, they're just too big. You can't deal with them.
They just got too much damage. You see their Ming playing keep away, just saying, look, I'm on this side of the jungle. You can't run to here, so they'll know exactly where you go. And then, of course, we do see Yukai and, of course, Ming later finishing up those kills. And again, this was before RNG were able to go back, spend those items. And now you have the Titanic Hydra. Now you have the fully completed Thormail and a 25 stacked Medjais for Yukai on this LeBlanc. No one will survive his burst.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Yukai kind of looking pretty alright. 2 games in the LeBlanc, 2 good games from him, and now RNG in the base. You've got Xiaohu pushing in on bot side as well. I'm sorry for you, TT. There's very little you can do.
There is nothing you can do. You just watch as RNG absolutely pick apart everything in your base. Nothing left. That's a big minion wave in bot side. You can see the damage there just from the LeBlanc onto the Trundle, the arguably tankiest member on the TET squad side. And Chain of Corruption lands. Pudding gonna have to be forced back into his base, and Baron has just fallen off, so they will not have the Baroned up minions. But right now, RNG are just feeling comfortable. They can keep pushing.
You've got the redemption to keep themselves topped up. Tower 1 goes down, Tower 2. Now, TT, this is where you have to make your stand if you're going to do it.
You got inside, you got to go for it. You cannot just be sitting here waiting for something to happen. They use the Everfrost on the Xiaohu, but he is just keeping 4 members away. And you can see Xiao 7 trying to go 1-for-1 against this LeBlanc, but with the tower now due to fall, it is going to be the Jarvan to fall at the start of this fight. We will see them going for the base defense as they are diving a little bit too deep. So they are going to take down the Xin Zhao, and this Xiao 7 Trundle is very, very tanky. However, the turnaround, the flash in from Xiaohu means they know they can take this fight. It's very, very close here for TT. They know the LeBlanc, though, has just got all the damage. Now Gala with no man left. Pentakill! I didn't even notice it for TT on Sam D. This Aphelios strikes again.
The Penta Penguin is real. Every time you manage to pull this out. But Sam D, in the last moments as the terrace fall, will hold strong in the base. But unfortunately for TT, you're not out of the woods yet. There is still so much open for RNG. Exposed Nexus, they can just run through the base and take it, but we'll see overextensions here from RNG, right? You constantly have TT moving back towards the fountain, healing up. RNG even taking turret shots off the fountain as well. And it means that eventually Sam D is able to get through that beefy front line. And this whole time he's been playing incredibly safe on this back line. He's swapped through 3-4 different guns at this stage, which means he's moving through those abilities so damn fast, able to take these members down. And eventually manages to pick off Gala with his great sniper shot.
I didn't even notice it. Just Sam D doing Sam D things. And now, all of a sudden, I'm looking at this. Yes, there's still so much to do. He is on 4 items, including
he straight
his
up
boost.
bought an Infinity Edge.
Yes,
straight up just bought it.
And finished off his last Whisper item as well. So, just absolutely insane. And Sam D could be the thing that keeps TT in this game. It is a very nice silver lining Penta Penguineer to mess up the Penta call, because I didn't even notice it going down. But they now have a goal. Keep your AD carry alive. Keep this Aphelios going in these fights. It doesn't matter about the Trundle. It doesn't matter about the Silence, and it does not matter about the Jarvan. It matters that this Aphelios is there and ready to take on these fights, because they can turn it around.
Yeah, you need Yukai to assassinate him. Otherwise, he's going to do a lot of work in these fights, especially with that Infinity Edge now complete. So, RNG, though, starting up this Baron as Yukai is on the hunt, seeing who he can pick off.
And this is the big thing. We look at the time right now. It's 30 minutes and 30 seconds there. They are going to be able to pick up the Baron here, so this should be an okay setup here for RNG. But this is where things get a little bit dicey here for RNG. You pick this Mundo and go with a very mid-game centered build to say, look, we are going to win this between this time. Now, the extra 12,000 gold does give you an extra bit of time there, but important for TT, like we just mentioned, the gold is on Sam D, and he can defend against these super minions.
Also, the stopwatch is going to help out quite a lot, just in case Yukai does get access, buy a little bit of space, but you still have to be super careful, right? Like, we can say, hell, yeah, Sam D's in a really good spot, but you still got a lot there on RNG, because Yukai just playing kind of footsie, essentially, with Xiaohu, kind of moving in, taking a little bit of damage, chipping away at his health bar. Xiaohu can still run a lot of these members down, and even has been building basically this full armor just to deal with this Aphelios pick.
Yeah, going a little bit more towards the, I suppose the word would be the tankier, traditional build for the Mundo as his last few items. And the problem for TT right now, though, is you're going to get an Ocean Soul for RNG, and that makes it very difficult to actually burn down these health bars, or at least make these team fights work in your favor if you're just constantly healing off it. So Xiaohu going to be feeling pretty confident and going forward off of that. And then, actually important to recognize, Sam D didn't even use his summoners in that last fight, so everything is available here apart from the flash from Xiao Peng. It's probably going to be a big last-ditch effort here for TT. Sam D needs to be protected. The quickness has been popped. Shrelia's Revelry in response. Now, Chain of Corruption comes out to try and stop this Trundle from running forward, and he's still very, very tanky. Middle lane inhibitor and bot lane inhibitor gonna respawn and be taken just as they go back up to life. Now, Stolen Xin Zhao ult here for Xiaohu moving forward, recognizes, look, we don't even need to go for the fight right now. We can just go for the end. He has a lot of damage. Now, do we go for the fight straight away? We do, but is deleted. Sam D trying his very, very best. He gets one, but he's taken down before he can get anything more. It was a valiant effort from TT. They made it last a little bit longer than it probably should have, but it is going to be RNG taking game 1 in this best of 3.
They just had to give one last hurrah to Sam D. The carry for TT does get up the pentakill, but unfortunately, that last fight, his guns just sucked. He didn't have anything that he was able to really take down RNG with, and eventually, en masse, RNG descend on towards the Nexus.
A little dicey there towards the last team fight there, and a great move, great moment for Sam D picking up a pentakill on his Aphelios, but in the end, the result was the same as we expected. RNG, though, we are seeing cracks in their very late game shot calling. Yes, they get these early advantages, and yes, they're able to make this work for them, but you can see there, like with a 14,000, nearly 15,000 gold lead, I feel like you shouldn't be giving away 5 kills to the Aphelios.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, I don't think it really mattered, and I think RNG were kind of aware of this. Like, they had such a large gold lead. They were just sitting in base, kind of farming up structures. It was just kind of a, hey, maybe we can push for the end. If not, this doesn't stop the game. The Nexus is still exposed, so having a little bit of fun with it. But still, you can see Sam D up there when it came towards the damage. He was trying his damnedest to carry in this Aphelios. It was just unfortunate that he didn't really have anywhere to hide from the likes of Yukai, Xiaohu running down, and even Gala raining down these arrows as well.
Yeah, it really was just RNG finding an advantage and just rolling with it. You can see how quickly it becomes from 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 9,000. It just accelerates so damn quickly. And yes, it is a risk to pick up the Mundo and build him for a mid-game centric build. But if you're just far ahead and you get this many advantages, it doesn't matter if you have an Aphelios and better scaling in the late game, because the late game is just never going to come.
I also think it's really cool that Xiaohu does have this build to like slot into more mid-game focused builds, right? Because especially when you look at like, hey, you know, we're going up things against the Ziggs and Aphelios. If you have a composition that is like, hey, we need to spike in this mid-game and we need our top laner to be on point with that, cool, this new build works super well. So I'm really enjoying the fact that we're seeing that bit of creativity from Xiaohu when it comes towards that, but we'll have to see if it will continue. Either way, I think for TT, the biggest struggle for them right now was, hey, count on like 15 different hands how many jungle bans we had here, because every ban this game just went towards the jungle. It was absolutely insane. So I think, especially coming into game number 2, a bit of more priority towards Xiaopeng to at least allow him have a foothold in this game. It looked like literally from minute 1, Wei just took over the jungle matchup, and then you just never got to see TT.
Yeah, always on the back foot, TT, whereas RNG give over a penta, but they do get themselves the victory in game 1. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, picks and bans for game 2 will be happening very shortly.
Let's talk about a couple of the other teams in the LPL before we'll change the conversation to a more global topic and talk power between regions and things like that. I am curious about some of the rosters in the middle of the table on what your takes are, Nelson, because we've got teams like Top Esports, RNG, Suning, BLG, these teams that it feels like we've seen different versions of these teams week on week. Do any of these teams stand out to you as teams that are going to skyrocket? I feel like RNG is kind of a shoe-in to probably make top 4, honestly, at this point. But teams like Suning, BLG, JDG, Top Esports, do any of these teams stand out to you as like diamonds in the rough that you expect to really improve towards the end and do well in playoffs, or are they not really as convincing as some of the top names?
I think RNG is probably the most obvious one. I think they have found like their way to win, and from what I see, they're probably, in my mind, like the second favorites to win the split behind FunPlus. And I guess top esports as well, right? Because with the roster they have, you can like never count them out, especially in LPL where the domestic matchups, basically they don't always go the way they should because the teams know each other like too well. Like none of the Chinese teams are gonna play like, yeah, I'm just gonna play to skill and play for the macro game only. And it is definitely different from Worlds for sure.
Yeah, it does feel. I think Top Esports is an especially good example of that, right? Because even when they draft scaling, they don't always just they don't always wait maybe as long as they needed to before going for plays and just flip Baron at 20 minutes and see what happens. I feel like there's quite a few teams in the LPL that are more than happy to go for that. I will say though, it does feel like the meta is slowing down across the course of this split. It feels like games are going longer more recently, and maybe the more patient teams could be rewarded in the near future when it comes to that. I mean, do you agree with that? Do you think things are going to continue to slow down? Because especially with nerfs to things like Akali in the mid lane, it does feel like the pool of assassins is getting weaker for mid lane, and the pool of these skirmishers could potentially fall off.
I mean, I think it's not. It doesn't. I mean, of course, there wouldn't be any Akali anymore, but it's going to be replaced by Irelia. And you know for sure there are like so many Irelia one tricks in the LPL. So it could be Brief, it could be Bin, it could be Ala, it could be Knight. They're all like insane on Irelia. So I think it's gonna be the next contested pick.
For solo queue, I'm terrified, but from a spectator's perspective, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see people like Knight just taking over games in Aurelia. Sorry, go
I
ahead,
also feel like just the idea of like the game slowing down is something that I don't agree with. I can't really wrap my mind around that much. Like, I think sure, champions like Ziggs are strong, and Ziggs provides like a ton of wave clear and makes it hard to close. But I still feel like whenever champions like this become strong, or like, right, there should still be ways to draft or like find early game advantages or mid game advantages and still be able to get to places where you could close out the game efficiently, right? So I can't really imagine the game getting past the whole like average of 30 to 35 minutes, like wherever we're at in that equation right now, we're probably like 32 point something. So I feel like we've just evolved to a point of League of Legends and like macro and how teams are thinking about the game, to where it's not about like fast or slow, right? It's about, well, with the champions I have, like, am I playing out the correct like windows on the map to be able to close out the game?
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen. Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are, of course, in Shanghai for our first series of the day. RNG took down TT in a pretty dominant fashion. There was one moment of light for TT where they got a pentakill, and then it quickly extinguished as soon as it was lit up. I am still Penguin. This is still the illustrious and fantastic Dagda. Ooh. And we got to talk about our MVP from game one, because it was all about the engages, it was all about getting onto that backline, and it was all about the Ming VP.
It always is the Ming VP. RNG support is an absolute monster, and I love watching this guy, especially when we get him onto picks like the Rakan, the Nautilus, these kind of engage tools. You get to see the creativity that this guy can bring to the table. Like, he's been playing in the league for so damn long. He's got a ton of experience, and you get to see it whenever he's on these big engage tools. And the Rakan was no different, right? We get to see him flashing over walls, dashing over towards opponents with the quickness, and setting up RNG for their successful win here.
Yeah, get you someone who looks at you the same way as Rakan looks at Ming, because that was a fantastic approach.
The new
there.
lovers duo.
I know, right? The new lovers duo on the bot side. But again, he was just very, very good, and has been very good for such a long time, of just knowing his limits, knowing what he can and cannot do, and just setting his team up for success.
Yeah, and it really does feel like we're starting to get Ming, like, I said it in spring, I still stick by it. I think he's the best support in the globally right now, not even in the LPL. I think this guy's an absolute monster. And it does feel like we've got him eyes set on that World Championship. Like, the guy, the first year he joined the LPL, got to the finals in, to the semi-finals of Worlds in 2017. And it feels like now he really wants to push it the full way, get to finals, and take home the gold.
And taking home the goal, that's what it's all about. And for TT, there was obviously a lot they needed to set up, but I think, as you said, as we were coming out of the game and going to break, they need to fix the jungle. It felt like Xiaopeng, who is a massive asset to them in that early game, just wasn't able to do anything. Not necessarily his fault. There was literally 8 bans in the jungle out of 10, so he needs just a little bit more priority, in my opinion, for TT in this draft.
Yeah, and they still managed to flex around a little bit, but unfortunately, when you go towards something like a Jarvan, you're very much all in on that early stages. It's either it goes well, you get those ganks off, or you're not able to actually get anything rolling. And although we got to see like one nice gank in the burnt Gala's flash, we never got to see any repeat ganks because everything was starting to fall apart around the map. So I think definitely for Xiaopeng, get him a little bit more situated, prioritize these early junglers rather than going towards something like the Silas for which didn't really have an impact at all in the last game.
Yeah, it didn't really come in and say, this is a pick you need to ban, you need to be aware of. And RNG, honestly, I feel like despite literally 5 bans going in, the Jace was banned, the Viego was banned, the Gwen was banned, the Lee Sin, like a lot of Xiaohu pressure, and he still looked pretty damn good. I think that the idea of banning out Xiaohu isn't the right call, in my opinion. I think you need to look at the other weaker links, because he's just got a champion Ocean. You're never going to be able to put him on something he's not comfortable on.
Yeah, and that's why he's kind of cast off the, a mid laner playing top guys, right? This guy is actually one of the top 2 top laners, in my opinion, right now. It's between him and Nuguri, and when Nuguri has those off days, it kind of starts to rise up a Xiaohu. I think he looks absolutely incredible, especially when we're getting, hey, look, we can play tank. Like, he can play Mundo as a tank alongside this Bruiser style. We're seeing him pop off in things like the Gwen, Viego, Lee Sin, and even when RNG was struggling at the start of the year, the one person we pointed towards and said, this guy still looks dominant, was Xiaohu.
Yep, his laning phases are still golden. His just read of the game and knowing when to teleport, where to teleport, just so smart. We even saw it a couple of times there where he teleports in. It looks like TT have completely disengaged. He's like, nope, doesn't matter. I'm Mundo. I have flash. I can still chase this down. So we are getting at minimum pressure on the map and a kill for me committing this TP. And it's just something that RNG are very, very good at. And I love how, yes, they had an early start or an early slump to the start of the split, but it hasn't phased them. It hasn't ruffled their feathers too much, and they are very, very quickly looking like, again, one of the favorites for the LPL title. I think even regardless of standings and where they end up in the playoffs, you cannot write this team off.
Now, I mean, look, RNG really do seem back in form. It's hard to kind of deny it at this stage. Like, yes, I mean, we can see like Yukai swapping in for Crying and kind of messing about a little bit, but certainly I think that this team has got its gold standard back. Like, it feels like it's kind of understood now its place in the meta. And I think the biggest problem was that we kind of got to see what happens in scrims for teams in a new meta before the split starts. RNG were still over in MSI, they had a 3-week quarantine, they then come back to China and they're tossed into games pretty much straight off the bat. They didn't have time to focus on the new patch. They didn't get all that time to play with the new champions. They didn't get the time to actually figure out, hey, what's our identity in this? How do we play towards our favorite style? And now we're actually getting to see that, hey, look, when they do figure that out, they can look dominant. And a lot of that has come down to, hey, we're going to just completely bypass these dragons. We just don't care. We're going to take the towers. We're going to play out the map better than you. And we're going to make sure that we're always trading up every time you go for these dragons. We're getting a bigger gold lead and we're getting ahead. And then we just hit you with the wallets later on. We've said it almost every single game with RNG. They get to these mid-game fights. They have a 3k gold lead. And it doesn't matter that you're 2 dragons up. You're too far behind.
I think that's the big thing as well. Like, we look at the way the meta has changed and what has changed specifically towards how you prioritize this. Because last split in spring, it was all about the dragons. It was all about getting them stacked early, and then the gold you gained from the Rift Herald wasn't as significant. But with the extra money going on to tier 2s, with the extra priority you can get now with those Rift Heralds, if you can just get a faster push, it becomes a very different ball game, because 2 dragons does not equal 1200, 1300 gold. It just doesn't. And that is, and specifically, you're looking at the champions that are being played in top side, the Jaces, the Aurelias, hell, even the Mundos as well. These are things that will utilize that gold lead to its fullest, and for RNG, that works perfectly into their strategy.
Yeah, and they have one of the highest first tier rates as well when you look towards like Wei and Xiao, who I was trying to check there. They were sitting at like first and second, basically in their respective rows the last time I looked. And I mean, it's been kind of no different. They are still crazy high when it comes to their ability to take that first tower. And it means that they're just able to play at the map perfectly. And we saw it in the last game. Look, Gala, yes, was the recipient of that first Rift Herald play. But that's still the exact same plan. They just play vice versa for RNG and still play at the map perfectly.
Well, we're going to be jumping into picks and bans. RNG back on the blue with TT on the red. This time round, though, RNG going to be banning away the LeBlanc instead of the Rek'Sai. They're saying, Yukai, look, we're giving you some stage time. We want to see what you can do on something that isn't the assassin mage in the mid lanes. So giving up an idea to TT to say, look, do you want to take the Rek'Sai? Do you want to try and prioritize that going into the Xin Zhao? We'll have to wait and see.
Xiaopeng's Rek'Sai is left open though, so at least getting a little bit more towards the jungle pool. So maybe we see the early priority here, but it looks like Sam D wants to take his hand on the Varus matchup this time around and locked him at the Leona. It means you're going to have a good amount of aggression if you want to down towards this bottom side. I think though for RNG, you can answer pretty well against something like that, right? Go towards something like the Ezreal if you really want to. Make sure that you're able to avoid a lot of this pressure and unlock Ming from this bottom side as well. Have him play with Wei. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ezreal taken here. You still hit that strong mid game. And then if you want to, Nautilus does pretty well against this Leona still. And you can set yourself up incredibly well.
See what RNG want to go for. TT locking in that strong bot side. So Leona and Varus there. Good engage, good kill pressure should they want it. And RNG looking to see now what Gala can do. Like we mentioned, the Varus is something that he has very much planted himself on and said, I take this. And now what has he got in the tank? Looks like he got the Ziggs.
I mean, Ziggs has actually been a pretty strong staple since we've swapped over to patch 11.14 and works really well against the Varus, right? Same idea as the Ezreal. You don't interact with the lane, you shove it, and you unlock Ming to kind of go elsewhere. This Ziggs can clear out waves incredibly quickly. And again, that late game scaling for RNG has now taken form in the shape of the Ziggs.
Yeah, looking very strong as of right now, as the Nautilus locked in as well. So we'll see what the last pick is for TT. Like you, I want to see them prioritize getting something for Xiaopeng. I feel like you could just lock in your jungler here, leave your counter lanes and your top and mid, and just give Xiaopeng something that he has a bit more priority on.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the Rek'Sai, that early aggressive pick, but Xiaopeng, we don't know. Maybe this Trundle is going towards Xiaopeng. We talked about it in the last game where it does quite well against the Xin Zhao, but they did flex that around in the last split. So maybe RNG decide, hey, look, we're actually just going to ban more of these jungles to make sure that Xiaopeng is uncomfortable. TT on the opposite hand, though, looking again towards that top lane for Xiaohu. Now you've got the Jace, Camille, potential Mundo ban coming in here as well. Or they can still look towards things like that Gwen, which is still up and available.
Wait to see what they want to go for now. Camille banned away, the Twist of Fate as well. RNG basically saying we want to see exactly where they want to take all of this, and I want to see what Yukai can do. This is a big test now. We mentioned how this was a warm-up session for RNG. They're seeing what Crying can do. They're seeing if they can, maybe get some different strategies, maybe slightly better strategies, and putting Yukai on the LeBlanc was one strategy we saw, worked very well, but now what else has he got in the tank, and is he okay picking in blind as the Akali is the final ban for TT?
And that's the question mark for me here as well, is like, look, we've only seen Urukai on this LeBlanc pick. Now, if we're looking about RNG traditionally with Cryin in the mid lane, okay, we're looking towards things like Orianas, Gallios, Nocturnes, things that influence side lanes. It's not about that mid lane pressure, but Urukai, obviously a very different player, so I'm curious to see what actually Urukai wants to go towards. Still, the opportunity to go towards things like the Rise blind if you want to. Rise certainly starting to take a stranglehold on these like blind pickable mid laners that can still have a good amount of impact with that Realm Warp.
Waiting now. TT taking a lot of time here. The Olaf going to be the final ban here for RNG. Again, good into something like the Xin Zhao. We have seen it, however, go very awry where the Xin Zhao just blows up onto the scene and creates so much more pressure. As we see now, Rise locked in here for, good split push. You just mentioned all the priority there that Rise can get. But RNG get a little bit of a counter pick now, so they know what they want to be picking into Urukai. They're just going to be basically picking blind for Xiaohu.
I feel like they're going to go back towards the Gwen here. I think the Gwen's still doing strong. Now, it did obviously get some nerfs, but I think it's still relatively all right. Although, that's a throwback we haven't seen in a little while. I mean, when you've got when you got the AP bot lane, you can take this Lucian into the top lane if you want. That could be going towards Urukai. Just putting it out there. So I'm going to wait and see what this final pick is, but looking at TT, I like at least that we've got the Rise, still holding on to that flexibility here, so you can get the counter pick for Xiaohu if you want, or send that Trundle top and actually just take a secondary jungler here for Xiaohu.
Well, looks like the cannon going to be locked in. Technically can be a flex, but we do expect that to be a cannon top with the Lucian in mid, and we'll see what Urukai can do. If Urukai can show a massive prominence and show that this pick is very powerful for them in the mid lane as well, this becomes a massive power pick for RNG later on in the season. We talked about at unbelievable lengths how this Lucian for Xiaohu was a must ban in spring, must ban at MSI, and now we'll see if RNG want to continue that trend coming into the last stages of the summer split.
I wasn't sure if we're actually going to get to see the Rise flex, but instead we are going to get the Gnar going in towards that top lane instead. So at least answering for a little bit of the range in the Yordle versus Yordle matchup in that top side. But you can see both compositions kind of want to do the same thing, right? They're going to be butting heads when it comes towards these team fights. Very strong engaged support, strong engaged top laners with big AoE ultimates. You've got a lot of damage that's going to be running through that front line in the mid laners, and you've got this kind of war of attrition between Gala and Sam D, with these long range carries from the bot lane trying to see if they can land the poke. I still, though, just think with the scaling opportunities that you have on RNG side, I favor them when we get towards these late game fights, but certainly in that kind of first item window, kind of 1.5 items, there is an opportunity for TT to try and take over this game.
Absolutely. I think TT have given themselves plenty of tools to set themselves up, get themselves into a good position. And one of the funny things is we've seen Trundle slowly but surely finding himself back in the meta with the amount of jungle bans that are going in the majority of games. Trundle is very, very good at setting up something like a Leona, something like a Gnar. With that Pillar of Ice, you set up such a great CC. It's such an annoying slow to deal with. It might as well be a hard CC. I believe it's a 70% slow at rank 1, so it's kind of nutty at how long it lasts. So this is an opportunity here for TT to bite back, use their early priority, and get something on the board versus RNG.
And a lot of that needs to stem from, again, Xiaopeng. I mean, we just said, look, this Trundle needs to get involved. It has to be down towards this bottom lane. One of the things that you said was, look, Leona, Trundle, really nice synergy there. Well, pair that when you hit that level 6, the setup is nigh on impossible for Gala to try and escape. And I feel like when you're looking at this game, you can even have Ye start to rotate down as well, using that Realm Warp. You've got tools here as TT. We just need to see them in the right places.
Let's see now, we are jumping onto the Rift. The Gyos is going strong as RNG look to make another 2-0. Would be their 6th 2-0 in 7 series if they are able to finish this one off. Only dropping 1 game in their last 15 games is kind of nutty. If you look at the stats in that regard, as RNG now going to be pushing in towards this top side. And I want to see what RNG can do with Wei now on the Xin Zhao, because they have priority in mid lane. They have got a pretty safe bot lane. I want to see Wei and Urukai comboing up and doing something.
Especially when you, as you said, it's... it's kind of hard to say, hey, look, Yukai's going to push in this lane. Usually we look at the Lucian, it's like, oh yeah, well, he can go pretty aggressive against a lot of these targets. And yes, you can do quite well against Ye just in like straight up auto attack trading, but the Ryze does actually have a good amount of pushback in this lane, and because you're such a short range AD carry as Lucian, you're actually always in the range for that spell flux to start bouncing around and making things a little bit difficult. So Yukai not having as much pressure here, but you can see at least from level 1, still going to be able to get that shove and at least get some vision control in the jungle.
Now, they will know that ward is there, though, as TT did have a ward of their own on the ramp from River up to their red side jungles, so not really too concerned. Should be easy enough for the Trundle to maybe even just dodge out that vision should he choose. Gives him a little bit of extra time to get towards the top side. Could even go from top, hit the Krugs, hit the red, and then go back down to Raptors. Lots of different options. We'll see how they want to do it, and putting in SamD will get the early push. Very easy. I know we obviously talk about Ziggs as a very good pushing champion, and as I'm just talking about that, Xiaopeng now being pushed forward here. He's going to actually flash in, flash away, but he's going to have nowhere else to go, and that is going to be first blood gifted to TT's mid laner.
Really good job from TT there. You see, yeah, hits that level 2, sets up perfectly for Xiaopeng after clearing his bot side. Now the TP back into mid, Wei trying to invade, knowing that Ye has used his flash and kind of a bit low, or at least half health.
Well, the TP back into mid lane means that Yukai will have the pressure here, and yeah, good call from Xiaopeng. He recognizes he can't take this fight on his own, so it's going to be the Ryze moving in. Ryze trying to see if he can get into one there. Yukai using the double tap to make sure that that ward dies as Xiaopeng now here. Wind becomes lightning. Not going to hit just yet. Now you might be forced into a little bit of engage. Yeah, back up to full HP and mana to jump straight in onto the Ryze. And that's a good trade back of kills. And Xiaopeng, though, able to answer back. It ends up being a flash forward. He knows he can catch out Yukai, but the TP is being committed. It's going to be the Lucian trying to trade this one back. Nicely done. And the TP coming into the mid lane as well. It's RNG trading this one so nicely. But yeah, does get the TP off and does get himself to trade this one back. It's all action all the time. And similar to game 1, we got 3 kills apiece.
Oh, that Q from Ye nearly connecting could have finished off Xiaohu, but Xiaohu late to that play. Xiao 7 was able to move down first, managed to set up those initial kills, and now it feels like we're looking at game number 1 again. Penguin 3 for 3 on the scoreboard after some crazy action in the early stages.
3 for 3, and it is this time, though, I gotta feel like Yukai coming out the worst for
Oh no, Ming.
Ming goes in. They are going to trade back with Pudding, so both supports losing a bit of health bar. Ming a little bit worse off than most, but again, nothing too untoward. But yeah, honestly, I think if you're on this Ryze, 2 kills this early, you're laughing.
You can see Xiao 7 moves down to the play where Xiaohu moves up towards the tower to finish pushing in that wave. So this is a 3v2, which means they get this kill onto Wei. We have to commit onto Yukai, but then you get the TP madness, right? You get Xiaopeng, who actually ends up going down to Yukai because Xiao 7 doesn't actually flash over the wall to guarantee they can make this play happen first. Xiaohu comes in, which means that then you're able to just about keep yourself alive, but messy kind of across the board as good engage here. Ming misses the hook.
Ming missed the hook there, but actually SamD could not move forward. Great minefield there from Gala to stop any real push forward there from Varus. So nicely done there. As now we see the bot lane, or excuse me, the mid lane and junglers might be going toe-to-toe once more. No teleport though this time around for Xiaohu. There is one for Xiao 7, so got to be a little bit respectful here, RNG. And TT, this is exactly what we said. They have the tools to fight. They have the tools to maybe get themselves an advantage. They are just looking to make it as big of an issue as possible for Wei.
This is also such big brain from TT as well. Because right now, right, Wei clears out bot side jungle. He's going to move top. Right as Ye hits level 6. So now you know that that entire bot side jungle is going to be free for you to walk through and potentially look for this realm war play on bot side. So keep your eyes on Ye to see if they're going to be able to set up this play.
We'll wait and see exactly how they do it. Yeah. Just going to be resetting. Has level 6, like you mentioned. Got to go back, spend a bit of gold, probably come out with a lost chapter or maybe even a Kindle gem, depending on what he wants to go for. They are going to stop the backs, flash forward, flash away. SamD does not really have anywhere to go, but the TP committed. That's the TP advantage we talked about for Xiao 7. And now Ming caught between a rock and a hard place. Xiao 7 says, thank you very much. That's the tax for having me to TP down. And they are going to be able to answer that gank.
And Wei was trying to get ahead of that play we just talked about. Hey, if we can just kill TT's bot lane, well then they can actually set up for this dive. And now it's actually TT that gets the advantage. However, Xiaohu is going to trade on top side, going to get some nice turret plays for himself. And Xiaohu is going to be massive on this Kennen. The only thing is, he's actually not gone that Conqueror build. Has gone back for the Unsealed Spellbook, so going to be a little bit more lane focused. You can see here, nice natural charge from Gala. Unfortunately, though, the TP just coming in is going to make too big of a difference. Can't get the follow-up in time from Ming as well. And just the overextension from RNG on the play.
Yeah, I think Ming there thought he was about to get the auto attack off. I think if he does, he probably kills ZamD regardless of flash or not. But because he doesn't end up getting the CC down, has to end up going overextend himself and pick himself off basically in that kill. So see now what RNG want to take this one now. They are pretty equal on gold, but 200 or so down. There is a 20 CS, or about 10 or so actually, but with 20 once Kennen gets back up to this lane. For Xiaohu in this top side. Has the Ignite available to him as well, so with the Slicing Maelstrom on cooldown, must use it to try and clear out the wave. As yeah, now in a little bit of trouble. Nice fancy feat though from the Rise. Stops Ming from getting any purchase. Nicely done there by the TT mid laner.
Really well played. Gets the phase rush as well to get himself on out of there. So yeah, getting himself a nice little bit of a play there, and as well a lot of time invested here into this top side, or at least mid lane for TT, means that you get the push for SamD in that bottom lane. And it's been SamD who's been constantly just kind of chipping away at this turret, pushing in this wave, and especially now with Rift Herald in 15 seconds, you start to roam here as SamD and move up towards that top side. Gala has that TP though, so he'll be able to stay bot lane and try and play both sides here. Hey, I can threaten the tower, or I can just TP to the play. It's one of the beauties of this Zig pick.
Yeah, Yukai walks forward, tries to trade aggressively with but this Rise is already at a point of being so damn scary to deal with. Has a Sorcerer Shoes and of course a Ruby Crystal alongside that tier, so we'll now see TT recognizing that they have the priority in mid. They have the bot lane roaming up, so they're going to trade the Rift Herald, but this is a Zigzagda, so they will take turrets very, very quickly, so you gotta question what can you get. With TT taking the Rift Herald, it's the potential to get things versus actually getting them right now.
Yeah, it's a lose-lose situation for TT, right? Because you either don't commit your bot lane to the play, Gala TP's up, man advantage for RNG. You commit your bot lane to the play, Gala stays where he is, and takes your tower anyway. Like, you don't win in this scenario. So I like what TT are doing, right? They say, hey, look, let's just group and make sure we can actually get use out of this Rift Herald. Yukai cannot approach this because he's under threat from a corrupting, or the Chains of Corruption. And now you get so many more plates for SamD off this play. So a nice job from TT to actually get that gold advantage straight off from the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they get themselves 4 plates in mid lane, but it is almost 3 plates here for TT in bot, so... Or sorry, for RNG in bot lane, so kind of answered a little bit. We'll see what TT can do now, knowing that the mid lane turret is very, very low, and everyone kind of roaming up now towards this bot side turret. They're looking to try and take this one down. With his Ziggs, it is very possible to do it. There's the Realm Warp going to be coming in and getting him out. Nicely done there by the mid laner of TT. And yeah, he's having a pretty decent game right now. He's looking pretty happy, pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to kind of watch, because a couple of hooks from Ming now gone astray. He's just about managed to dodge them. I've seen Nautilus hooks. They're undodgeable. They're point and click.
Honestly, it feels like it sometimes. It feels like his ult is on his Q.
Yeah, I mean, look, from everything I've seen on Reddit, it is impossible to dodge Nautilus hooks. So the fact that he has managed to get away from 2, I think we need to go check his PC.
I think we really do. I think it's that setup. See, in fairness, they say that you say Nautilus hooks is impossible. The most recent Reddit trend has been that the knockup from Baron is impossible to dodge.
Oh,
and
don't start.
Honestly, I feel that one because the amount of times where I've been like, yep, this is fine. I've been against like the Yasuo, he's 0-10, and then 2 people on my team get knocked up by the Baron, he gets an instant ult and we all die. It's upsetting.
Well, Xiao7 won't need a Baron knockup, but might get a Wei knockup to make sure he goes down here.
No Slicing Maelstrom here available, but no Mega Gnar here from the Gnar either, so he's going to be able to help hop himself away. Actually, a little bit late on that, and that means Wei can push in with the Crescent Strike and pick up a kill. Nicely done there by the jungler of RNG.
Yeah, and I mean, Xiaohu didn't even need to be involved. He's like, thank you very much, I'll take that. I can back now safely. Has that 20 CS lead for himself. A sizable advantage for Xiaohu because Xiao7 was trying to TP around the map. You can see it there. Even though you get that kill going the way of Xiao7, there's still a 300 gold lead going in favor of Xiaohu right now.
Yeah, the extra CS, the extra experience as well. You're looking at a level difference and picking up the plates on his own. So, yes, Xiaohu has not been the focus in this particular game, nor was he in the last. And RNG definitely looking a little bit more shaky in the early stages of this game. They are still technically ahead. They got a dragon, they got a little bit of a gold lead. They are still stacking up nicely coming into this mid-game. And just more seeing exactly what TT can do to respond to this. What can TT do to stop the snowball that we have seen so many times this split now?
Yeah, and there's a lot of unseen gold advantages in RNG as well, because what a lot of people forget is, like, magic footwear exists. So if you look at, like, RNG, you've got the entire top half of the map is taking that magical footwear. That's 300 gold across the board. They've not had to invest into boots, whereas it's only been Xiaopeng who's gone towards that. So it's these little things from RNG where they're like, hey, yeah, we can, like, cheat a little bit of scaling here and actually end up with a bigger gold lead than what you're actually seeing on your screen right now.
Yeah, small little things like that can lead to a massive difference as Divine Sundera has been picked up for Xiaopeng's Trundle, with Wei picking up his Gordringer Proto Belt here for Xiaohu as well. So has got a little bit of extra jump in should he need it. Dragon spawning in a minute 30's time. He should have his TP available for that once he's able to use that Ignite and trade that one back off his unsealed spell book. And this is where RNG start to usually take control of the game. They start to take away camps. They start to push themselves into nice advantageous positions like this, where Wei knows he's not on a ward. He's been here for a very, very long time, and they might look to try and take away Ye's flash.
Ye's playing so safe, though. Like, Ye's actually been taking a lot of this pressure from RNG and just absorbing it, going, cool, I'm going to keep myself safe. And the fact he has been doing it mostly without investing these summoner spells has been insane. It looks like TT, though, we're trying to see if they can catch RNG rolling back towards that bot side of the depth rush, but with 50 seconds of the dragon, they're going to reset.
Oh, flash in with the dead dredge line, but it's just going to be a flash for flash. But for RNG, that's a positive. You've taken the flash off a mid laner. It only costs your support's flash.
The thing is, though, you just invested that depth charge right before this dragon comes up. So for TT, this is where you can look to actually take that fight. And I love Ye's, like, presence of mind there. Not only does he take the flash, he moves in behind the turret, so there's no follow-up hook from Ming. You can't actually get it around to try and hit him. So nice job there from Ye again to absorb this pressure. And now they can try and make a move over towards the dragon, or honestly, even towards the Rift Herald, which is about to spawn as well.
They're about to get it, yeah. Will land the Ruin Prison, force the flash out of Yukai as he does get away from the Solar Flare. Yeah, jumps in, or Wei jumps in onto Yeah, as Xiaopeng now in a little bit of trouble. Good Pillar of Ice to try and separate everybody around. And this is where things get a little bit interesting now. You can see Xiaohu, he's not going to invest his TP this time around. He's just going to try and get himself behind the turret, maybe flash in with the Slicing Maelstrom and look for a play.
Also has that Hextech Pro or Rocket Belt even, so can make a big play. Here we go.
Here we go, going in. There it is. They're going to try and burst down everybody, but it's the tanks, and it's going to be Xiaohu who falls. He does not have the tank stats, and now Ming in a little bit of trouble. They're going to use the Realm Orb to get everybody back into this, but Yukai is still big, and they might look to try and trade this one back, but the Chain of Corruption is good to lock down Wei. TT trade it back. 2 kills to 1. They do lose bot lane turret, but RNG, they look for something, and they weren't able to make it stick.
Yeah, first tower of the game goes RNG and bot, but TT win the fight. They win that turret mid, and now they win the objective as well. They can fall over towards this dragon if they want to, or as we said, the Rift Herald is there and available, but because it was Xiaopeng that went down, going to be a little bit slow moving across here. Or I think they could have just started that up, but instead holding off for the jungler. But you see here, big engage underneath the turret. They managed to just take down Xiaopeng, but Wei not really in a position to follow up, and oh, Xiao7.
Xiao7 almost mega, still has his Mega Gnar available to him as he is going to hit that bar, going to go back maybe, try to heal up a little bit. I don't think RNG want to try and contest this one just yet. Yes, they have their team back on the map, but they know they are not prepared to take this fight. A lot of big cooldowns still waiting to come back up, still waiting for the ultimates, just not really worth the fight.
Now, Xiaohu just going to try and chip away at this turret. Still needs to be very safe, though, right? Because TT, they're the ones in control of the map right now. They're going to be looking towards this Rift Herald, so he's trying to very quickly clear this wave and get some chip damage top before TT get back onto the map. I'd actually rather see Gala be the one that's pushing top side here. I think when you've got this tower so low, he can take it himself. He'll always be there with presence towards towards the Rift Herald as well, but it looks like actually TT not really moving up towards the Rift Herald, so it's just going to be Xiao7 who's left wanting as Xiaohu takes the turret.
Yeah, not really respecting the fact that the Kennen was alone. They hadn't got Flash, got Ghost instead. So Xiaohu does end up taking full solo gold from that tower going down in topside. Gets the local gold from that as well. And still 20 or so CS up on this Nars. So you got to respect the fact that Xiaohu will have this big damage that later on this game goes. And if he's able to find those flanks, this Kennen will do like pretty significant damage.
Oh, Xiao7 to the back line.
He's on the back line, but he's not on the carries that he needs to be on. There is the ultimate Mega Inferno Bomb right on top of the slicing Maelstrom. The AoE is just ridiculous. 2 kills to Xiaohu and 1 for Gala, as well as RNG set the trap and they spring it perfectly onto TT.
I'd like to apologize for my earlier excitement.
Yeah.
I forgot RNG, team fighting, just big diff. Just big diff. There's nothing I can do. Like, RNG, you can see they just about managed to escape away from that one. And then the combination between all those ultimates just tears apart TT. So, RNG now, they're the ones fully in control. It took them a little bit of time to ramp up, but now 2 turrets gone on either side of the map. Push in topside for Xiaohu. Team fighting going their way as well. It feels like RNG are in great shape, but watch that. Ming, phenomenal hook. Straight away, Ming Wei has already turned his attention that way as well. And then with Xiaohu, just the cherry on top as he comes in on top to just finish off everyone on TT.
And important to notice there, you looked at the Mega Gnar ultimate that came in, it just wasn't on carries, it was on the 2 tanky boys, it was on the Xin Zhao and the Nautilus, so they're not your priority people, they're not the people you want to be committing those ultimates to. You need to be getting onto the Lucian, you need to be getting onto the Ziggs, and once that ultimate's down, there's not really a lot you can do here on the side of TT, but they are still hunting and prodding, see if they can get something going for them, but you can see Wei, he has a feeling somebody's there, and he doesn't want to find out when they open the door.
And I think you kind of get to see in the fight, just going back to it, like, Ming, he's insanely good when it comes towards these engages, but what I admire about Ming so much is, like, how good he is at realizing, like, what's the optimal play for me right now? Should I be the one that's engaging, or should I just be playing defense? And you can see it in that clip, right? Though you were looking for that flash play from Xiao7. Ming predicts it perfectly, actually lands the hook smack bang in the middle of Nar's forehead and shuts down that entire play for TT. If that hook hadn't landed, that could have been the carries for RNG locked up. But it's Ming coming in so often with these clutch plays, these clutch CCs that buy the space that RNG's backline needs.
And again, one good fight from RNG. Everything else has been TT, or at least equal for them in these fights. One good fight, 3,000 gold. Out of nowhere. It just happens. It almost feels like, oh cool, they're in the ascendancy, let's give them an extra bit of boost. It just feels like the small little advantages that they gain for themselves in team fights just turn into massive ones. Now 30 CS in top lane. Now, you know, basically getting themselves 10 CS in the bot lane. They are pushing and prodding and just gaining so much more than TT can keep up with.
And now you've got the gold translated into items. 2 items already completed for your Lucian. Actually, the Divine Sunder build. So going this more like tank burst, bruiser style Lucian. You're getting the Zhonya's Hourglass completed for Xiaohu. Means he can play like so aggressive in these team fights as well, where he's just flashing in, getting right into the backline, and there's nothing you can do as TT.
Well, TT gonna have to force Pudding to flash away. The hook was coming in. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Puts down a nice bit of poke damage. And with the ability haste you have at this level for Gala, he should have that one back up in about a minute or so. And RNG take control of this Dragon Pit. They know, saying, look, we have the item spikes. We have 2 items per carry basically on our team. We are stronger than you right now. And we are the ones who are going to be continuing to push this boat out to sea and get ourselves out in Salem.
Yeah, and one of the nice things as well is when you've got this AD mid laner for Gala, it means you can give him blue buff, right? You can actually bypass going towards something like the Archangel Staff that sometimes we see, although traditionally we've just seen the, hey, I'm just going to try and burst you out rather than actually looking for these extended trades as the Ziggs. But now, Gala's got to be in home territory and he just needs one more item and he's all good.
Oh, the TP from Xiaohu. They know exactly where Yeah is. And Yeah will fall. That is basically a solo kill there for Kennen. And this is just RNG playing it so smart.
Yeah, and now they just fall back towards the dragon. And although you had TT trying to maybe get themselves in towards this skirmish, there's just nothing they can do now. And again, this kind of seems to be the way, right? We get these early plays from TT where, yeah, you can have Xiaopeng ganking for you in the mid lane. You can try and get him set up well, but it feels like every single time, as soon as these initial terrors go down, RNG come alive and they take over the map.
they just have such good game sense. I think that's the only way I can really describe it. Just recognizing Xiaohu as TP, has overextended. We don't even need to fully force onto him. We just know that he is overextended away from his teammates, and they just have the mindset to go for that play in there with the Mega Inferno Bomb. They are able to stop the push in topside. TT will get nothing from trying to be coy or smart with the quick rotations, and now RNG, they could look to maybe start setting up around this Baron. They do take it fairly decently.
Especially like Liandry's Anguish, Divine Sunder, two things that are kind of built for taking down this Baron. But TT now may get a turf for themselves, but a lot of people on RNG trying to collapse. This could be the fight that gives Baron towards RNG if TT get caught.
Yeah, I think RNG playing very respectfully, knowing that they do not have the same teleports as the side of TT, that the two people who were missing in that top side could very well end up being there as quick as they needed to. And you can see Ming, Pink Ward not going to be able to catch out that ward there. And you talked about the blue buff going over to the Ziggs. Looks like they're going to be able to give that one over unless Xiaohu decides he needs that buff.
Nah. They're definitely going to be going towards Ziggs. It's just such a good pickup, especially like one of the big problems that you have as Ziggs in this AP carry role in the bot side is going to be, hey, I don't really want to go towards the Archangel staff. So if I can bypass that, it works out so well. I just get pure damage. And a lot of people, even when they aren't able to get these blue buffs consistently, still bypass the mana. And they're just like, right, I'm going to rely on Liandry's Anguish and just try and burst you down. But for Gala, it means you've got a little bit more presence in these fights. You can toss out a few more of these poking, bouncing bombs rather than trying to use it for combination with the CC and burst someone down incredibly quickly.
Well, 3 minutes to the next Drake spawns. It is a 3,000 gold lead or a little bit above it for RNG. They also have 2 dragons to 1. They are maybe looking to try and jump onto Would be a bit dangerous, and this is the quick rotations of RNG. They just now go, right, cool, we take this turret. You can't defend this on your own. No one's going to be here on time. Pop goes the Weasel, and that is a nice tier 2 now, making that top side that little bit more dangerous.
The entire map is dangerous for TT right now. Like, if you try and move around, there's so much pressure that can come through at any point in time, right? But you try to defend mid. All right, well, Gala's got this Mega Inferno Bomb that he's tossing out. Depth charge to set that up. Sam D, dead. Yeah, dead. The only people that really survive this are going to be the front line for TT, but it's so easy to bypass that front line. And now for RNG, they have options, right? You can play 1-3-1 if you really wanted to, but realistically, I think just having Xiaohu push a side lane and keeping Yukai with your team means that if you manage to look for one of these picks where you can utilize the 1-2 punch of Gala Ming, toss a Cullen in there. See if it sticks. You'll probably take someone down as well.
Yeah, you see RNG now looking for a little bit of a flank. TT maybe thinking they found someone, but they'll know Xiaohu is behind them, and they need to be very careful. Void Staff has been finished up for Cannon, even has Cleanse on that Summoner, so swapping out to something to keep him going and alive in this particular fight. We'll lose the Mega Gnar now for the side of TT, so they are not feeling confident to walk over and take this fight for themselves. Minute 30 till that dragon spawns, and RNG, all 3 lanes are pushing for them. They are just in total control of this map, and they are not giving an inch to TT.
I feel scared for TT. They are not giving Danger Mouse enough of a berth. Every time they're just walking through mid lane, I'm like, he's right there. Like, at any point in time, you're going to get shocked, but Mega Inferno Bomb, you can see that damage that we just talked about. Sam D, out of the picture. Nearly taking a little bit more, but the Immortal Shield Bow coming in to give him a little bit more of a health bar.
Yeah, I mean, that's an active gun now, a cooldown no longer available to you. As you can see, Xiaohu now with the rest of his team going to be pushing into this tier 2. And again, we're seeing it from RNG, just smart macro gameplay, smart moves, knowing where they need to be, knowing how to set up the map. And despite everything that TT did in the early game to try and keep themselves level, they're now 5,000 gold behind. It's gone from 3 to 5 in literally 2 towers, and I don't know why.
It's just been silly. I mean, look at the CS leads, right? You've got pretty much 20 across the board in top and mid. You've got these towers that are going down, kills that are going their way. Like, it's absolutely insane. And there's just little you can do as TT. And this is why RNG are obnoxious to play against, right? Because you're like, come on, just fight me. And they're like, no. They're the Tryndamere solo queue. They're like, yeah. Exactly, you know what? Yeah, you could go and try and fight us. But we're actually taking a tower topside. And like, no, you come fight Dragon? Maybe we can fight here.
And it's just like, oh, maybe we can fight here. It's like, yeah, but we just picked up a Void Staff onto our Zig. So, you know, we're going to absolutely decimate your health bars before this fight even starts. So, yeah, about that fight you wanted to take. And you can see there's health board available for Xiaohu. He's going to reset, go back. And he's
got deep wards.
He's got a deep ward, and he's already coming back in on top of this. He's going to try and get around the blue buff and get in on top of this fight. Xiaopeng hasn't got a health bar. Xiaopeng cannot be here. Now Xiaohu is there. The
Danger
flash
mouse.
in. Xiaopeng has just been deleted. 2 quick kills. And Xiaohu finds his mark. And funny enough, it's Xiaopeng who still stays alive, but not for much longer. Just drop down the pillar of ice. The flash has to be used there by Nar. And this is all RNG all the time. They can pick and choose whatever the hell they want.
I mean, they can take everything right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they just move over towards Baron here after shoving this wave. They have so much damage. Everyone's still healthy. Yeah, it's just going to be the Baron picked up here, and they'll continue now their onslaught of the TT Terrors. Bot tier 2 and top tier 2 already gone. There's only the mid one stands that before you hit TT's base.
I mean, this is just RNG, just taking it to another level. So now 6,000 gold, going to go up to about 7,000, but maybe even 8,000 when they take this Baron. And there is a dragon still available. RNG did not take that, so TT will go and reclaim the consolation prize. But my God, RNG are just looking so damn good coming into the last part of this split.
Yeah, I mean, look, consolation prize here for TT. Dragon is kind of nice.
You take
but
it.
you know that this is just going to be an onslaught, especially when you look towards the siege potential from RNG, right? You've got an AD carry already there, which can just toss a culling on top of you. You got Ziggs as well. As you can see from the Mega Inferno Bomb in your picture here, does a lot of damage. And especially if you even try to engage, here's the other damage Yordle that's coming through. Xiaohu just popping down that Maelstrom means you've got no ability to actually take these fights.
Oh, speaking of not being able to take these fights, you do see the Mega Gnar there used as they're going to try and use the Wind Become Lightning back in on top of him. And he's just waiting to try and get a hop available to him so he can get back over this wall. He will have Xiaopeng there with the Pillar of Ice, but Xiaopeng does not want to be a part of this fight just yet. Do RNG keep searching for it? The Mega Inferno Bomb, it's still ticking down. It won't kill him off, but look at the damage. The Wind Becomes Lightning reaches over, and oh my God, TT. I just feel bad.
That was just the most like non-committal help from Xiaopeng I've ever seen. That was like the friend who's like, hey, look, I'm really struggling. Like, can you lend me $20? And he just pats you on the back.
Yeah.
It's just like, no.
Of course.
No,
and then just leaves
look,
you.
I would do anything for you. And then it's like, cool, can I get that? No, can I get that? No.
It's like, oh,
all right,
I'm
well,
so
just
sorry, I
walks
gotta
off. Yeah.
leave. I'm late for a dinner. Like,
yeah. I've actually got this Gucci fitting that's going on at the moment. I can't really, like, you know, I gotta go leave.
Well, like, you can see there, like, yes, Xiaopeng not really committing to helping him, but then when Pudding did, he dies. Like, it's just like, I'll help you out. The friend goes in, and it ends up being part of a whole different, you know, kettle of fish. He ends up being chased down and killed. And I mean, what do? You don't do anything here for TT. You're waiting on mistakes. You're waiting on opportunities from that would be gifted to you from RNG to try and come back into this. You don't have an Aphelios like last game to give you a pentakill and keep you in it. You just don't have an option to wait for this.
Yeah, I mean, even the pentakill didn't really keep them in. It was more of a, hey, we've paused the clock for a second as the next chess move from RNG come through. But here we go. I mean, the Realm Warp into the back line.
Realm Warp into the back line. They get a 4-man Gnar ultimate, but the Leona is dead. Now, can Ye do enough damage? He will take down the Ziggs. The Lucian, though, is just too big, too strong, and putting out too much DPS. It's 2 kills. It's going to be 3 kills very, very shortly, and they are not able to do anything. Xiaohu is ending the game. That was 4v5, as good as you could possibly get with all the ultimates comboing in, and RNG are still just that far ahead.
You guys reset to TP in on top of Xiao 7. That is just mean. That is just playing with your food. As Wei is the only one. Even Xiaohu TP'd. Everyone TP'd to kill Xiao 7.
One last kill there for Xiaohu to finish off the game. It was Wei to end it all, and RNG 207 wins in a row. They are the most informed team in the league. I know Lyric thinks it's FBX, but I'm just all on the RNG hype train.
I want to, like, look, I'm an RNG fan. I've said it from the beginning. I really, really hope
we'll
that we
leave it
get
at
to
that.
see
We'll
this
leave it
RNG
at that.
keeping.
Thank you, Dagda.
Yeah.
Great insight. Sorry, go on.
I still have the I'm like a foot on the FPX train as I'm handing out tickets for the RNG train. That's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, I think the big one here is just this was a stomp. I kind of an expected win from RNG. And you can see even with Yukai coming in as well, right? They kind of knew, hey, this is a warm-up. It's what we highlighted at the start of the day. This is the warm-up before they go for the high jump, before they try and continue on that golden road. And it does mean that for a lot of these players, it's kind of a, hey, look, this was nice. Even the double TP at the end just to try and kill Xiao 7 was like, pad the stats, lads, get him. We've got to get the extra stat. But it's just to have a bit of fun. And I think this is kind of, unfortunately, where TT have kind of fallen into that of like, hey, look, a lot of new players, a lot of people that are trying to make a name for themselves, but unfortunately, it's just not a particularly strong team in the LPL right now.
No, and I think this is the when you have such a large league, 17 teams, and I argue that maybe our top 10, top 12 are pretty decent teams. I'd say they would do relatively well against majority of the world, but then you're starting to hit 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, you are just going to have a natural fall off of talent, and it is just what it is if you have so many teams. And this is fantastic for RNG. This now brings them up to 6th position, 8-4, tied on wins with Suning, Billy, OMG, and even I would say even Team WE. So 1 win away from Rare Adam, 2 wins away from Edward Gaming, FBX. This is starting to see them just climb ever so much higher. And again, like we mentioned at the top of the day, it's the high jump. How high can they jump?
Exactly, and don't forget as well, I mean, as we said, RNG, they are one of the teams that has the most games still left to play. So they're now kind of sitting in line with EDG. Top Esports, that we're going to see later on today, are also one of the teams with 4 games left to play. So there's still a lot of climbing that could potentially be done here for RNG, and especially when you start to look at teams like LNG, who are out of them in the stables. How do they start to fare? They start to face up against Rare Adam, so the potential for them to leapfrog there. So much still to play here for RNG.
So much to play, and we're going to get the MVP, the man of the Rift for Game 2. It was Xiaohu. He was the instigator, he was the man finding the opportunities, and he was the guy getting the final kill just before the Nexus ended.
Yeah, and not really surprised, right? The cannon popped off. You can see him trying to set up a lot of these mid-game fights, even having these massive TP plays. And you can see the rigmarole, the chaos that we had at these early stages. Xiaohu just about getting the stun in, getting a lot of these kills on the top side as well. I don't even think he was he
no,
he
didn't do anything. Didn't do anything there, but it doesn't matter. It was in top lane, and it's still a highlight. RNG took the win. That's all that matters.
When he gets a solo kill, Xiaohu's just like, I'm in the picture. It's just all right.
Yeah, it's like Mike Wachowski, where he's just like, you know, on this magazine, and he gets the barcode over his face. He's like, oh, I did it. But you know, 10 MVPs. I know, 10 MVPs for Xiaohu puts him on equal terms with Knight, 1 ahead of Tarzan, and Zika only 1 behind of Doonby. And again, important to recognize, they still have games to go. They still have potentially more MVPs. He could end up getting it. So we are going to throw it though to Wendy, who's sitting by with Yukai for the winner's interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with Yukai from RNG. So congratulations on today's win, and today is your first time to be the starting roster in LPL, but you were ending up the game with a perfect 2-0. So how do you feel, and maybe is there any suggestions from the very experienced teammates before today's best of 3? 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮拿下比赛的胜利。今天也是我们月开首次就以 LPL 的首发的形式出战嘛。今天很顺利，2-0完美的干净利落拿下比赛的胜利，有什么样的一个感觉？那同时在今天的赛前，或许其他比较有经验的就是队友们有没有对你提一些小小的建议啊，或者说些什么呢？
就是第一次以首发登场以下比赛还是非常开心的。然后队友的话，不管在场上还是场下都比较照顾我，所以就打得还可以。
So I'm really happy to be the starting roster from this game, and also I'm very happy to be able to win today's game with a perfect 2-0. And also I think no matter regardless of playing on the stage or in the normal daily life, all my other teammates, they really care about me a lot. So I really appreciate, and also because that I was able to perform quite well in today's game, and definitely is a very good showcase from you. And I would like to talk a bit more about today's game. It feels like in both games, the Rift Herald teamfights were super crucial, especially in game 1. After TT, they have gotten the second Rift Herald, but you guys were able to just wrap out all the opponents in the ensuing chase. So tell us more about the teamfights after the Rift Herald. 那其实说到今天的比赛，感觉峡谷先锋的团战都很关键嘛。那特别是在第一局的时候，其实，在对面 TT 拿到了第2条峡谷先锋之后，你们却在后续的一个追击当中是直接团灭了对手。所以说，可能当时的那波团战中是发生了什么呢？
就是那波团战，就对面不是在一直就先动的先锋嘛，然后我们一直沟通说可以打，然后就是那波就装备比较好，然后队友打得比较好，就赢下来了。
So at that time, we have a team's communication. Like we would like to make the engage on the team fight because we have already noticed the opponent's team. They would like to target on the second Rift Herald, and because we have a build lead at that atom build lead in at that time, and also we were able to seek a very good opportunity. So that's the reason for us to win the Rift Herald team fight for game 1, and also in game 2. It feels like in the mid game, Xiaohu were always able to find super good opportunities to just flank from behind. And together with the damage from you and Gala, RNG seems quite unstoppable. So tell us more about the tactics from RNG in game 1, especially in the mid game. 那其实说到第2局的话，我们感觉小虎好像在中期的团战中一直能找到很好的一个绕后的眼位，同时配合上你和 Gala 的一个很高亮的一个输出，就感觉你们好像在中期比较无人可挡。所以说，可能你们第2局中期的整个的一个队内的思路是怎么样的呢？
第2局的话就是。 我们的阵容到后面也是比较厉害嘛，然后我们就其实发育也无所谓，然后打团打前排就可以了。
So I think basically in game 2 with our compositions, we can be super strong in the late game, so we can seek more opportunities to make the hard engagement, but also maybe we can just scale up a bit so we are not worried about the situations in game 2. And definitely it was a very gorgeous best of 3. And my last question is, this Tuesday was your birthday, so maybe are there any birthday wishes or personal goals that you would like to achieve in this new year? 那其实最后一个问题也是，我们也知道前2天也是我们月开的19岁生日嘛。那或许有没有什么生日愿望，或者说个人想要在新的1岁达成的一些个人的小目标呢？
就是希望可以争取更多上场的机会，然后把自己做到最好嘛。
So I hope I can have more chances to play on the stage of LPL, and for every single matchups, I want to do the best that I could do. And definitely congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，然后也希望你们每次能达到最好。And see you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and of course, Yukai coming back into this one. And happy to be on stage. Knows it probably isn't forever right now, but honestly, I think we're going to be watching this guy's career with good intent, as he's shown some promising stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look good with RNG. I mean, and managing to bring out kind of these more lane dominant champions in the LeBlanc and now that Lucian. So we'll have to see if we get to see more games from him, we'll have to see if he ends up having a little bit more of a, where he's in an unfavorable matchup and then how he fares. But I think certainly performing well on this Lucian and also on this LeBlanc. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring out.
Quietly confident to see where he ends up. Probably someone to definitely keep an eye on as the years go on. And for RNG right now, you're up to 8 and 5. You're challenging for all these different setups. You're challenging for all the different places. The sky's the limit. They could take it all the way. We'll see how the end of the season does go for them. They still have 3 more series to play. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have our second series of the day, LNG versus Top Esports. You won't want to miss this one.
一天时间安排，除了睡觉就训练吧，还有吃饭。
时间安排就是每天起床，然后吃一口饭，洗漱一下，就开始要训练了。
一天的时间安排，对不起，一天的时间安排的话，就吃饭、睡觉、打游戏吧。
其实我的作息就是不是很规律的，就要看我困不困。我就说我是困了就睡，不困就会打，很晚。
具体就
醒来打排位，然后训练赛，然后到晚上就差不多该睡觉了，就比较简单，朴实无华吧。
就起床打游戏打排位没了。
晚上3点左右睡觉，然后早上中午12点左右起床。
职业选手时间安排就是起来洗漱、吃饭、训练，然后继续吃饭、继续训练，然后训练到晚上2、3点左右，然后上床睡觉。
早上起来打游戏、吃饭、打游戏，然后训练赛打游戏，然后打游戏睡觉。
一般就是下午1点起来，1点之前起床吧，1点钟起床吧，就1点起来吧，1点上班。
正常的话，12点多起床之后，1点要到训练室，然后打一场rank之后，2点准备训练赛。
2点开始训练赛吗？
到2点开始训练赛。
2点正式开始训练，然后2点钟打训练赛，训练赛打到5点，然后吃下午的饭。
晚饭5点吧，
然后5点到7点会有个休息时间。
2点到5点就训练赛，然后中间2个小时是休息的，就吃饭睡觉都可以吗？
然后5点到7点这段时间是休息时间，比较努力的选手可能会在这个时间多打几把排位。那如果是不努力的选手，大家可能在这个时间划水休息休息也是很正常的，因为大家中午这个点都会有点犯困。5点钟结束训练，然后吃东西，然后继续打排位，然后到7点训练赛。
然后7点的时候再打3盘训练赛，然后有的时候10点会加练2盘训练赛。
7点，然后训练赛打到12点吧。
7点打训练赛。打训练赛到10点、10点半，然后7点的时候训练的话就打到1点吧，或者12点，然后你可以吃夜宵，然后再继续训练。
然后7点钟开始下午的训练，下午训练呢可能到10点钟吧，10点钟结束，可能11点会有一个加练，也是训练赛，然后训练11点打完，可能到个12点半、1点左右的话，就是开始自由 rank 时间嘛，这样。
训练赛完就是打 rank，打到5、6点。
开始自由 rank 打到3、4点这样吧，
到晚上最晚就4、5点吧，然后一直打到3、4点睡觉。
我自己会打到比较晚，就喜欢晚睡吧。
在打LPL的时候，就是应该是1个月会有两天吧，都看赛程。
不一定，看赢不赢。来到老干爹怎么感觉没什么假期了？
就根据实际情况安排嘛，我觉得。
看赛程吧，1个月2到3天。
其实如果是正常的话，一般都是1个礼拜放一次，但是现在没有了。
至少한1个月左右会有一次这样。
휴가는 약간 그때그때 다른데 여기 저희 팀 같은 경우는 이제 경기를 계속 하다가 한번 텀이 좀 길거나 했을 때 하루씩 이렇게 쉬는 그런 시간 휴가를 주는 그런 팀입니다.
一般1个星期一次吧，然后看赛程。
没有什么固定假期的。
그리고 휴가는 이제 보통 시즌 중에 받기는 힘드니까 이제 경기가 막 한 4일, 5일 좀 떨어져 있다거나 그럴 때 그냥 하루씩 쉬는 것 같아요.
我们平时的话，就是不是赛庆期的话，会大概7天放一天。
然后有比赛的话，就是看赛程来。就这个就是看就是我们赛程，就赛程如果不是很紧张的话，会差不多一周吧。
下一场隔得比较久的话，然后可能会考虑休息一点。
还有假期的话，大约半个月一次吧。
职业选手大概半个月会有一次假期。
네, 휴가는 한 달에 한두 번 정도 있는 것 같아요.
这个说不太准。
休假的话，如果是赛程紧的话，1个月2天最多。
睡个懒觉，然后继续打rank吧。
睡觉。
假期的话，可能多睡一会儿吧。
就夏季会跟朋友玩，就是要不跟越南那边玩其他的游戏吧。
大部分的话休息吧，然后有些人的话就喜欢出去吃饭吧，跟朋友。
下场比赛看的话，感觉他是那种特别秀的中单位，打他的话，感觉我也不用怕，就给他操作就行了。我感觉只要我们打 RNG， 我们中野组合选得好，我们配合好点，应该就打得过。
Play better and coordinate well. Knight is not afraid. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are still in the Thursday's games as we are moving from Shanghai to Suzhou. I am still Penguin. He is still Dagda. And we got some big news coming into today for top esports who are very much struggling down the bottom of the table. They have brought back 369 into the top lane.
And finally, we get to see this guy playing a game. He's been missing all split long. I'm super excited to see this because one of the things we talked about a lot with 369 was that he's a stronger laner than Qingtian, but wasn't providing that engage tool that was offered by Qingtian. So it feels like now top esports are like, right, we want to fully go back towards this Trident style, find our old form, and power through that.
And we'll see what number he rolls today, coming into today. But we got to look at top esports, and with the names they have on this roster, they shouldn't, at least in my mind, be sitting at 7 and 5 down the bottom of the table. In my mind, they are very much of the upper echelons of our teams, but they're kind of all power and no form when we're talking about our Olympic day. They very much have the names, but they're not making it stick.
Yeah, and it feels like they've actually pulled a muscle trying to just power through what has been their strengths previously. And a lot of that is coming down from this bottom side of the map, where we end up seeing, hey, JackeyLove is an insanely strong player, but because of the form that we've seen from them currently, teams have been targeting this bottom side of the map, making sure that they can punish JackeyLove when he overextends, punish Yuyanja or Zhuo, who's actually going to be starting here today, and finding ways to invade into the jungle. And then when you get towards team fights, it's kind of been a bit all over the place from top esports. Usually their skirmishes are pretty on point and they can rely on individual skill, but because JackeyLove is so far behind, you can see in these fights, he's left on his own, he's been targeted down. The rest of top esports aren't really able to find these big fights either, and it means they're falling further and further behind, especially against IG, who they just came off of a 2-0 loss against. It feels like top esports now have kind of backed themselves into a corner when we look at them trying to make it up in our standings.
I think that's the big thing you just mentioned there. They need a change. They need to figure out what they're doing, what their setup is. And looking at the league table right now, they feel a little lost in the pack. We look at the standings and say where they are and where they should be. And coming up onto this, they have a big mountain to climb, and it needs to start here.
Yeah, and as you can see, like right the way down in 10th place, and yes, they're sitting at 7 and 5, but they still have like 4 games left to play, which does give them a little bit of leeway, but it's not exactly against the easiest of teams, right? We still have WE that are in there, LNG here to play as well, OMG as well, who's been playing gatekeeper for a lot of teams at the moment. Like, it feels like top esports, they're still going to be able to push, it feels, into playoffs, but how high they go is still very much up in the air, and especially with teams like LGD and JDG hot on their heels, they need to make sure they're picking up every single win, and it starts here today against LNG.
Yeah, and for LNG, this is an incredibly important game for them as well. They were a little shaky in their last series, went to 2-1, not exactly the result you want to be seeing, especially against someone like Rogue Warriors who's already out of playoffs, but they are locked in for playoffs themselves. They're still looking for the top end of it, but they're running out of games.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things here is that, I mean, for LNG, they've only got 2 games left, and it's kind of the 100-meter sprint for these guys, because it is a tough haul for them as well. Going up against FPX, EDG. After this top esports series, it feels like you're kind of going, all right, lads, you got to put everything on the floor if you want to hope to push yourselves up into that top spot and keep yourselves, because at the moment they are third, they're fully locked in towards playoffs. It's a case of how high can they maintain their standing, and this is where you've got to just, as you say, sprint, that dash, get yourselves across the finish line and get yourselves continuing high in that standing.
And that's the big thing. They play top esports today, then they have 1 series left against EDG, which is, again, another massive win. You take 2 wins off that, not only are you pushing yourself further up, but you're taking your opponents further down the table, and that could be the difference here for LNG as we look at some of how their podium placements have been. And I look at the wins they picked up. Yes, the RNG one and the FPX one look very impressive, but then I look at the losses. They're against the teams that are probably a lot closer to them in the standings than they would like to have hoped.
And as well, like when you look at the wins, you're like, oh, RNG and FPX, they're really big. Well, RNG were still suffering from that MSI hangover when they played LNG. That was right the way back at the start of the split. And same for FPX. It was a very close series. but it felt like it was definitely a day where FPX were off kilter. So it feels like when you look at these games where, hey, we're looking at RA, WE, Suning that have all managed to take them down, it hasn't exactly been the most convincing of wins. And I think a lot of this comes from the inability for LNG to try and find consistency in their team play. Sometimes they look absolutely spectacular, other times it really starts to fall apart, and when you're playing against these top teams, those mistakes are going to cost you so much more.
And that's the big thing, is that the wins they have are great, and their early setup was fantastic. They really were riding that momentum, but in the most recent of games, it hasn't been super good. The last 6 series, they've gone to either win or lose 2-1, and that's not really what you want to be doing. You don't want to be elongating these wins or losses. You want to try and take them as decisively as possible, and I think that's the big problem here, is that they're not really decisive or cohesive as one unit. They're very much separated and not playing as a team.
But that's what you can see on your screen right now, right? Is that in certain games, we get to see LNG playing as a unit, right? We get Tarzan playing down towards the bottom side, setting them up for success. Ale TPing into the plays like you're seeing here, and getting these big wins for LNG. But then we get moments like this, where Iwandi wants to go forward. Ale's running for the hills. Tarzan and Icon are going back towards mid, and this fight, which is LNG trying to hard force, they lose 2 members. The communication isn't always there. The decision making isn't there, and sometimes the individualistic tendencies of these players tends to take over their games, where we end up with Icon just sticking around in the mid lane, not using the advantages he has when he pushes in a mid lane. Ale, no interest in interacting with the rest of the map, and Tarzan kind of playing more selfishly, where he's not playing towards lanes, trying to facilitate them and set them up. Instead, he's bouncing off of the priority that these lanes have and going for invades, which aren't really netting LNG much more. So instead, I want to see LNG go back towards these aggressive junglers that play towards the lanes, play towards this bottom lane specifically, and having Ale and Icon interacting with that pressure, either with roams from Icon or TPs from Ale to substitute that.
And then the big thing as well is that LNG have the buffer. They did do exceptionally well in the first few weeks of play. They got themselves the 7 wins in a row. They were very much a team that said, look, yes, you can afford a couple of mistakes, but with how close it is at the top of our table, like it's not so much the wins feel like great or big substantial movements, but the losses hurt. You pick up a loss here against a certain team, you lose that head-to-head, and then you're just swapping around, leapfrogged by some other team. And for Top Esports coming in now, they've got 4 series left to play. This would be a fantastic move for them to join the likes of RNG up on 8 wins.
And it's why I love seeing 369 coming back. I felt like the big thing that was kind of happening to Top Esports was like, right, Jingtian isn't going to just take over in the lane phase. Look, we've seen some great solo kills from him, right? I'm not taking that away from him. But he's not the terror in the top lane that 369 or Xiaohu or Nuguri is. So instead, a lot of teams are like, cool, we can ignore that top lane matchup and just go and power drive through this bottom lane. Make sure we're picking up a bunch of these kills, setting Jackie Love behind, and then all we have to deal with is Knight. Now, Knight is having a phenomenal split. It's not like we can brush him off, but it definitely was giving a very clear game plan to a lot of teams. Now, with 369 coming back into the roster, you have that triple threat. You have that Trident team back, and these skirmishes now take on an incredibly new lease of life, where you do have to deal with 3 phenomenally talented carries on this roster in 369, Knight, and Jackie Love.
And that's the big thing. You mentioned the Trident, the style that the Top Esports have curated for themselves, and they just overpower you, overwhelm you with just straight up pound for pound better talent in every single lane, while Karsa and whoever is playing on support, it's Joe today, but they just facilitate that. And Karsa has shown in previous years he can be the carry, but he doesn't need to be because everyone else is so damn strong. And I think that's why when we came into this, it's like no all power, no form. They have the strength, they have the roster, they just need to try and just squeeze it back into what is good for them. And the Trident only works if you have 3 working lanes.
Yeah, and the Trident only works with Zhuo in that bottom lane as well. Yuyanja is much more of a defensive tool, right? Enchanters, Braum, these kind of picks. Zhuo is the engage tool, and he's the reason that he was brought in back in spring, because he facilitated that style. So now with 369 back in the roster, he now opens up for more of these carry picks. So I wouldn't be surprised to see things like the Camille, Jack's counter picks, these kind of things coming back in towards that top side of the map, and having Zhuo facilitate that with picks like the Alistair, Leonas, Nautiluses to set up the team for success. So especially now with 369 back, I'm looking forward to seeing the the old style from top esports, and especially against a team like LNG, right? We just talked about their individualistic tendencies. Well, if you, for pound, can beat them out with just counter picks towards that top side, Knight just outplaying like he's been doing the entire split long, it now feels like you've got a winning formula for top esports to take these skirmishes and take it across the line. So I need to see LNG working as a unit, like we've seen in some other games against Rogue Warriors. Game 1 against OMG, getting these TPs, getting these early aggressions, and not falling behind.
Yep, I think that's the big thing. And LNG is a big test. This is your last 2 games. You're against EDG and Top Esports. If you are serious about even contesting for a world championship, the LPL championship, if you're serious about looking for one of those top 4 spots to get you to the World Championship, this is where it needs to start. This is where you need to put your foot down and say, in this best of 3, in the regular season, we are stronger than you. As we now see Top Esports coming out onto the stage in Suzhou. And for LNG, I think they can do it, but there's a lot of caveats, a lot of if, buts, and maybes to put in with that can.
I am so excited though to see these two teams face up, because it feels like on a good day this is going to be a raring battle between these two. But again, that has been the question mark for both these teams, right? There has been bad days on both sides, phenomenal days on others, and it definitely feels for me like a lot of that, at least from LNG side, will be trying to set up Light and Iwandi in this bottom lane. Iwandi has been amazing for this team. I love this guy. If you look at like kill participation at 15 minutes, pretty much across the board, it's pretty negligible for everyone, including Tarzan on LNG. The only shining light is Iwandi, who is constantly making these early plays and setting up that team in the first 15 minutes. So playing towards him, allowing him to be unlocked, feels like the winning formula here for LNG.
Again, a lot of players on this squad. Very good individually. I'm sure if you saw them in solo queue, you're very, very happy. Plenty of highlight reels for pretty much all of them across the board. Working as a team, it is a 5v5 game. And this is a game that you cannot just do on your own. You have to play as a unit. And Top Esports, I feel, are also someone who are, up until we'll see in this series with 369 and Show coming back into the lineup, suffering from that same style of these are incredibly mechanically proficient characters or players. They're just not making it work together.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at like guys like Knight who have 26 solo kills this split, the highest out of everyone in the league. It is kind of, yeah, it's kind of like, all right, I know it's a team game, but it's kind of a 1v5 as well. I think it's Nuggery or someone, actually. I'm not entirely sure. Hang on,
check that out. We'll check that out for you. You have a look into that one there quickly before we go into picks and bans. But yeah, honestly, I completely agree with you. I think, yes, you can make it a solo game, but even with those 26 kills, they're still only on 7 and 5. It's still not a perfect score.
It's actually a tie in second place, Bew, and the other is actually Ale for LNG in that top lane. So definitely going to be seeing a lot of action up there. But yeah, the pressure that ends up coming out from Knight in the mid lane has been absolutely insane for these guys. And I think that's why it kind of makes me a little bit sad when we see him on things that like end up falling into that category of, oh, okay, well, we're going to fall behind, because he looks amazing on picks like the Silas, but it really does feel like, okay, that kind of gives the opportunity for, we're going to shove in and we're going to roam bot for the opposition. And when we've been saying, hey, look, Jackie Love Yuyanjit, Jackie Love Zhuo, whatever the combination is, has been falling behind, that gives more resources to be able to plant into that bottom side of the map. So I think especially for this game, where Icon has shown he can get out of that mid lane and have big impacts in those side lanes, I want to see now what Knight decides to go towards, especially if Top Esports don't ban it. Viego potentially open here. It's been a big pick for Knight.
Still love the fact that LNG decided to ban away the Silas to take that one away from Top Esports. So the Volibear locked away is going to be the Lee Sin first pick, and Top Esports are not afraid to first pick solo lanes.
The Lee Sin surprises me. I assume Viego's been the pick on this patch. It's insane how strong it is. Now, I said it was for Knight. I still actually think it's probably going to go back towards Karsa. We saw his regen in lane take a pretty big hit, which makes it a lot more difficult to try and play him as a solo laner, especially in that mid lane. But we'll have to see what the plan is going to be. Jackie Love has been loving this Aphelios as well, so looks like it will just be the Viego Aphelios lock-in. So for LNG, we could potentially see Light going back towards some something that can try and counteract this, but you've already got the Ziggs taken off the board. Varus gone as well. The go-to has usually been going towards something like an Ezreal or even something like a Jinx here to try and play in towards that, but with things like the Thresh already taken off the board, Jinx seems fairly unlikely here.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like something you can just lean towards, as LNG do trade off the Aphelios, or excuse me, the Aphelios Viego for the Gwen. And what do they want to try and lean towards here? I wouldn't actually mind seeing light onto the Tristana. Tristana is something that he has played historically and would have been slowly making itself back into the meta, but looks like they're going to go for that Ashe instead, get that instant engage with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and force a little bit more priority in this early stage.
Yeah, especially when you've already got Ale going towards the Gwen, Tarzan going towards the Lee Sin, setting them up for success can be such a strong tool and opens up Icon still to go towards a blind pickable thing like the Rise and making sure that he's still okay. So using that Ashe instead to, one, have presence in the lane with the ultimate, and two, be able to play elsewhere. Top esports though, Jace picked up for 369. It feels like in that top lane, we talked about him going back towards this more carry-orientated style, which means you need these engaged supports in the bot lane for Zhou. So I wouldn't be surprised to see LNG banning things like Leona, Nautilus, trying to make it a little bit more difficult for Zhou to have those engages in the bot lane.
Yeah, you look at 369's Jace historically, he's played a lot of it in Spring Split when he's still playing, of course played it in the playoffs. Last time, I do believe the last time we saw it was in the playoffs against RNG, so definitely something he feels comfortable on, definitely something he can perform on should he need it, and overall one of his most played champions in the entire history of his career, so going to be looking to see exactly how that one works right now as Top Esports ban away the Braum, the LeBlanc, the Diana has been taken away as well. And honestly, I wouldn't even mind seeing another AP ban here away from on LNG side, just to say, look, we're going to limit the pool of champions you can take into that top side or even into the jungle.
I'm still surprised to see the priority on junglers. I do believe this is still going to be the Viego jungle for Karsa. We kind of talked about how it has taken a hit, but we'll have to see as this starts to go on. But we said, hey, look, you want engage coming through from Zhou. He needs to set up this team. The Nautilus works really well in fitting that style, and that's what we're going to get here. Leona more than likely going to be taking for LNG on the opposite side. Take the opposite, the more staple side of that matchup and make sure that you're in a good spot. And then you're kind of looking at your mid lane for Icon. I think a Rise fits really well here. Great opportunities to start moving around the map. You can play off of these Enchanted Crystal Arrows super well by bringing a bunch of people to that play too. So I feel like that's what we're going to see from Icon, but we'll have to check in just a moment.
Yeah, we're going to see the Alistar locked in first. This is one of Iwandi's most beloved champions, and the Zac would not be unheard of here. They could still pick up a jungler here now for LNG. That could be a mid lane Lee Sin.
I mean, it looks like that's going to be the case. I assumed that it was going to be the jungle Tarzan Lee Sin coming in, but not going to be the case. Okay, so we get the Zac. So heavy engage tools coming through from LNG here. You're going to end up with this situation where Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Zac coming in across the line alongside this Alistar pick, and it's a nice kind of read from LNG as well, going, hey, look, so many jungles have been banned. A lot of that early game pressure that could potentially come through with invades on towards the Zac are kind of out of the way. Karsa going back towards the Rumble is the only one that actually kind of can contest that jungle, but it does mean LNG, these mid-game fights are going to be absolutely insane for them.
They really, really are, and the Rumble being picked up in a first time in a very long time now in the LPL. Rumble taking a lot of nerfs and really has fallen down the priority. Still see it in LCK quite a lot, but even just watching it, its late game damage isn't really there. The equalizer isn't as devastating as it used to be. And honestly, I think even at the late game stages, even with a level 3 or level 16 Rumble, the equalizer with a locket just gets completely mitigated. So we'll see how Karsa is able to pilot this champion, how he's able to make the advantages, or if this Zac with the extremely long range, you hit that level 5, you get the extra points into your elastic slingshot, and you just have such a crazy range in that, could just be the undoing here for Top Esports, unless they play some respectfully and safe.
And it does feel like it's a good read from LNG, right? We talked about the Trident, we talked about how, especially for Karsa, he tries to facilitate his lanes. He's about trying to control these early stages, but Karsa with this faster clear will need to get that vision down and stop Zac from shutting down this Trident and breaking it in half with these early plays.
Have to see exactly how it all ends up going down. Looking down quickly at the runes. Nothing too crazy to talk about as we jump onto the Rift for the first game in Suzhou today. This best of 3 between LNG and Top Esports. LNG still hunting for that top 2 finish, while Top Esports still waiting to confirm if they'll be in playoffs or not. And everything can be won or lost in this one series.
And especially a game number 1 like this, it feels like we're getting the styles that we were hoping to see from both these squads, right? We looked at LNG, we were like, hey, what we want is early pressure coming through from Tarzan. Zach is the perfect jungler for that. He creates chaos on the map by being able to come in from all these different angles that you don't really expect. It completely changes up your regular warding patterns, and if you haven't played against a lot of Zach, it makes it pretty difficult, honestly, to get used to the style that he brings to the game. Now, Top Esports, it looks like they already want to try and get this deep vision and make sure they know where Tarzan is going to be at all points in time.
Yeah, looking for the deep vision. Do have the red trinket to try and stuff as well. It's going to delay the start here from Tarzan, but he is starting up straight away now onto his Raptors. Won't be too disappointed with that. Yes, it slows down his clear a little bit, but going to be able to get level 2 regardless. Going to be Karsa picking up now onto the red buff, and this is a good back away here from LNG. They recognize that they're just not going to be able to contest for it, so no real kind of loss here as such, as Karsa not going to be able to get those Raptors, and you can see there already Zach moving straight away onto his blue, knowing that he just can't fight right now.
I feel like Karsa is going to swap over towards his top side, though, and then just make his way back down towards the bottom lane. And it means that then you end up in a situation where Tarzan doesn't actually effectively have a lot of places to farm. And you can actually see it now. Karsa is going to just clear out his full top side, and you end up kind of bypassing the split map and making sure Tarzan can't actually get any of the jungle, especially with the double push lanes from Top Esports. So nice job from Top here to try and set Tarzan behind on this sack, which is how you counteract it.
Yeah, just doing his very, very best will mean that the Top Esports jungler has an awful lot more jungle camps to farm. As you can see already, the Rumble not as fast as he used to be. Still struggling a little bit with taking away this camp. You cannot get the same level of overheat from the W anymore, so you can't really stack that one up. It tends to be the second thing you take, or maybe even the third, as you need to get that overheat going nice and early to try and get your clear going nice and efficiently. But I don't think you're upset that much about this by LNG. Like, you still have a lot of opportunities, and Zach doesn't necessarily need a lot of gold. He just needs a couple of levels.
Well, he now has his target. Bot lane, double flash from the supports. I want to try to get the Pulverize into the headbutt under the tower. Joe just managing to get away, but look at Tarzan. He's like, cool, I've got no camps. I see a vulnerable Nautilus. Let's go for it.
Yeah, they are going to push it in. You can see Sho playing very, very defensively right now. Tarzan going to recognize this and say, look, you know what? No real point in me going for this just yet. Going to try and take away my Krugs on this bot side, and they now know he's not on the Rift, or excuse me, the Rift Scuttler yet, so still none sure from Top Esports where this jungler of LNG is.
Yeah, Top Esports, though, they'll be very aware he's on that bottom side, right? Crab has been taken by Karsa, and looks like a lot of attention here for Icon.
Oh, nice there. A little safeguard keeps himself going as Karsa not able to link up with Joe, and Knight will still be okay in this mid lane, as will Icon, and no summoners have been burned. But now we might see a little bit of a skirmish over this Rift Scuttler. We're going to see the Hex Flash over the wall coming in. Hepa pulverized down onto the Nautilus. He has no flash, like we talked about earlier. There's the knockback. They're going to make them go kiss. First blood to LNG. Now, TP on the backside of this. You can see 369 flashing in, looking to try and find more of that. And Ale has been left alone on this top side. He did not have a TP to respond, so they're going to be able to gift that one over to 369 while top lane goes in favor of LNG.
Poor timing from LNG. The wave had just been shoved in by 369, so Ale had to TP back, and 369 resets and is there for the play. That was just unfortunate timing, and as Tarzan went for the scuttle, it means he ends up costing his life and giving 2 kills over to Top Esports. But this is the early skirmishes that we wanted to see. This is how Top Esports get their advantages regularly, and now you're in a bit of trouble as LNG, as the uphill battle already commences.
There's a little bit of an uphill battle. There's a trade of 1 for 2. You can see here LNG felt very confident to go for this fight, recognizing that they were a 2v1, but or 3v2, excuse me, but it just wasn't enough. And Knight here able to do so much on the back end of this to put down those health bars.
It sure does go down, but the big thing here is that you do get that teleport coming in from 369. I thought it might have been a bit dicey because of how far away it was and how long he waited on it, but he still managed to get the kill. So you've got a Jace already with the serrated Dirk now looking good at that top lane. Knight as well being accelerated toward this Divine Sunder. It's going to be a very nice time for top esports when they're able to control the both solo laners and make sure they're getting into this incredibly strong spot where they can take over team fights.
And 369 picked himself up a blue from that kill onto Tarzan, so very happy with himself right now. Again, early skirmishes, early action here from both sides, and this is what we expect to see from Top Esports and LNG, because they are still a very, very good team. It's more about when we get to that 10, 15-minute mark, when we start to see team fighting coming into it. We start to see both teams looking to try and make an advantage for themselves as a whole when we see LNG tend to falter.
And that is the plan from LNG, right? Try and play. Ooh, hang on.
Oh, that was so good. The extra range, level 5. What did I talk about? Exactly what you need to do here for Tarzan, jumping straight on the top lane, equaling out the top side.
And I love that they're getting this for Ale as well. This is the guy that is going to have to deal with a lot of the split push pressure Top Esports are going for, but play bot side.
Play bot side, indeed. Iwandi going to have to be turned into mincemeat. He accepts that he is now a burger that will be served straight up onto Top Esports' plate. They will end up losing that kill. Knight using his teleport advantage to very good effect. And Top Esports not to be outdone just yet.
Well, Top Esports just using their some of their spells better, right? LNG, they are both use those TPs to get back to lane. Now, for Ale, he did have to get back for the lane. For Icon, he's trying to move around the map as well. But unfortunately, it means that Top Esports are finding these advantages for themselves. 1,000 gold lead. Tarzan now spots Top Esports on his red.
Yeah, they know he's there, and actually Kart's in a little bit of trouble. Icon trying to go in on top of him. Overheat there. Icon used his Q, not quite able to land it. Uses the safeguard to try and get away, but there should be a hook available. The lollipop is enough to keep him underneath the wraps. The flash forward, the flash in, and now you can see Knight gets himself a reset, but I don't know if he wants this one right now. Gonna force the Heartbreaker again back out to try and keep himself safe, and Top Esports, they make it work.
Skirmishes galore going in Top Esports' favor, and now you're in a situation where Knight again, the benefactor of a lot of this, and we've seen what he can do when he gets ahead on this Viego. He'll play that split push style, and you'll be forced to draw 2-3 members down to that bottom lane to deal with the strength that this Viego offers. And when you've got 369 Accelerator and Jace as well, the 1-3-1 from Top Esports is so damn strong.
It really, really is. Ale still going to be able to soak up most of this wave, so in terms of experience, not going to be losing too much. Actually, still about half a level ahead of 369, and this is good from Top Esports. They've got themselves nearly a 2,000 gold lead. They're getting Knight ahead, which at the moment sitting on 10 MVPs for the split. He is definitely the person you want to be giving that golden experience to.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's been insane. I mean, honestly, the best split that I've seen from him in quite a while. He's been able to perform on things like the Silas. This Viego has been a big pick for him as well. And we've even seen him pop off in LeBlanc's. Like, he's just, it feels like the meta has just shifted into everything that Knight loves to play. And you're seeing him almost giddy when he comes into these games because he gets to show just how good he is on these picks. However, we need to see a little bit more coming through from Top Esports here, right? It's great you're getting the skirmishes. Let's turn this into objectives. And when you've got the double pressure in the solo lanes, Top Esports will start up this Rift Herald and get a little bit more for themselves.
Yeah, I don't know if they can go for it 100% though. Ale has immediately roamed down and said, nope, you are not getting this objective for free just yet. Tarzan is roaming up to sweep out all of the vision. Mid lane priority though does belong to Top Esports, as now the Rift Herald has yet to reset, and it looks like LNG, yep, they're just going to give it up. They don't really feel confident going for the skirmish just now, and they're going to lose too much in the lanes if they try and fight it.
2 waves crashing simultaneously. They need to go pick them up. The gold you would lose there is not worth it, as Top Esports could just back away, let it reset, and come away with the gold and XP advantage anyway. So LNG, they will decide to cede that, which means you get to start using this elsewhere now for Top Esports. Rift Herald playing top of potential when you've got 369 there, and already a couple of turret plates gone on that top side.
Let's see where he wants to go and put it. Still just about a 1,500 gold lead as Tarzan now puts himself behind the wall. Wave is pushing into Knight, so going to be difficult here for LNG to make anything really stick. As Carson now on this top side, we're going to see Ale getting jumped on here by 369. He's just kiting this one out as best he can. Still a flash available for the Gwen, should they need it, but they do not. The Hallowed missed enough to keep him safe away from those torpedoes.
Yeah, Ale held on to it for so long that you couldn't throw down the equalizer, couldn't throw down a couple of these harpoons to see if you can try and track him. But Tarzan now on towards Knight.
Gonna go jump on top of him. No flash, but he does have the Heartbreaker, and that's Knight getting himself out immediately. Knows that if he gets caught up by the Q, he's a dead man.
Oh, sure.
Oh, Joe gets jumped on, but oh, I love that from Iwandi. He flashes in behind Jackie Love and gets him to go underneath tower, which forces the flash. Now you only have the cleanser for Jackie Love, but a flash forward from Light means that he can really make this one work for himself and his team. The flash forward, the let's bounce, 2 kills back to LNG. Iwandi was the perfect setup for that.
This is why I love Iwandi. This guy is the heart and soul of the early game for LNG, and you can see it there. Manages to turn that play around as Tarzan comes down, and I just was about to say, if LNG want to make sure they're not losing control of this game, they need to start making these plays bot. They need to start stacking up these dragons, otherwise you run the risk of Top Esports just playing this 1-3-1 and never having to fight you.
Great play there. Can't wait to watch the replay on that. And just great movement there from Tarzan. I'll just stop myself, though, very quickly as Ale does use the needlework to force 369 away. Without mana and out health, he cannot take that fight, but both flashes still in the inventories of Ale. But just great movement from Tarzan. Goes directly from mid. Doesn't go back onto a camp. Doesn't try and get anything going. Because, again, he's a Zac. He doesn't need gold. He just needs, like, levels in his elastic slingshot, and he's golden.
He needs Dark Seal stacks. That's what he needs. 4 already picked up for him with that item. It's a pretty cool item because AP Zac can hurt a little bit, but we'll have to see if we get a little bit more. Again, though, wants to be bottom lane, wants to focus in on this, especially with Icon having the TP advantage. They can make these plays happen.
Oh, there's a TP coming in now immediately. As soon as TP was committed by 369 on that top side, you can see straight away LNG punish this so damn hard. Very nicely done now, and LNG find themselves back in an equal game.
And this is the LNG that is in the 3rd place position right now. The proactive one who's making plays with Icon having TP available, using the tempo for their advantage. Now they can turn that in towards plates on Terra's bot, turn it in towards dragons. This is what I love to see when I get this LNG. The problem is when we get the individual plays that aren't quite working out. But right now, LNG are starting to fight back against the control Top Esports had wrestled in the early game.
Yeah, he's going to be dragon started and probably taken here solo by Karsa. Still sitting on that Rift Herald. Has only about 30 or 40 seconds left on that, so should be dropping it relatively soon. You can see top lane and mid lane both pretty juicy targets. They're going to have to drop it pretty soon as they now moves in to try and maybe invade on this red buff. Karsa, I think you need to remember, buddy, you have a big objective that could need a lot of gold if you don't drop it pretty soon.
Yeah, I feel like he's just going to take this red buff and just go straight towards mid, right? You've got that. Oh, okay.
He can't.
Go.
The boat priority.
Gonna go and walk down towards bot lane. Knight actually moved out of mid lane, so not gonna be able to do it. So they will toss it in towards this bot lane, towards Jackie Love instead. Although, gonna be a bit dicey as to whether it gets the charge.
Yeah, don't see it. The equalizer does go down. They will catch up on the Iwandi, who has to force him to use his unbreakable will. The equalizer did go down pretty much to set up the red carpet to line up the Rift Herald to stop it from being taken over. So they will get the charge off it. They do have to commit a little bit more than they probably wanted to as 369 jumps straight in onto Ale. But Ale doesn't really care at this stage. He's got his Riftmaker. He'll be fine.
He still has to be careful. I mean, that combo coming up again and a flash could spell death for Ale, but has got a flash of his own in that matchup, so we'll be able to at least get away. Bot lane, though, Tarzan didn't commit the smite. I assumed the smite was going to come down to try and stop that charge, but doesn't quite get it. So those plates do go the way of Top Esports. And now, like, look at the gold, right? You've got advantage top lane for 369, advantage mid lane for Knight, and a gold advantage now being evened out for Jackie Love in that bottom lane. Top Esports looking to fight.
They are looking to fight. Jackie Love, though, will get the gravitum down onto Tarzan, who has to use his elastic slingshot to disengage. There's the Moonlight Vigil, putting down a decent amount of chunk. Light, though, will not be CC'd down by Jackie Love, and is the ultimate committed. No one really does die or go down, so you're not unhappy with it if you're on LNG, but for more pressure in this top side, 369 able to continually push back this Gwen, make sure that he's able to keep down this turret, and we'll be able to take it pretty damn soon.
Yeah, it's a win regardless from Top Esports because of the position by Tarzan. He gets caught out, even though he makes it out, you have a lot of resources moved by LNG into that bottom side of the map. So 369 knows he's free to take that top turret after going for that heavy trade against Ale. Now, Top Esports looking for this play mid as Knight starts to roam down.
Yeah, looking for the play bot side as mid lane was pushed in. Have the equalizer available to them, but good response here from LNG. They recognize there's no real point in trying to defend that one there. Just try and push out top, push out mid, get as much as you possibly can, and maybe look to try and contest for this Rift Herald now in about 10 seconds.
You still have 369 is moving up there. Knight just still has his TP if he wants to try and look for a reset. I think he's sitting on a good amount of gold right now, but won't have time to back because it looks like LNG will just seed bot tower and get this Rift Tower instead. Ale in the vicinity too, and no top esports members around.
This game is very, very close right now. It does feel like top esports are being more proactive. It does feel like they are the ones that are coming out on top when it comes to the trades. But LNG not being undone, finding a couple of small skirmishes themselves to keep them in the in the running, if you will, keep them within arm's length of top esports. And again, I'm glad to see 369 coming back and honestly having a pretty solid game so far. Is on the Jace, so is going to have that early priority, but so far so good for the return of the top laner.
Oh, Ale gonna get spotted here, but you can see 369 trying to play off this blip push. Has a lot of forces here from top esports, but I want to talk about this Rift Tower because we're talking about this split push coming through from top esports. The way you break this as LNG is forcing priority with this Rift Herald. As soon as you see top esports starts to spread out around the map, plonk that Rift Herald in mid, group around it, and just look to force top esports out of these side lanes. And you can see it right now that top esports are aware of this. Every time they're shoving out, they're trying to group in mid to shut down this Rift Herald play and stop LNG from able to force the priority back in their favor, force the tempo back in their favor, because right now it's top esports who have control.
Well, we were looking at a replay there of Icon being spotted on awards, so Knight was available to kind of walk himself away. They do know exactly where he is. No TP available though, as that ward just die as Icon pushes in the wave. Knight will gladly accept the remnants of the enemy minions coming into him. And we've had a little bit of a lull, 16, nearly 17 minutes on the clock. It's about 2.5, maybe a little less gold lead, so we'll call it 2,000. LNG still very much have opportunities, still very much have options and tools available to them to catch out anyone on top esports. And be curious to see how top esports now continue with this game as they've definitely found themselves a little bit more momentum.
Dragon's the big one here, right? 20 seconds until that spawns. You feel like LNG want to try and take this fight. Ale nearly has his TP up and available, but top esports have already moved in towards the objective. I wouldn't be surprised though to see top esports just give this up, look for more objectives, and actually potentially look for this play on the bottom side of the map, as Icon is the one lone standing underneath this turret.
Number 369 spotted on awards, so he knows Icon is very well aware that this is happening. They did swap out Tarzan. It's going to be a jump straight in on the 369 who gets kicked back, knocked in. They are going to put down the dredge line. It's a little bit dodgy for both the solo laners of Icon and 369, but they do keep themselves safe, back themselves out. While that's been happening, Ale has had a free time in this top side to cut down the turret. Scissors beats rock, apparently, in this particular game of League of Legends. And the dragon being started, Tarzan nowhere near this, as Karza going to be able to take this one for free.
I think LNG are missing their opportunities here. I mean, you have that Rift Herald, you fourth priority mid, you can, yes, give over that bot's lane tower, but you can take the fight over towards the dragon. You can get these mid lane turrets down, TP Ale in, take a lot more from what you have at the moment. The tools just aren't fitting for them right now, and it means the top esports, yes, they don't get the Terra bot, but they do get the dragon. They're getting more of these advantages, and Icon is just being left on this island against Knight, who he doesn't want to be fighting anymore.
Yeah, he's 30 or so CS down, actually about 40 CS down in this matchup. Yes, he has the Gore Drinker, but that's not what he wants to be doing. He wants to be getting in behind this Aphelios. He wants to be catching out Jackie Love, comboing in with Iwandi, and seeing if they can get the kill off as quick as possible. Pretty much full mythics across the board, apart from the supports, but, you know, support problems in that regard. Gale Force here for Light. I do like this, just keeps him at a safe distance, keeps him from getting caught out. And his objective in this game is not to be a massive DPS. His objective and his role in this team fight is to set up picks.
Definitely, but I will also say, although not the Kraken Slayer build, Ash does a surprising amount of damage. Like, when you get the Gale Force, Wit End, and a bunch of these other items coming through, that Ranger's Flurry is a surprising amount of damage that you're going to have to deal with here as top esports. The only thing that I will say, though, is that for LNG, it's not so much picks, just a really good starting tool for these fights. And you can see here, right, if you try to contest this here as top esports, a quick Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Karsa could be a disaster.
Yeah, could be. Karsa just dropped down the Equalizer and the Smite, but Shelly shall do her job and get the turret in the mid lanes. So that one is the second one here for LNG. They have top and mid, so pretty equal in terms of that regard. It is still only about 1,000 gold lead now, in fairness, in favor of top esports. So they're not going anywhere with it. And Tarzan is finding himself around these sides, and will just put himself over that wall because he recognizes there's a lot more top esports members on the other side of that wall. Oh, my visual. Not quite, not quite.
I love that play from him though. So Infernum just managing to clip on towards the Ash might actually force this play here from top esports. They can start to siege down as Ale starts to step up.
Starts to step up, but there's no objective right now, so this would be a just straight up 5v5 for the sake of 5v5. You can see Knight moving around, trying to see if he can get behind this team. Iwandi already taking a bit of a chunk out of him. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, and that's on top of the Nautilus, but the Equalizer is being popped already straight off of the bat, means that no one from LNG can walk forward. Iwandi just about keeps himself alive, as does Zhou, and everyone backs himself up. The turret still lives.
It was a nice attempt from LNG, but this isn't Season 2. Light doesn't have the TP to follow up on that play, and it means that he's out of the fight. It's 4 versus 5, and they end up trading essentially health bar for health bar on the support. Now, top esports, they just go for it again. They still have the potential to siege here, and the goal here is that mid lane turret. A 1-3-1 only works if you can get this mid lane turret. Otherwise, it's too hard for top esports to try and aggress that bit further forward. So now, Knight will push in top. I want to see 369 pushing in mid, or that bottom lane, and see if you can re-collapse on this mid lane. But with Dragon in a minute and a half, it's going to be tough to get that mid lane turret before this next Dragon fight.
I love the point you made about the 1-3-1 being so difficult without that mid lane turret being down, because you're not only dealing with the west to side waves, you can't push up as aggressively, but you have to deal with the moments of darkness where Tarzan could be lurking. He gets so much more agency to put himself behind a raptor camp, to put himself behind a bush and just jump on your face, causing you so much displeasure and pain in these team fights. So needing to know where he is and also having the option to be able to push up that aggressive vision means that mid lane turret's gotta go.
Resets coming through for top esports, so they'll be the ones that are going to be able to get in towards this river first. Look at the vision control that they have as well, right? Wards littered all throughout river, already at the back of the pit, and it means that especially for someone like Tarzan, it makes it that little bit more difficult to try and get these big plays off that you were just talking about, Penguin. So I want to see top esports now starting to group as this 3-man unit with Karsa, Jackie and Shaw, and see if they can get that vision that little bit deeper. 369 also here just to provide that bit of poke as Knight threatens top lane turrets.
There is now a collector here for Jackie Love on the Aphelios, waiting for the Blade of the Rune King coming in for light, so he will be able to chunk down some of these health bars. Icon using the safeguard to get to safety, as Shuo still has his flash available, so there will be all summoners now, apart from Tarzan's flash, available for this dragon fight in 10 seconds. LNG need to fight this one. They cannot let top esports get up to this Dragon Soul point. Top esports, though, they are not really the ones that feel confident walking into this river.
And rightly so. This is a team fighting composition from LNG. This is what they're looking for. Iwandi has his flash. If he can get onto Jackie or 369, it's done and dusted for top esports.
It is. We can see there Iwandi getting pushed away by Knight and Karsa. Pink ward in the back of the pit. Underneath that bush as Dragon has been started. Now, the guns are not great for Jackie Love in terms of a team fight, as we do see Knight now jumping onto Iwandi. They use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto the one person who can't get away. 369 has to try and keep himself alive, as we see Ale and Icon jumping straight onto him. The Cell Division passive has been used to try and keep this Zac alive, and top esports are routed. Top esports don't know where to go. It's all on Knight to try and get these resets. Can he get it? One more! It's all Knight. He flashes away. He's going to be at the Heartbreaker. Knight now joined in and it will fall. And LNG get the fight. It's only Karsa left alive. And the Dragon's still there to be taken.
Beaten, battered and bruised, LNG managed to take that fight by the skin of their teeth. But it was a phenomenal engage to set that up. And there's just nothing that top esports can do about it. First Dragon on the board for LNG.
LNG take the fight. They now equal out the gold. They've got themselves a dragon, and important enough, they've got themselves more time. So top esports not able to find the purchase, but you can see how close this fight is to Knight just completely taking over.
We said 369 is the person you focus on. Enchanted Crystal Arrow with the follow-up there from Tarzan means they take him out. Now watch Iwandi on the bottom of your screen. 3 members of top esports all focused on the cow. 4 members all focused on the cow. Iwandi absorbing so much damage with that unbreakable will means that they've got the time here as LNG to follow up on the fight, as you said, the kick. And even though Knight so close to taking over this fight, nearly getting these resets off the Heartbreaker, not quite able to do so, and LNG come out on top.
And then right at the end there, Ale with a fantastic flash just to keep himself out of the Heartbreaker damage range. We go back, we reset, we pick up second items for a hell of a lot of carry play. The Rune King now finished up here for Light. You've got yourself the Steris Gauge onto Icon, the Thornmail here, and 10 stacks of that Dark Seal here for Tarzan. So great moves here for LNG. Keeps them within touching distance. And now we're looking at skirmishes, we're looking at scraps, we're looking at Top Esports looking to punch back after they took a little bit of a knock in that second fight.
Yeah, Icon in the top lane does have the TP to get here, but Top Esports again committing mid. TP here as Tarzan's on.
It. Tarzan is on. He hasn't got the passive, but he does have the flash. Gets himself out and the elastic slingshot. You can see Icon looking for something. He gets the flash, he gets the hook, and he gets the kick in back off of this one. Now you see the needlework doing so much. Jackie Love though is just too damn tanky and putting out too much DPS. Icon will try and get himself out, but I think he's dead to rights. Nowhere for him to really go. Joe picks up that kill, but the important thing to notice is Aphelios is dead.
Aphelios is dead. Tarzan still alive though. Went into the Cell division, which means he's still up. You cannot start the Baron here as Top Esports, but Top Esports come out on top in the play, and it's all down to Tarzan getting caught out at the start of that. It means that you've got the panic switches coming in from LNG to try and find some sort of purchase in this fight, but it was already too late, right? You've got everyone from Top Esports turning over towards this. I want he's back a full loop around and is now only rejoining the fight. So as Tarzan hits Nerdy goes into Cell Division, where's the follow-up? Icon gets this great kick, but Icon isn't enough. I want he's not in a position to follow up. Jackie Love gets the flash away. Ale goes way too far forward trying to get on towards the AD carry who's supposed to be vulnerable, but LNG aren't able to kill him and they give over 2 kills instead.
Give over the 2 kills, which means the Top Esports will take themselves a bit of 1,000 gold lead. But this is so tit for tat, so many clutch moments, and important to recognize that not having a flash on the Jackie Love, sees how vulnerable he is, see how incredibly easy it is for Top Esports to then just have to go into panic stations themselves. It worked because of the early skirmishes where they were able to take down Tarzan, and obviously, as you said, force I wanted you the long way around, but the longer this game goes, the more I am going to be watching on Jackie Love's positioning, and neither team willing to let this one go. They both want this win so bad.
I want to see Top Esports going back towards this 1-3-1 though, because you can see, like, Knight can take over fights. He can definitely take over a 1v1. 369 as well is going to do super well against Ale. He's going to do wonders against Icon as well. Like, operate in that fashion, or at least a 1-4, and use the fact you've got this incredibly strong Viego. Yes, they're trying to make these picks happen, and they are getting these teleports out, which help, but they need to actually get on top of that as well. We can see it now, Knight in the bot lane. They're going to try and capitalize on the fact you've only got a single TP for LNG.
And you know what the funny thing is? I completely agree with everything you said, but you know what's stopping them from really implementing that 1-3-1? That pesky mid lane tier 1 you mentioned. It is still up, it is still healthy, and you can see, like you mentioned, Dagda, how difficult it is for Top Esports to make this one work. They're trying now with a 1-3-1, but they can't get any further up in the mid lane, because if they try and push for this tier 1, they could be collapsed on by 5 members and lose 3.
And the way you do it now is... Oh, actually, well, pick Icon, apparently.
Oh, you're going to get a pick onto Icon. He does have to use his kick away. He will get ignited and dredge line, so that will not be available in the next 3 seconds. Icon ticking down, but the equalizer not enough to kill him off. No TP there for the LNG mid laner, but that could spell the start of this Baron.
And Icon has no TP, we already pointed out. This is going fast, it's gone.
It's going, it's gone! It's going to be going over to Top Esports. Now the fight is a 4v5. You can see them going in with Knight and Iwani. They're going to get the less bounce going in. They're going to be able to pick out Jackie Love straight away on this fight. Iwani keeping 3 people away, as here goes Light with this Ashe, trying his very, very best, but you can see Knight with the reset, with the Heartbreakers, able to pick up 2 kills for himself. It ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Top Esports, and most importantly, they got themselves the Baron. But they're not done just yet. Knight jumps straight in onto Icon. Icon in a lot of trouble. The flash forward, and another reset, a delayed triple, and Knight is not done. He's looking for more, but he doesn't land the stolen Sonic Wave, and he needs to be a little bit more careful. He will back himself out, and another fantastic performance from Knight keeps Top Esports rolling.
I mean, a 4 versus 5, you were never going to make that play, and even Icon getting caught out after the fact means Top Esports not only get 1 tier 2, they get both, or tier in the mid lane, they get both towers in the mid lane, and now they can turn over towards this dragon as well. Karsa shoving in on this bot side. That's the fight that has now blown open this game. Baron up 5k gold lead and a potential for soul point here for Top Esports.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick that one up. You can see they're just pushing in, getting down all of this, taking away all the resources from LNG. They will not have a single camp. They will not have any vision. They will not have any lanes whatsoever. Tarzan now moving over. Tarzan, get yourself in that pit, buddy, because if Tarzan actually thought about it, he might have ended up going towards that pit a little bit earlier. He will not, however, go and try and risk it, so it is going to be soul point here for Top Esports. 11 kills apiece, 4,000 gold lead, actually about 5,000 gold lead here for Top Esports. And let's have a look at this replay, because it starts off pretty decently for the side of LNG. They're able to get on the Jackie Love, but like you said, 4v5, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, Jackie Love isn't the problem, though. It's Knight. And Knight this entire time is murdering everyone. And even Light is doing his damnedest. Like, watch, he's getting some nice gale forces, dodging away from hooks, he's looking nice and clean. It doesn't matter, the damage profile from this Viego is too high to deal with. And now you're in a position where this Viego is taking over this game. It's why when we talked about in Champ Select, I saw the Viego open, I was like, please do not give this to Top Esports. This is like Knight's favorite champion right now. He always pops off on this pick. There's no way you can give that across, but if they don't lock it in that first rotation, and then you still end up getting Knight having these familiar pop-off performances.
Oh, 369, that is not the play, my dude. He's going to get taken down, shut down. TP going to be committed here. That's Knight very late on the party, and the one person you said they had to be worried about has now joined. But another great little headbutt here from Iwandi stops Knight from getting on top of the carries he needs to kill. He doesn't have the damage right now. He doesn't have the health bar. Knight will fall, and they will take the fight. LNG against the Baron, against everything, will find a moment, and Top Esports slip.
The Rune King was desperate for a health bar, desperate for someone to go down, but so many flashes, so much mobility, they stop it, and now Jackie Love, Tarzan's on top of you.
Tarzan is there. He will not land the Q, so the stretching strike not quite there, but he doesn't care. He's going to keep pushing in on top of this one. Tarzan needs to be a little bit careful, as here comes Icon, not quite able to land the Q. No real objective to take here for LNG, so they're going to turn it into towers. They're going to push in those waves, but great opportunistic moment there for LNG. They recognized they had about 6-7 seconds where there was no Ruined King. Knight was not there. The MVP of Top Esports was not available, and they were able to take the fight.
And the 5,000 gold lead evaporated. Baron buff gone. Now LNG are back on firm footing with Top Esports, and when you're looking at the point where they're at, these team fights, especially from Alley, are nuts. Like, look how much damage Alley actually gets off in this fight. Like, Icon, phenomenal kick there to start this off into 369. As you said, Knight has nowhere to be found right now. He TP's in, but the fight's already gotten away from Top Esports. They're running for the hills, and then, again, peeling back, making sure Knight can't get in. And watch the low health bars, right? Knight's like, I can kill Alley. Alley flashes over the wall, make sure that he's going to be totally fine. Right as Knight tries to get the Heartbreaker reset. And then again, you see him looking at the health bar, and Iwandi. That could have been a reset, but no. LNG playing so well around the resets and not giving Knight the opportunity to take over these fights.
This gold is dead even again. 2 minutes until that Dragon's Soul is available for Top Esports. 4 towers apiece, 60,000 gold. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted, Dagda. This is such a close series, and this is what we wanted to see from both of these teams, because regardless of where they are in the standings right now, they have proven that their ceiling is exceptionally high.
So now we have to focus on this Dragon. A minute and a half until it's up. You have a mega fed Aphelios, who's now, well, not mega fed, but certainly 3 items working towards that Infinity Edge as well. He's in a great spot. Knight is massive in this fight as well. As we get the pick.
They're going to try and jump onto the Nautilus, who goes golden. They're going to up on the Equalizer and the Dredge line, so you can see Tarzan going golden himself. They jump back in, they get the kickback. The knock up is on the 369, but it's not exactly the fight you want if you're on LNG. They're trying to run away, but Ale gets caught in the crosshairs of Knight, and Knight is not done. He knows this champion, and you can see LNG, they're heading for the hills.
And this time Knight's in the right position. This time he's able to single out Ale and find the 1v1 fight. And now Top Esports, we said, hey look, they're looking at Soul Point. Or they're looking at that Ocean Soul, and you've got 35 seconds until Ale is up and available. So for Knight, he's perfectly happy to go, cool, I'm going to play Bouncer on anyone entering this river, and we'll make sure that we get this objective.
Now, important to recognize here, no real Summoner's Bird. The only thing of real value that was lost was that stopwatch onto Tarzan, but he has completely sold that off and just gone with Anathema's chains. So still very, very tanky, still very capable of jumping into these fights. And now LNG, with the resets, will go back onto the map. 20 seconds until this dragon spawns. You will have Ale and he will have teleport, but look at those quickie little wards hitting behind the side of LNG. But I think if Top Esports, they're not really looking to contest this right now. They're looking to just straight up kind of group together, maybe go for a death ball.
Maybe looking for a bit of damage coming through from 369 before this all kicks off. You want Tarzan to find these big engages, but Top Esports have cleared out all the vision of their own jungle. So instead, LNG start up the dragon.
They start up the dragon is gone. Now, do you look for the fight? There's a Sonic Wave, there's the kickback. Knight in a little bit of trouble. The Equalizer to try and just disengage from this. LNG will absorb the Moonlight Vigil as well. Iwandi and Icon still kind of caught in no man's land. Iwandi left very alone. And now the rest of Top Esports, maybe they burn towards the Baron.
Yeah, TP from Knight, they're literally just going to start it up straight off the bat. Iwandi didn't have his flash just quite available to follow up on that pick, and now Top Esports actually looking for the play.
It's a bait. Nicely moved there. Icon recognizing immediately the dredge line, and the hook does land. Icon a little bit of trouble. They can look for the fight now as Knight and 369 are the ones you need to be watching in this fight. Jackie Love is dead. It's a 5v4. It's a 5v3. It's Knight and 369 trying to jump back in on top of this fight, but look at the damage from this Ash. LNG find it all. LNG take it all, and LNG have got themselves a route, and it's true mid lane for this game.
It's the bounce house. They can't move. They can't go anywhere. Icon will finish off 369, but look at mid lane. They're tearing through. LNG, they're looking for the end.
LNG showing the Top Esports that we are ahead of you for a reason. They haven't taken the series just yet, but they will start with a fantastic step forward. LNG will take the advantage in this series, and Top Esports and their fans are starting to sweat.
LNG, a phenomenal game one. The LNG we wanted to see answering for everything. Enchanted Crystal to stop the recalls or the respawns, and LNG will take the Nexus.
What a game. Both these teams giving it all. It was capitalizations on mistakes. It was opportunistic kills. It had everything you could have wanted. But in the end, and I think this is kind of similar to what we've had for Top Esports for a majority of the split, when it comes to the final pass, the Hail Mary right there, they just fumble it just a little bit, and LNG just smashed them into the ground.
And a lot of this was, hey, we need Knight to be able to carry. And we talked about it from the get-go. The Knight was set up, but there's only so much that the guy can do. He's trying his best, but when you've got, like, Tarzan on this, Zac, knock up from Iwandi, and then you've got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming in. There's just too much CC for this guy to deal with. You've even got a Dragon Kick in there. We've got the bounce house. Like, you just don't get to move. And you can see it in that last fight. He's just bouncing up and down the whole time while he's getting his Stair Axe chipped away at, his entire health bar chipped away at, and no one on LNG is actually going low. And although you can see wasn't able to get out the most amount of damage on LNG's side, it stuck. And that was the difference.
It's incredible to look at this because you look at literally not the result, but you look at all the damage that was done by the side of Top Esports and you're thinking, oh, they must have smashed. But it just wasn't, because the damage they did was onto Tarzan, onto Iwandi. It was onto non-priority carries, so that the damage that was done by the side of LNG, when it was onto Jackulov, when it was onto Knight, was just more impactful, and that's how you win these games.
And I think as well, the decision-making from LNG in these fights was just superior. When you look towards, hey, who do we need to try and prioritize? Right, Icon getting on towards Knight in 2 or 3 of these fights, making sure that he was an issue. Iwandi playing keep away from that Viego as well to make sure he couldn't get on towards the priority targets himself. And almost at all points in time, there was the 2 bouncers that were stopping Top Esports from enacting their game plan. Tarzan was either threatening backline dives or working with Icon to make sure he's killing Jackulov, getting on towards Knight. Or you're having Iwandi with this unbreakable will, standing as a big beefcake beside Light and making sure he's tanking everything that's coming his direction. It made it so difficult for this Top Esports lineup to find the fights that they wanted.
Yeah, and straight up, I just think LNG, like you said, played the team fight smarter, and this is what we wanted to see from LNG in this series. You said if they play as a team, they can beat anybody. They have almost beat everybody, and this is a great sign for them. It was looking very shaky. It was looking very, very difficult towards the end of the split. Not where you want to be dropping form, but they look to have found their mojo back again, in the great words of Munchables. But we'll see if they can keep that Munchables mojo going into Game 2, or if Top Esports have a trick up their sleeve. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, pick bans will be very, very soon.
Nelson, are there any teams at the very bottom of the standings right now that are still in running for playoffs? So we're talking IG, LGD, OMG. Because OMG still tied in wins all the way up to 6th. Are there any? Which out of these bottom teams do you think are not going to make it to playoffs? Which ones are going to slide in at the end? Do you reckon?
Actually, by looking at it, I think it's kind of fixed. I don't think anyone from like 11th, 12th, 13th can make it into top 10. Even though it might be possible, right, for OMG, but I just don't trust the roster.
What about LGD with Shadow?
I think if there's a team which can go in, it's LGD. I think LGD should have won today. they just turned their brain off at the wrong time, but they should have won. And maybe the team which they can take out, I guess, is like BLG, because I'm still like not impressed with BLG. I think they're just very underwhelming.
I think the problem with the teams that are out of top 10 right now is just schedule. So OMG, I think actually have the easiest chance, even ignoring the fact that they have more wins than the other two, just from the fact that they play JDG. So like theoretically, right, if they beat JDG, it would be so hard for OMG not to make it, with the fact that both JDG and OMG have like one easy team left and one hard team other than that match. To where like LGD,
Well, LGT's games are pretty
true,
easy,
but
right?
you
V5
only have 2 series left, which will get you to 8. True. So you would then only really be able to tie what I feel like where most of these teams are going to end up, because I feel like all of them will hit 8, and then you are fighting for them in like game differential where you are at a significant disadvantage. So you know what I want? I just want IG to go on the miracle run. IG have 5 series left, guys. IG have 5 series. They could finish at 9 wins. just do it. Just please. They can get to 9.
There's no way.
I don't think that it's possible.
But Rookie!
I mean, Rookie does exist. I'll give you that. That's all I've got. But they still have to face Top Esports. They still have to face RA.
Hey,
like,
Top Esports.
It really would be a miracle
are
run.
Quite shaky. They almost lost to Rogue Warriors.
Hang on a
but
second.
Rogue Warriors
You know
is
what I've
one
just
of the best.
realised?
That's
at the moment.
True. So actually, on the note of Rogue Warriors, that's the perfect segue for me to talk about the IG. If it were to be a miracle run, their final opponent is TT. Guess who destroyed the Rogue Warriors hype train? It was TT. They may be out of the playoffs running, but they could absolutely annihilate yet another hype train. They're in prime position to do so. That
Wait,
would certainly be
Munchables,
a comical way to end
before you end this episode, I have one extremely non-important question for Nelson. Okay, Nelson, you put Xiaopeng in NA and EU. Where does he rank among junglers?
Okay, I mean NA probably number 1. For EU, I guess top 5.
Respectable numbers. We like it.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. Let's go, Xiaopeng. Top in
yeah,
the
but
table.
for NA it's not hard. Just don't die at first grab.
But you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey.
下场打 LNG 就打松点嘛，下路。虽然目前看来状况比较一般，但是有在努力想办法调整，希望后面能就把每一场比赛都打好吧，也没有多大的目标。
We're back. Great little moment there, little interview there saying, look, our bot lane needs to play aggressive. We need to be in the faces of our enemies. And sadly wasn't to be, as LNG were able to just kind of mitigate a lot of that early pressure, be able to bring the game back. And Tarzan, our MVP from game 1, was just as you said, the bounce house with Iwandi.
Yeah, and it made it so difficult for top esports to play this game, right? Especially as you can see, the Anathema's Chain's doing work there where you can link to Knight, make sure that he's getting the most CC that anyone could ever have on this Rift. But I thought it was I love seeing this pick coming through from Tarzan, because what we talked about at the beginning of the day was having aggression towards the bottom side to try and punish top esports. And although it was a little bit slow to get off the bat because we had all these early skirmishes, eventually we saw Tarzan putting that aggression bot side, and I'm more than likely going to see in these replays that we end up with a lot of that moving down and actually setting up kills for Light, for Iwandi, setting Jackie up behind, and having such a big impact in these early stages. So I certainly think Tarzan a well-deserved MVP, especially when we look towards these fights, right? It was so difficult for Jackie Love, especially when he had burnt his flash, for 369 in the same boat, to actually get away from these engages because Tarzan was continuously just leaping on top of them.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you wanted to see from LNG this game. You said you want to see them working as a team, working as a unit, but not only that, but Tarzan and Iwandi were just able to create so much space, create so many opportunities that they could alter in. You see it there, Iwandi kind of jumps in, gets the headbutt back, and this is exactly another good one here. They just jump in together and say, no, Jackie Love, I'm sorry, you're going nowhere. He doesn't get to do anything.
Yeah. And again, you're going to see it here from Knight, right? Bounce 1, bounce 2, bounce 3. Where are you going, buddy? There's nowhere to go. So I love this kind of combo that we're seeing, but we need to see it take 2. We need to see the same game plan that we had from LNG. And I love this, and it's the LNG that I personally love to watch, where we have Icon using the fact he has that teleport advantage, going down towards that bottom lane. Tarzan putting pressure towards Light and Iwandi, and starting to get the snowball rolling. Like, LNG is the best team, if you look statistically, at snowballing games. So get your attention to the bottom side. Allow Ale to go in towards these 1v1s, where he's on things like the Gwen. He can have a great matchup, and then hit this mid game where you're already got the ball rolling. But I think LNG, if we can get the same as we did in game number 1, can come into game number 2, have these strong team fights once more, and beat top esports at their own game.
And Tarzan with that MVP puts himself on to 10, so joint second place, joining Knight and Xiaohu. So if it's a 2-0 and he gets another one, he could find himself up on 11, joining Doonby for that MVP of the Split Awards. And this is, for top esports, it looked good. They had early game. They had the pressure they needed. They were able to try and push down the side lanes, but when it came to that very, very annoying and pesky mid lane turret, they just really couldn't do anything about it. And I think LNG did exceptionally well at just forcing them into 5v5s that straight up weren't favorable for top esports. They didn't want to 5v5. They wanted odd-numbered skirmishes.
And I wanted to see them try and play through either, well, we talked about the 1-3-1, but even a 1-4. Like, look, let's just stick Knight in a side lane. Let's draw attention towards that side lane. And as soon as we see 2 people, right, collapse on mid, let's take that turret. Just outnumber LNG. But without having that opportunity, they never really got control of the map. They weren't able to get vision control for these dragons, and it all started to fall apart. And I think as well, although 369 had a lot of damage on this chase, same with Jackie Love, the problem, as you said, as we saw the damage graph, it all just went into Tarzan. Tarzan was jumping onto that backline and making it so difficult for these ranged champions to operate. And if we end up seeing a similar story here, I wouldn't be surprised to see if LNG can just continue through these team fights and make sure that they're able to beat out top esports.
And the funny thing is, we talk about how important Knight was and is to this top esports side. Knight had a great game, even in the skirmishes where we thought, oh, LNG have got this. He was getting resets, he almost got himself back. But once LNG were able to realize what they needed to do, who was the actual carry, aka Knight, they could just reevaluate themselves, reformulate what they needed to do. And then just the CC locking was just insane, because by the time when you get to those late game team fights, when the elastic slingshot, the stretching strikes, when when they're all down and then Iwandi can come in and do his rotation of spells, they're all back up then for Zac, so they can just continue that mitigation, and you still have damage with this Gwen, you still have decent damage with this Ashe, and it's not about how the damage goes down, it's about who it goes down onto.
Yeah, and especially with the Anathema's chains as well, right? Like, as long as you are within range, it doesn't matter if it's you or your allies that CC that target. They get the debuff anyway, the extra, or the reduction in that tenacity. So, especially when you're playing with Iwandi, you got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Icon with these kicks, like, the extended duration meant so much in these fights. So, really difficult game to operate for Knight, and a bit unfortunate, it's his first loss on the Viego this split, and he had a really good game. It's just that there was too much going on to actually be able to have much of a success as Viego, and I'm hoping as we get into game number 2, maybe we see the Viego banned away. I think it'll be a smart call from LNG. It was a real pesky problem for them. So I want to see instead ban that, but still kind of stick to this similar style of, hey, we've got super strong engage tools. We can try and play through this bottom side, play through these early skirmishes, and put a bit more attention towards dragons. I think it would have made it a little bit easier for LNG if they'd managed to pick up a couple of these early drakes. But we just never really got to see that ball rolling.
Yeah, they were able to capitalize, of course, around the 5v5s around that Drake pit, and didn't mean too little or too much in the grand scheme of things, but like you said, did force their hand just a little bit. And for 369, first game back in the summer split, what's your takeaway from it? I don't think he was really set up to do much personally, but again, on this Jace pick, I feel like he might have had a little bit more impact if he was able to be opened up.
Well, I think he had like did the best that he could, right? At the very early stages, if you look at that first play, it was off the back at 369, pushing in Gwen, having the TP advantage, and playing down towards that early bot lane river play. Pick gets up a kill, looking pretty good. We see the rinse and repeat from top esports. So I don't consider this a failure from from 369. I think he did a hell of a lot. The biggest problem was just they didn't get to play their style of game where they play with him in a side lane, where he's able to punish the Gwen a little bit more, punish the fact that Icon's on this Lee Sin, and then open up where he's able to try and siege down and play towards Jace's strengths. It felt like a lot of this game was, okay, well, he's either firing in towards this massive Zac who's in his face, or he's just firing into Iwandi. It never felt like he had threat for the backline, or was kind of set up to get these early poke to succeed in the fights.
Yeah, it did feel a lot in those fights that Light was just sitting back, putting out a lot of damage, using that Ranger's focus to keep everyone at arm's length. We're going to jump back into picks and bans, though, for Game 2, as we have got LNG back on the blue, Top Esports on the red, Silas, Ziggs, and Thresh all banned away again, with Top Esports now hovering over their last one. They're going to go with the Gwen. They feel like Ale on this pick was too much of an issue.
And maybe you do, yeah, I was going to say the Viego just coming through straight off the bat. I like this from LNG, just taking that one away from Knight. It is such a strong pick right now, and especially with things like the Ziggs, Gwen, Varus even taken off the board. It's kind of the big prominent pick at the moment.
One of the big ones, but also another one of those big ones was the Lee Sin, and it looks like it's going to be a straight up swap here in terms of power picks here between LNG and Top Esports, as Top Esports will look to try and get that one going for themselves. Can't give that one to Knight, can go to Karsa as well. Maybe 369 has it in his wheelhouse as well, but no, they're going to go with the Jace instead and try and just lock out that top side.
So we're still going to get the same kind of plan here with the Lee Sin locked in. Could still go towards the solo laner if Knight wants to take the Jace, but it does feel like it's kind of going towards Karsa. And LNG, they're just running it back, right? I mean, hey, look, this worked super well last time. The Lee Sin not going to do too much to try and dissuade this Zac from doing the things that he does, so instead they're going to try and go for the same plan. Now, I'm curious to see if Top Esports look towards things that can actually combat this engage from Zac. Alistair is a good pick against it from the support role. You can try and interrupt this, at least deny that away from Iwandi as well, and especially with the Thresh taken off the board, that seems like the next big tool for dealing with a lot of these engages from Tarzan.
I will say, though, with LNG banning away the Thresh and Top Esports not having an AD carry picked just yet, I wouldn't be surprised to see them lock this one in, make sure Jackie Love has something that can deal with this Ashe, because in the early stages of the game, Ashe can be very oppressive, especially when you have so many support options available to the side of LNG. We are going a little bit over the timer there as we wait to see now if that lock did come in, but it looks like the teams are still continuing on with their picks and bans in the last seconds our last few seconds or so.
I
and
think
for
the big thing here for top esports is that they have the opportunity to go towards a kind of a poke style if they want to. Like, you got the Jace, you got this Ezreal locked in here as well, but you could go towards the Zoe. The big issue that I see with the Zoe is that you already have a ton of engage on LNG and very long range as well. So if you end up operating in this kind of style where you're trying to keep LNG at bay, Enchanted Crystal Arrows, Zach is going to make sure that you never really get the opportunity to play your style. So I think for top esports right now, the big pick here is to start solidifying a solid front line that can bear the brunt of Enchanted Crystal Arrows and these kind of things. So if I'm LNG, I am banning away Alistair, because this is something that can stand in front line, absorb a ton of the CC, breakable will, get himself back out. And I'd also be looking towards things potentially like a Leona or any of these things that can kind of stop any sort of engage coming through, or at least taking up that engage. But LNG are going to ban away the Diana. Not convinced that this isn't going to be a mid lane Lee Sin. And also maybe another AP jungler if they're fully convinced that this is going to be a solo lane Lee Sin.
Wait for that last pick or a slash ban to come in. The Rumble was okay from Karsa in the last game, but like I said, a lot of nerfs into that champion made his equalizers very much not as effective, and they're going to go with the Gragas this time as well. So again, they're recognizing one of the OG picks from Karsa, know something that he can't bring out at any time, any place, and they're saying, look, you can play the Rumble all you like, we know it's not that good of a pick.
I don't... So I'm in two halves about this Braum pick. Braum can do relatively well when it comes to disengage, right? You get the big ultimate that can actually shut that play down. But the problem is you've got so much here on LNG's side that it's going to be a little bit more difficult. The Alistair, at least you've got like the Pulverize and the Headbutt in a 1-2 combo. But with the Braum, you only get that big ultimate and a few slows that LNG can pretty much bypass. So I think Joe will definitely have his work cut out for him. If he can try and tank up a few of these Enchanted Crystal Arrows and still get the disengage from Tarzan, it could work out, but it is going to be tough. On LNG's side, the Rakan, perfect, more engage, follow up on Tarzan, follow up on that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and especially against an Ezreal, the quickness works incredibly well. Curious to see what that last pick for LNG is, but right now, I love this heavy engage, long range engage that LNG have opted for here.
Yeah, they've opted in to go with the Rise to complement that. So again, similar enough composition to what they had in game one. They are looking to just try and keep Icon and Light this time around on the backside, or maybe it's going to be Ale on the Rise. We'll see how that one all kind of fans out towards the end of this pick bans. But the Rakan, very, very strong as well into the Braum in general. Braum great at stopping very big engaged tanks, but when you can jump in, jump out, keep the concussive blows going. But the Sejuani now locked in does mean that we are going to see Karsa back on the board. Actually, it could be a top lane. We'll see what it all ends up.
I imagine it will be the the jungle Sejuani, the solo lane Lee Sin. It's something that can do okay against the Rise. You do get shoved in early, but when you get access to that level 3, you can quickly close the gap, and you become especially vulnerable as Icon at that level 6. So at least when I look at this now for top esports, early pressure towards that top half of the map, the early skirmishing, incredibly strong. And especially if you can bring Zhuo into that equation as well, you've got so much CC that can be procced so easily by these melee champions as well, that it becomes very hard for someone like a Viego to operate in those scenarios. So we'll have to keep our eyes to see if top esports can find these early skirmishes, or if we end up in this situation where we get these more dragon focus coming through from Tarzan, and then we get the same prominent team fighting coming through from LNG.
We'll say with Jackie Love on the Ezreal is going to be a little bit easier for him to get out of the bounce house, not as set in his ways without his summoners. Of course, has the arcane shift, so try and get away from all of these different engage tools from LNG. And for top esports, this is a big test for you right now. You need to come out absolutely swinging. You need to take this win, otherwise you fall to 7-6. You are now jumping yourself into the pack of LGD, JDG, top esports, OMG, these teams who are not 100% guaranteed playoffs, and you're running out of time.
This is such a crucial game, and everything is going to hinge on if you can get both Knight and 369 in this right spot. Jackie Love will get there, right? We've seen him go 0-3 in this champion. He'll still be able to deal a whole heap of damage, and he will eventually be able to take over these team fights. But you do need to make sure that the front line for top esports is in a good spot, because if you end up falling behind here as Karsa, as Zhuo, you end up in a spot where you just cannot deal with all the reigning CC that LNG are going to bring to the table.
Not only that, but you're looking at Top Esports composition, and they are very heavily relying on that AD. Pretty much negligible AP damage coming out from upside. A little bit from Jackie Love, a tiny bit from Karsa. Not really what you want to be doing. If you fall behind, if Zach can get ahead and just build armor and health, that's very efficient for the side of LNG. And now LNG find himself in a great position here. 1-0 up in the series. Seeing if they can finish this one off nice and easy 2-0. But Top Esports still one of our top teams. We always mention this every single time we talk about them. They are a team that have such massive power. They just need to bring it together and make it work.
I'd like for any of you investors that are in the audience to start looking at Anathema's change stacks right now, because those stocks are about to go through the roof. Because Tarzan, I wouldn't be surprised to see that very quickly come through as a first item. When you're just saying, hey, look, the main damage dealer on this team is going to be Jackie Love. Phenomenal. There's Anathema's chains coming through from Tarzan. We get onto him, CC for days. We don't, I'm not taking any damage. Especially as we talked about, if you can put some pressure with Ale towards 369 in this top lane, then that's the secondary damage dealer gone. You build a ton of armor alongside that, you're golden here as Tarzan. It definitely feels like the tank option here for LNG is going to be playing wonders in this game.
For Top Esports, they need to get ahead. As you said, if they get put behind, if they are finding themselves at a deficit at the 15-20 minute mark, they just really run out of options. They are waiting on mistakes. They are not relying on their own innate abilities to team fight. And even looking at their team fight, it's not exceptional. They have a lot of pick opportunities. They've got the Glacial Fissure to separate people, but straight up 5v5, I still favor LNG.
Yeah, a lot of their composition is going to be built around counter engage, right? Trying to set up for a Joel, get this Glacial Fissure down, buy space. Same when you look towards Karsa, being able to interrupt Tarzan with that engage. If you get the Q forward, you can knock Tarzan out of his own slingshot. So a lot of this is going to be, and even Knight with the Dragon's Rage, right? Buy space for Jackie Love and 369, then start to work your way through them. But the big issue that I do see is the secondary follow-up. There's only so many tools that you can use before you end up with Icon getting these plays. Light also, hang on.
Oh, Icon in a lot of trouble. The Arctic Assault and the Miss Flash means that Icon will fall to first blood. Karsa just straight up punishing an overextension.
Yeah, I mean, trying to punish Knight underneath the turret, but not respecting that Karsa can just come across. And now, Karsa will get that first scuttle on the top side, but Knight off to a wonderful start. And with Flash burnt, the level 6 becomes even more deadly for Icon here. I wouldn't be surprised to see rinse and repeats here, but bot side, potential TP from Icon.
Potential TP from Icon or Ale. They jump in. Jackie Love in a little bit of trouble. Gets knocked up, knocked back, but the Unbreakable is enough to keep him alive. He will tick down, but not enough to take away his life. Now, with a TP committed, that is Knight from the base. Going to be able to jump in on top of Light. They've got the repeat on that, but Knight picks up his second kill of the game. And that's 2-0 to nothing. 3-0 to nothing now for Top Esports. As now more TPs, more kills.
No.
Oh, it's all gone horribly, horribly wrong. 4 kills, 5 kills for Top Esports, and LNG are 2,000 gold down at 4 minutes.
And it's an absolute disaster. Icon collects the wave, doesn't TP initially, so the fight's already lost before he gets to the play. Ale then decides he needs to go and join in the fiesta, but the party's over. Top Esports have already won. They've cracked open the piñata and it's full of gold from LNG. You'll see it here. Look at where Icon is. He stays for the wave, which is fine, but just don't commit the TP after. You can already see that this game is over. Like, this is just done in this bot lane. Great play there from Knight to actually secure the kill, but this is, like, there's nothing left here. Just back it off. And certainly don't commit Ale's TP on top of it.
Yeah, they tried to put the TP onto the Zach Bloblet to try and keep him up and alive, but just a little bit too little, too late. Now a 2,500 gold lead. 3-0-2 onto this Lee Sin. We said that Top Esports needed to get ahead. They are ahead, and they are looking to try and maybe continue this one here as they now jump in on top of this. Karsa is behind you. It's a pantomime in the bot side as they can maybe look to take down Iwandi. They don't land the Winter's Bite with the Rangers' focus putting down onto Jackie Love. Jackie Love needs to be a little bit careful. Has no flash. and is very, very low. Light will still do damage, so Top Esports not able to make that one stick, but still, good moves here from Top Esports.
Nice job from Light as well to realize, look, everything on the kitchen sink was thrown in that initial burst, so I can follow up on this. Now Tarzan trying to see if he can match Carson, who's looking for another mid lane gank.
Yeah, he's looking for it, but he gets himself the hell out of dodge. Tarzan realizing, we can't take this fight right now. You have a tier, I have Ionian Boots of Lucidity. We don't really have the damage to take on an Iron Spike Whip Lee Sin, especially early on in this game, but very, very good start here for Top Esports. LNG need to just calm it down, bring everything back, get yourself back into some kind of control, because you still have priority in this bot side. You just need to try and continue it towards the mid and top.
You have to be so careful as LNG if you commit to the bot side now, though. Because Knight and Karsa can, straight off bat, like, kill Icon. He still has no flash. You get that quick Dragon's Rage in behind. You get the kill, and then you can actually move top side, which is about as bad to say. And they're already setting up these plays, right? Getting control in this top side jungle. You look for the dive on Alley and set the one lane from LNG that's actually hasn't been affected too much by all these kerfuffles, and set it behind as well.
Alley, only about 10 or so CS. The Wave in a difficult position for him right now. 369 with that serrated Dirk, and Tyr able to keep him at arm's length. We'll have the accelerated shock blasts pretty much on cooldown, so not really worried about that one there. And you can see here, just putting down so much damage and harass. And it's very difficult for Alley to do much.
And you can see with Alley taking that big brunt of damage, LNG start to move up there, trying to see if they can counteract the dive, but it's Karsa still trying to make these plays mid. Draw here as well, Tarzan off on the wings.
Iwandi needs to be a little bit careful. Very difficult to make anything stick. As I say that, there's a Glacial Person right down into the kick. Knight will take that, thank you very much. He's now still has his 100% kill participation, and yeah, Icon just not prepared for what could have come.
It was the call that we always knew was going to happen, right? Arise here so vulnerable in the mid lane, especially against the mid jungle that Top Esports have. Tarzan now being booted out of his jungle. Alley can't even help because he's just trying to farm whatever waves he can after being put behind by 369. This is not the early game that LNG were hoping for, but it's a phenomenal skirmish-centric plays coming through from Top Esports that have netted them so much.
Has a Gore Drinker now on tonight at 8 minutes into the game. Even if you wanted to contest for a Dragon or a Rift Herald, you just can't. It's just not in your capabilities right now, because this Lee Sin could probably 1v5 as things stand.
And the big issue now is what happens when you try to go for this all-in as LNG, right? The thought process was you end up with so much engaged that you don't really have threats to get on towards Light or worry about, you know, being able to carry these fights. With how big Knight is, if you try to go all-in with LNG's composition, Knight gets access towards Light, he can boot him and just kill him like one shot, no problem whatsoever, and then you're lacking a massive damage to it for LNG in these fights, so certainly causing major issues for the LNG ideas.
Jackie Love maybe thinking he can go for this. He flashes forward, Iwandi flashes away, but it's the Glacial Fisher. Joe takes that kill away from Jackie Love, puts the thumbs up. I think he knows he should have maybe given that one to Jackie Love, considering Jackie Love gave his flash.
Yeah, even the little grin on the face cams, but now Top Esports play bot, cool, we got that advantage. No way that you can trade this now as LNG for Dragon, as Karsa starts up the Rift Herald. Full control of Top Esports, and this is the dominant style that we get to see from Top Esports when they have control, when these early skirmishes go their way, and LNG can't really contest them.
I'd say Knight is fuming though. No longer 100% kill participation. After all he did, it's not fair.
But it's true, right? Because Knight has been the big player for Top Esports for so long this split. Like, everything good on Top Esports seems to just stem from his plays. We got that early quick TP down towards the bottom side in this game. He sets them up beautifully. Last game, it was the Knight show. If Knight was able to carry those fights, Top Esports win. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do it in the last game. This time, though, he's massively far ahead, a lot earlier, and feels like he's got his carry pants firmly buckled this time around.
Gonna be on LNG to be creative and try and avoid him, to be perfectly frank. They need to make sure that they're not just getting caught out like they did just there in the Dragon Pit by Iwandi. They still have a Rift Herald, of course. Karsa just took that objective, and honestly, right now, he could feel like he could put it anywhere. It could work pretty much in all lanes, except for maybe the bot lane. So giving it over to the Ezreal and the Braum, probably not your priority anyway. You want to try either keep this Lee Sin accelerating or get the Jace going as well. You look at the gold leads in the lanes, and it is about almost 2,000 alone in this mid lane. So half of that gold lead of 4,000 is belonging to Knight over Icon, and It's becoming very, very difficult here for the side of LNG in this early stages. Only 10.5 minutes in, and they're on the back foot.
And you're never going to get off it at the moment either, because Knight has this teleport available. Any play you make can have this Lee Sin show up. So as of right now, Top Esports have run of the map. They can now shove in this wave. Carson's going to start up Dragon. They still have the Rift Herald if they want to try and set anything up as well. It means you've got nothing that you can kind of influence on the map right now as LNG. Your only hope is, as you can see, looking towards LA topside. Maybe as Icon is kind of fighting back and forth against Knight is fighting back and forth against Icon, you can make these plays top, but it's still a bit of a way away.
Well, 369 now. Tentative to push up this wave. Recognizes that if his jungler is bot, then enemy jungler is probably top. He gets the knockback, flashes away, but brought right back in. They flash forward. Let's bounce. Heartbreaker. 369. Sadly cannot escape, and Tarzan gets something back for LNG.
And Icon's got a dip. The second you see that play top, you know members of Top Esports are coming in, get spotted by the Hawk shot, and even though Icon knows this is happening, there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, he has to play respectfully as here's Light and Iwandi roaming up. They actually might be able to go for something. Ooh, the Winter's Bite does not land, and Iwandi should be able to keep himself safe and sound. Rift Herald will get its charge off, so you're giving that gold nicely over to to Knight, as Tarzan does get the knockback, and TP gonna have to be committed here by 369. So LNG, I feel like, did everything they could do while also finding an advantage in top.
Yeah, I mean, that turret was always going to take a beating the second the Rift Herald was picked up, so at least they get a kill and still manage to defend, and don't really have to invest overly much into it. Now Tarzan trying to see if he can at least protect Icon so we can clear these waves, but once this mid lane turret goes down, there's just going to be a plethora of wards placed by Top Esports in this bot side jungle, especially when you look towards Light and Iwandi. Light is so vulnerable underneath these turrets. Zhuo can tank for days, set up with the Glacial Fissure. It becomes really hard to hold on towards this bot side when the mid lane turret goes down.
Well, when it goes down is the question now, or as the last game was, if it goes down, as last time around. Top Esports did struggle to take down that particular structure. They got themselves a 4,500 gold lead as they now move towards Ale in this top side. He knows what's up. He knows what's going on, so he is out of there. They may just take out this top tier 1 because Ale is by himself and cannot contest.
But it's still 13 minutes. Like, you're still getting all these turret plates every time Top Esports are making these plays. And that's why we're getting this ballooning gold lead, where you're looking at a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead already in favor of Top Esports. And we're only 13 minutes in. We're not looking towards, like, major team fight victories, apart from that early skirmish and bot side, that are going the way of Top Esports.
Top Esports just constantly pushing in and making sure that they are the ones making the plays. They are getting the gold, they are getting the items. Now you can see pretty much first mythics across the board for all of their carries, still waiting for a first one to be picked up by anybody on LNG. It's a tough matchup here for LNG. They will have to probably concede the next few objectives. Can't really go for Dragon, can't really go for the next Rift Herald, can't even go for your own Raptors. As I say that, they may try and jump onto Knight. Knight does have the support of his support as the between the sticks goes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They were looking for an opportunistic kill, but sadly, it was not on the mark.
All they need to do is just keep this pressure up on Tarzan. As long as they're like stealing away camps, they're just putting him slightly further behind. You can see that CS difference is opened up in the jungle. And again, we're contesting here as Knight shoves in mid, starts to roam. You're just going to break LNG eventually. At some point, they will make a mistake. At some point, they'll take that step too far, and Top Esports will be there to pounce.
And they will be. We are going to jump in. It's going to be Knight. Not getting the steal, though, and there's the quickness to try and bring everybody in. Now let's kiss and get them all together, but Icon wasn't there, neither was Light, so there's no real follow-up. Your two tanks went in, but there's no damage.
Especially, as you said, Light not there, and that was the mistake that we talked about. Now, you get the opportunity to put pressure on towards this bottom side. Look towards the getting vision control in this bot side jungle for Dragons. It makes it so hard for LNG to continue forward, and Top Esports just know how to play when they have advantages like this.
Yep, they know how to play when ahead, and LNG are a team that definitely struggle when behind, hitting up the 15-minute mark. They are about 6,500 gold ahead. Jackie Love free pushing in this bot side is able to mitigate a lot of the advantage that Light garnered for himself, because Light had to play respectfully. The entire of Top Esports had pressure and presence in his bot side jungle, so he cannot contest the waves.
So,
Iwandi,
okay.
he's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, I think we got to start looking at like, all right, how do we actually get back into this game if you're looking at LNG? Because obviously mid lane turret's about to go down. You're about to get a ton of pressure over towards this dragon. You have got to like hard commit now towards this top turret. Just try and force something where you can actually get some gold back and trade it as that dragon is going to go across. If you end up in a situation where, like you can see, very overextended this bot side, you give the opportunity for top esports to pick you off and get more gold alongside the objectives. We're just getting a quick replay here of what I thought was a really bad decision from LNG. Like, you just don't have the damage. Icon 0-3. He's got nothing in the tank. You were never going to win that, so strange engage. But I still think LNG, look, as dire straits as they are in, if they can start to make picks on towards 369, start to get turrets in their favor, try and play through Ale, maybe they have a chance of Ale stepping up on this Viego to carry. Otherwise, they just run the risk of slowly bleeding out.
Again, they're just kind of conceding so much on this map. They are waiting, as you said, looking for that top lane tier 1. So exactly what you talked about there, Dagda. But losing tier 2 on the bot side. Icon has his Everfrost, but what's he going to do? Like, it's Knight with a Black Cleaver and a Gore Drinker. It's just, there's nothing he can do.
Jackie Love just stopped the recall from Tarzan as well. He used that ultimate to catch him just as he was resetting. And now you've got this big push in mid.
You got a big push and a big engage. Glacial Prison into the Glacial Fissure means that Iwandi is dead and buried. 0-4-0 on the Rakan. And Shelly's still going. Shelly's still strong. And Shelly shall crack open the base for top esports.
And now you just fall back to Dragon. You've shut down all the plays from LNG. You've managed to get 2 turrets in that mid lane. Possible third here bot as Tarzan trying to see what he can do.
He's going to go for something. They will flash forward, or excuse me, Arcane shift forward from Jackie Love to try and see if he can get something there. But again, very, very difficult to get anything to stick for the side of LNG. They're just too far behind. They're losing gold. They're losing objectives. They're losing everything around the map. And they're 9,000 gold in the hole.
And it's getting to be a bigger and bigger hole as well, right? Every time they look up, it seems like the sky is just that bit further away. And 1 foot in the grave already for LNG. It seems difficult for them to try and pull this one back, especially as we start to look towards the ability to control map states. Well, you've got a massive Lee Sin who's now going to push bot side, can 1v1 Icon without an issue as soon as he lands the Sonic Wave. Top side of the map, Ale isn't really in a position now where he can take over. He's only just finished his Divine Sunder, whereas you've already got 2 items there for 369. And with Barons up, Soul Point, an opportunity here as well for top esports in the next 10 minutes. It just makes it so difficult for LNG to deal with much.
Yeah, they have to concede again. Another tier 2 in the spot side. Iwandi is around, but not really much he can do about this one here. Still only dealing with an Everfrost. The flash kick going in. They even get the Glacial Prison out to stop Iwandi from engaging. The arrow comes in to try and delay anyone from going back under the tower. But they get another kill, and this is what an 8,000, 9,000 gold lead will give you, Dagda. This is the extra mistakes you can make.
And you can see as well, like, topside 369 backing up that turret as we get the engage.
We get the engage, they get knocked back. There's the Glacial Fissure used to try and disengage. There's some low health bars here, but a TP on the backside. 369 is going to join this one and make this one a hell of a lot worse for the side of LNG. To the skies and back down to hell. 369 gets 2. They will take out 1 kill. There's 2 maybe coming in now for the Heartbreaker. And he's going to get a Braum. I don't know if that's the one you really want right now. He's going to go in for maybe a third. Can get it. Will not get the reset just yet. There it is. Triple kill here for Ale. Not quite able to get any more, but damn was it close.
You can see him on that camera as well. He felt it. He thought that was his moment. And this is why we're talking about LNG maybe being able to play through Ale. But there's just not quite enough. He's so strong in this Viego, but unable to finish off everyone on top esports. And you can see a very messy fight. A lot of back and forth. Ale just getting this TP in. And I think here, Joao and Jackie Love just needed to back off. Like, there was no need to try and stick around for this as long as they did. And it did give the opportunity, at least for Ale, to get some kills back in his favor. Now, they do get to finish these off with the TP coming through from 369. But Ale, with this many low health bars, like, he's having an absolute field day. And off the back of it, just finished off the hysterics as well. Like, he's going to become even more of an issue now to try and deal with in these fights.
Yeah, Ale trying his very, very best. You can see here, he almost gets it done. He's able to get this reset off. And I actually think the knockback is what basically makes this fight worth for top esports. 369 getting him away from that reset. And now, yes, you have 3 items on 369. You have 2.5 on all your other carries on the side of top esports. But Longest one. Oh, light. Oh, light. Oh, light. Not going to be light much more. He's going into the darkness of the grey screen. 0, 3, and 0. The kickback there on the Tarzan means he does not die. That's a little bit of a mistake there from Knight, but Knight knocks the light out of light.
And do you hope for a miracle play from Ali again? You've no AD carry on this play. Ali actually might get caught out beforehand.
No, he should be fine. He's in the encroaching mist, so able to keep himself safe. But like you said, the miracle play, Baron's going to be started. Top Esports shouldn't have any worries.
Iwandi is here. I mean, this has to be on. Like, every bit of damage has to come through, and he's already spotted.
He's already been spotted. We see Knight now over the side of the wall, just throwing over a Q, lands on the Tarzan. Will not have the Dragon's Rage kick just yet. We can see Tarzan ramping up, maybe seeing if he should go for this. He goes in. They're going to try and steal away the Baron. They jump straight out on the backside, but Iwandi is dead. Nothing they can do. So is Zach. And that was great tempered play from Top Esports. They just slow themselves down, make sure that they do not lose the Baron to any 50-50s. And now it's Ale versus the world.
And he's already pieced out. He's on a rocket ship. He's next to Jeff Bezos. He doesn't want to be part of this place anymore. He's running off as he's just going to reset here. 369 though might be able to stop the back.
They're maybe looking for him, seeing if they can catch him out. They will, and now he's forced into 2v1. Flashes over the wall though and tries to keep himself alive. He wasn't even his flash, just his dash over the wall. Now Ale trying to keep himself as far away as possible, but these accelerated shock blasts will find you and will catch you. There's the TP coming in from Knight. They want him dead.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try everything here to try and stop him, but Jackie Love now 1v3, going a bit too far forward, but Ale eventually will fall in the back line, as now Jackie.
Oh, Jackie Love forced to flash away. They'll flash in on top of him with the grand entrance as well. Can they burst him down? That is the question. The answer is yes, but they lose Iwandi 0, 7, and 2. They also lose Light. They'll also lose their Rise. And guess what, Tarzan? I'm seeing a trend. You might be the next one to follow if they can land in on top of him. He will have the accelerated, or excuse me, the elastic slingshot, but it's not going to do much. This was a statement game from Top Esports. They should be able to end it now with the Baron buff. They've got 23 kills in 23 minutes. Decimation.
Decimation that all started from that early mistake from LNG. Over-aggressing on the bottom lane with Knight able to TP down. 4 kills straight off the bat, and there's just nothing you can do. Knight is too far ahead at this stage. Icon is next to nothing. Your bot lane has fallen apart. And even though Ale tried his damnedest in some of these fights, there's just no way he can 1v5 just yet.
Just yet. I like how you have the caveat.
I know what season this is. I know. All right.
Yeah, I mean, like, even just taking away the gold or the item difference or anything like that, just look at the levels. Like, it is 3 level difference for Knight over Icon. It is a 3 level difference in jungle. It is a 2 level difference. Actually, just a level now for Jackie Love over Light. It's just not going to be good. Just base stats alone, you're going to lose this fight. And with LNG now firmly pressed back into their base, they know that they've got the inhibitors exposed, they've got mid lane taken down, and with Baron buff still going for another 30 seconds, Top Esports can take everything.
Yeah, I mean, for LNG, this one's over. It's been over since that initial play on the bottom side. It's one of those on scrims where you go, cool, can we just remake? There's not going to be much learned here from LNG. They're just going to get battered down as Top Esports go.
Well, there is Light getting engaged upon. All ultimates used, and the Ashe is dead and buried. Didn't even get a chance to use the enchanted Crystal Arrow. Again, you can still keep pushing. There's no real damage here from the side of LNG, and there's definitely none left now as the Rise is dead. They're going to try and put the bounce house in. They couldn't quite get Karsa onto the fountain. Now jumping onto Ale. They're just playing on the edge of all of this fighting, and it's just going to be so easy now for LNG to just take themselves the loss. Top Esports going to completely obliterate them. And Top Esports coming back and saying Game 1 was an anomaly, Game 2 is where we're at.
We'll have to see, though, as we get ourselves towards game number 3. Top Esports will take the Nexus in dominant fashion. Being able to play off those early skirmishes going their way was just beautiful. And now they reap what they sow.
Great start and great end for Top Esports. They absolutely smashed LNG in Game 2. And like you said, it all kind of stemmed from that first skirmish where LNG were just late on the trigger, late to the party and overcommitted and just fell so far behind.
Yeah, and it felt like there was kind of a snowball effect that ended up kind of bringing top esports into a position at the 10-minute mark where the game was kind of over. The first one was going to be not even that play on the bottom side of the map, actually Icon making that initial mistake in mid lane. Overextending to try and poke Knight down under the tower, not respecting where Carson was, gives over that first kill. That first kill goes down. Okay, he's got to go reset, gives Knight the push, means Knight then TPs first that bottom lane play before Icon can, and then that's where the game completely blew open. It was this 1-2 into just complete bedlam for top esports, and it means that LNG, you can see the goal graph, wasn't even this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, Ale was popping off in that last fight, but he still only did about less than 6,000 damage. You can see Jackie Love and 369 putting out 20,000 more or plus each. And Knight, yes, was the benefactor of a lot of these kills, but he was definitely not the most important one in terms of damage. But I also like to point out 55,000 gold on the dot. Very, very satisfying to see on the gold graph. But yeah, honestly, I think LNG, like you said, can't really learn much from that one. They overextended. I think the big thing is for Icon, just assume Karst is going to be there. Like, even if you have push priority, just assume Karst is going to be there to facilitate Knight, and don't give away such, I wouldn't say free kills, but definitely easier to gain kills.
But also just the teleport plays bot were just panic stations from LNG. Like, you've already lost the fight, then Icon TP's in. And not only is that egregious enough, Ale's like, hell yeah, I'm in on this as well. And he's gone. The second he TP's in, he's like, actually, I changed my mind. Like, everything about this was just messy from LNG. And this is what we were talking about, is like, sometimes you just get these games from LNG where it's just none of it's cohesive. Communication is off. People are going in as others are backing away. And I think this was another prime example of where LNG's just early game and team fighting coordination just isn't quite there.
Yeah, just waiting to see if they can get the gel to bring it all back together. Of course, they did win the first game, so Top Esports only bring it back to a third and final game. We'll see how this one ends up shaping up. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, the third and final game of the day will be happening very, very shortly.
Much earlier than the Nidalee will be.
Actually,
It should be fine.
I've always just not taken tower hits yet. That was so well played, honestly.
It was an ambitious move here from JDG. They were trying to go for that Baron as quick as they possibly could. Dragon is spawning in a couple of seconds. Gold card does land. They're going to try and jump everything out onto Gala, Xiao, who I should say. But Gala ends up getting himself out, and they're going to be able to pick up another kill. And oh, if you can't kill them straight away, there's just nothing you can do. The CC chains, the survivability's not going to be enough. Double kill for Wei.
Now remember, the Dragon could just be burst. LNG can't really threaten a trade on this one. As the crab goes down, SOFM gets that one. Here we go with the engage from Tarzan. He's not that tanky though. Health bar already low. The bombs come on through. Ale in the backline turns golden to keep himself alive. Bin with one. Now onto the backline himself. LNG low, but they're winning out the fight. It feels like Icon taken down. Tarzan in the pit. SOFM back in, and he gets the soul. It somehow comes up trumps for Suning as they pick everybody up.
At the moment, View isn't really someone who can be dealt with in side lane, and Zeke is a problem as well. Look at him. Tier 1, but a flank's coming in.
He's flanked coming in. Look at the quickness on top. They do drop down the Tempered Fate to try and keep everyone alive. iBoy gets one kill, but if they can take this fight, it'll be fantastic for the side of RA. They trade 2 for 1. There's a good Everfrost though onto 3 people, and this Wei pick is just too damn good. Triple kill for Wei. He's going for the quadra kill for Wei. Penta kill for Wei.
I'm going to try. Hook comes in from Crisp onto on. Doomby with the Everfrost. There's Baron gone, and Doomby wants to fight as well. Jumps in from the present guard, keeping himself safe for now. SOFM with the re-engage. Snuggery on the front line as the target here. Wonfong pre-firing. This Doomby on the back line. I think it's going to be 1 for 1 here, but Wonfong is down.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing. I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing. I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night. You're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
Beautiful skyline of Suzhou as we come back in for the third game of the series, the fifth game of the day, and the final one of our broadcast. I am still Penguin. He is still the absolutely gorgeous Dagda. And we are going to be bringing you... I know, hey, you got to shoot your shot. Anyway, we're going to be back into this series. Top Esports manhandled LNG in Game 2. And Dagda, I'll give you one guess as to who got man of the match.
I feel like it might have been the mid laner, like just a small hunch.
It was nice. He picks up his 12th MVP award of the splits of putting himself. Sorry, not his 12th. I believe that's his 11th. Excuse me. So he puts himself back onto 11 and tied with Doinby. Man just did exactly what he needed to. TP bot got kills, ended the game.
I like that. That's the summary. That's the analysis.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, kill them, kill the Nexus. Easy, simple. And that is kind of, well, honestly, been the game plan for Knight. For a lot of his games, it's just been cool. If I just get really far ahead, I'm going to win the game. And this is exactly what he did. The early stages, getting those 4 kills for himself, 1 off of Karsa, 3 off the bot lane play. He was monstrous, and there was nothing you can do. Like you can see here, this was a massive mistake from Icon that then snowballed out of control, because Icon then walks back to the mid lane. Right as Knight managed to get the reset, pick up the Iron Spike Whip, he TPs into this as well. He's just so far ahead of everyone, and everyone's so low here as well. Like, there's just nothing you can do to actually deal with Knight when they get down to this play.
Yeah, when they get down to play, you can see LNG very much, like you said in the post-game, at panic stations, trying to make something work for their team, but it's just not really what they're going to be able to get going for them. And then it became rinse-repeat very, very easily for the side of Top Esports as they just continue the snowball.
Yeah, and again, I love the way the Top Esports though played through Knight when he's ahead, right? Because what we end up seeing was, hey, Knight has full control mid. Let's go and invade both sides of the jungle every time they come and spawn. We can go for fights. They have Zhou that's coming in tow because Jackie Love's on this Ezreal. Beautiful, beautiful situation for them to be in. I just never gave LNG another look in, and that's the Top Esports that we want to see. That's the domination that we wanted, but we'll have to see if they can make that happen in game number 3, where they don't end up with the 4-0 Lee Sin by the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, I think LNG just need to calm it down a little bit in the early stages. Don't go too aggressive. Look, if you made a mistake, you lose 2-3 kills in bot side, it's not the end of the world. Losing 5 kills and about 20 CS in every single lane, that is a bit of a disaster. So it definitely makes it a little bit harder for them coming into this one, because I feel like, especially in the 3-game series, momentum is a big thing, and LNG had to work hard for their game 1 win, whereas LNG kind of gifted Top Esports the second game.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is kind of like the LNG way. Like,
It
honestly,
is 2-1
like,
across
they
the
always
board.
seem to have like, yeah, some weird funky game that always seems to come out where it's just like, all right, cool, well, we just kind of got to reset and forget that game happened. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the case coming into game number 3. I don't like, there's nothing in particular that like stood out to me as, apart from obviously the plays themselves that stood out from like a draft perspective, apart from I think holding off on the Zach that little bit longer. I do like the Zach pick, but you can see the top esports counteracted it pretty well, right? The Sejuani coming in to be that anti-engage tool. You then had Joel, who's going to be able to deal with anything else that came in as a follow-up. You then had the peel that you really needed to get 369 and Jackie Love situated. Whereas if you hold off on that pick, you get a little bit more time to see kind of what top esports are feeling and then try and counteract it. So that would be the only gripe that I really had with the LNG composition. And I think if you actually just play out that game, it ends up being a hell of a lot closer than the stomp that we saw.
Honestly, I think it becomes a hell of a lot harder for top esports the longer it goes on. We mentioned the lack of magic damage. We mentioned how you just stack armor on this Zac and no one can really take him down in a burst setup. And sadly for the side of LNG, they just never really give an opportunity to get there. They got their mythics and that was literally the only thing they got. They weren't able to get second items or third items, and top esports very... yeah,
like,
Ale
that was the only guy.
Yeah, well, he tried his very, very best to make that last fight happen for him, but too far behind, too much to do, and not enough gold or resources to do it. But coming into this one now, like you said, you didn't mind the draft as such. Yes, some small little gripes as such, but for top esports, I think you're going to be seeing a lot more emphasis now for them to try and get this Lee Sin, because just seeing how quickly it just spiraled out of control, I don't think LNG are going to allow Knight to get this champion again, even though it was a big mistake on their part.
Yeah, I think the two big ones are the Viego and the Lee Sin. I think both teams going to prioritize the Viego a little bit higher. Like, I think it's going to be like, maybe if we see a recency bias where people are like, hey, Lee Sin popped off, we need to take Lee Sin. It wasn't Lee Sin. It was the fact you played that horrifically in the bottom lane.
It was.
So I think when you see the Viego, who's nearly 1v5, when you're in that deficit, says a lot more about the current level of champion strength. So I think looking back at that, I think Viego's still the higher priority. Then I would fall down towards the Lee Sin. And at Lee Sin, yes, quite strong, but oftentimes it's because of that flexibility. You still get a lot of that with the Viego as well. It's just that he does a hell of a lot more in team fights.
And the funny thing is, though, just because I'm going to take results-based analysis, in this series, the Viego has lost twice and the Lee Sin has won twice. So, you know, it is what it is, and we'll see exactly what way both these teams decide to look at it, because
Team Diff,
Team Diff indeed. But it is the same bans, same picks at the moment for LNG versus Top Esports, and Top Esports can continue the Game 2 trend, but this time round, LNG want to take the Lee Sin this time.
Okay, so it looks like we'll probably get the Viego coming in for Knight potentially again in that mid lane. We'll have to see what the rest of the game plan is here for Top Esports, though, because you could still go towards the Jace, which has just been the go-to for 369 this entire series long. Maybe you try and lock yourself in some of these early junglers as well, just to try and even out. But at least when you've already got the likes of the Xinjiao banned off and we haven't seen a huge amount of priority there, maybe they're happy to just go, we'll wait for a second rotation and go towards things like the Diana and that instead.
I do love this for the side of Top Esports, though. 369's most played in his career is that Renekton. It is something he has been born and bred on, and hasn't had an exceptionally pop-off game or pop-off series so far, but this is now an opportunity for him to show us that he can get that lane pressure, lane dominance, and look to just get that snowball running for him in the top side.
Looks like we get the Ezreal coming in for Light, though. Means that we can open up Mywandi to go for these roams. Now, we got a great performance on the Alistair coming through for Mywandi in the last one. Maybe we see a similar story coming through here. But especially now that you know that you're up against the Renekton, we could just see the Lee Sin swap towards Tarzan in the jungle, and you get a good matchup in top lane. Volibear looking really, really good in that top side of the map right now against that Renekton. Also, things like the Camille are there for the late game scaling, but certainly struggles in the early matchup.
Oh, Camille here for Ale. So again, both top laners getting very, very comfortable picks there. Ale very, very solid on that one as well. So Karsa will, or excuse me, 369 will have the early pressure against the Camille in the early stages, but longer those levels go on, the more we see the first item being picked up. Camille definitely gets himself the advantage, but we now see the Diana being locked in here for Karsa, as it was not allowed to go through to that second stage of bans.
Yeah, and I think the big reason for that is Jackie Love going, cool, we know that we're going to be all right now. You got an Ezreal in that bottom lane. We're going to be able to get ourselves situated. Like, probably see things like the Aphelios ban from LNG. There we go. Also looking towards the some of the picks like the Kalista that can do relatively well against the Ezreal. But you've still got so many champions that you can still play in that bottom lane. JackeyLove isn't really under any threat, and he's been practicing. I was going to say a lot of the Ziggs, but that's actually banned away. Like, he's been playing a lot more things in that bottom lane that have opened up the flexibility for top esports in this second rotation.
Well, they're gunning away a lot of those mid laners that can deal with the roaming bot lane and jungle combination, as we see now LNG doubling down on a lot of these support, or excuse me, AD carries. So the Kog'Maw taken away, the Aphelios, still a lot on the board here though for top esports.
Kalista.
That's what I was thinking.
Kalista. Yeah, I mean, it does so well against the Ezreal. Gives yourself this really nice early game aggressive AD carry to try and play around, and you can then look towards the late game scaling, the Diana and the Viego, right? It kind of gives you that bridge to get to the later point. Jo taking the Thomas Kench down towards the bottom lane though. Have been seeing him a lot more in that top lane role, but won't be getting it this time around as he'll be going into that support role instead.
Yeah, I also was quickly looking down the champions. I was like, is that top lane Tahm Kench? Did we get bamboozled? And I was like, no, we were fine. It's not going to be that today. It's going to be the support. Definitely a lot different to what we are used to seeing with the Tahm Kench in the bot side. It's something more of a, I suppose, like a bullet sponge engage tool rather than the very safe and solid devour, keep my AD carry up, at the back line kind of setup. So LNG recognizing that, they're going to go with the Alistar and the Azir. So a little bit of Shuriman Shuffery coming in now for Icon.
And I feel like it's because they know the Jinx is coming. They've already been like, oh, okay, well, we've got Ezreal. JackeyLove has been like, okay, we're going to go for this kind of more late game scaling oriented champion, feed into Viego, Diana's late games as well. And there's no real threat on the backline. Never mind. Okay, going to go with the Senna Tahm Kench. So you're going to get the top lane Tahm just played in the bottom side.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. This is such a great adaptation into the Senna Tahm Kench, and such an oppressive lane as well. Such an oppressive matchup to go into. It's going to be all on Ale to really bind someone out in that backside. If he can catch and kill off JackeyLove on the Senna, then you lose so much of the value. But I'm kind of liking this from top esports.
Now, I will say that the reason we've seen Senna Tahm Kench start to fall off is that a lot of that safety was from the CC that the Senna could provide, and then the Devourer coming through from the Tahm Kench to keep Senna safe. It was like this mutual symbiotic relationship that worked really, really well for both of them. Don't have that safety coming through from the Tahm Kench, which actually leaves that Senna far more vulnerable now, especially in these early levels where she doesn't have those range advantages. So I'm expecting, despite the Ezreal, to see Tarzan playing a lot down towards this bottom side, trying to punish that Senna pick and the fact that she's so vulnerable, and then seeing if you can make that snowball happen for you from that position. Now, if you don't end up in that situation, Senna, phenomenal late game scaling. Tahm Kench, beefcake that's going to look really good as a tank, and you still got the Diana and the Viego there. There's so much late game scaling on top esports that you need to get the ball rolling here on LNG's side, or you just become irrelevant.
For LNG, a win here puts you on 11-4, guarantees you top 6, as everyone below you cannot usurp you from that throne. And the win for top esports keeps them in the running for top 4, top 5 even, as they come out into game 3 of this best of 3. It's a 2-1 setup for whoever wins it. LNG wouldn't have it any other way, as they hit their 7th series in a row that goes to the 2-1 scoreline regardless of results. And it all comes out to this, all left out on the Rift, as we jump in and see how and who will be the winner.
Now, I also want to take a look at the way LNG's composition operates in terms of working against top esports, because a lot of the late game scaling that we're talking about is through Diana, through Viego. They're looking good. Well, you have a composition at LNG's side that has a lot of opportunity to reset these fights, right? Iwandi, we saw him doing really well against the Knights Viego in the first game of the day. You're also looking at Icon, who's now got this Emperor's Divide, Light being able to arcane shift away, and you still pack a punch as this Azir and also this Camille in the later portion of the game. So for top esports, it's definitely going to be about trying to find these flanks, setting up in multiple positions so you can very quickly burst down members of LNG before they can crucially get that reset and re-solidify themselves in the fight.
And we see the bot lane using a little bit of mana and seeing if they can juke out the bot lane of top esports to say that Tarzan was starting on the bot side, but is going to start on the blue. So both junglers taking away their blue buffs. No leash for the LNG jungler, but there was a leash there for Karsa. So see how that pathing does go for them.
Well, the nice thing, at least for top esports, is vision, vision, vision. Look, they got a ward that's already in over at the Raptors pit. They're going to spot, hey, hang on a second. Tarzan has not come by to clear these Raptors, so he is going to be on that top side of the map. Unless we get some kind of sneaky play from Tarzan where he tries to move around the Raptors and go towards his top side. But at least for top esports, you won't be completely caught unaware by this, as Ali actually getting some good trades off in this top lane in the early stages, but this will change in the top lane as this game goes on.
Yeah, level 1, difficult for 369 to get anything going. The tactical sweep is pretty damn good at just keeping you at arm's length and getting that damage down. We do see the knock-up, double knock-up into the stun as the knockback there. Jackie Love getting himself punted back towards the minions, but this is the kind of engage I was talking about. This is where Tahm Kench has found himself a little bit of a niche in the meta where you're just not really expecting the range of it.
The range, the damage, the tankiness that comes with him as well, thanks to that thick skin. He's really difficult to deal with, but you're not dealing with the Tahm Kench in this lane. You're dealing with the Senna, and that's where I'm actually quite worried for Jackliffe. As we said, he is still vulnerable to these engages before level 6 because you don't have access to that Devourer. So we'll have to see how that plays out as, again, Ali getting some really nice trades here.
Yeah, and even getting the stun out of 369 as he finally goes in. Won't be able to land that one down, but see what now these junglers want to do. We are going to see Tarzan clear out the ward while the Scuttle Crab was being taken by Karsa. It's level 4 to level 3, so I don't think Tarzan's going to want to try and take this, so he's just going to be double scuttled. He's accepted his fate, and he's just going to try and clear out his jungle.
Yeah, Icon going to back away from this one. 369 already in a position to try and help out. So you can already see, though, for top esports, right, the same threat, I'm going to say, from the mid jungle isn't there that we had in game number 2. It actually is pretty strong between Tarzan and Icon, and the ability for Icon to move away from a lot of the plays top esports try to set up is going to make this a bit of an easier time, which is why you can see Icon playing that a little bit more aggressive, try to punish the range versus melee matchup more. And maybe for LNG, they can try and use the fact that they've got that mid lane pressure to find these plays elsewhere. Because otherwise, you know, Jackie Love gets the scale, 369 gets to punish this lane matchup, and it's a long time before LNG are as relevant as top esports.
See now, this is where the Renekton starts to come into its own form, as now Karsa with the red buff roaming up into this top side. Probably pretty confident that Ally does not have a ward in this bush, but they are going to commit to it now. The hook shot, wall shot is not going to be used as a flash forward there from Karsa secures first blood.
Really well played by 369 as well, baiting Ally into that false sense of security as he goes for the slice, and then waits so long on the dice as Ally walks up, manages to pick him off. So nice early kill going the way of top esports, as Ally will have to TP back to collect the wave.
It will be. I don't think you're going to be able to reset there, 369. You're going to have to be a bit more respectful and get yourself back to your tower. So, do you see Ally will lose a minion because of that little reset there, but it does give him an extra bit of time, maybe force out the TB from the Renekton. We'll see how well the wave is pushed in.
So this is really nice for top esports in the fact when we looked at Rift Herald, having this top lane advantage is going to be pretty crucial, because one of the downsides of having the Senna Tahm Kench is you kind of need both to be in the lane together. Otherwise, Tahm Kench gets shoved in, he can't really defend the turret, there's an opportunity for a dive, and with that, I1D can then roam towards topside quicker, and you can look for the numbers advantage for LNG. If you end up in a situation where 369 and Knight are just too big, Karsa is monstrous as well, you're not able to make these plays happen, so you can actually combat a lot of that early pressure from LNG. However, Tarzan down on this bot side, Karsa also in the vicinity.
Yes, and they know he's there as well, so you can see straight away LNG just backing up, not want anything to do with this whatsoever. It's level 6 for Karsa, so it does have the Moonfall should he want to go for a dive, but with the Dragon now being started here by Karsa, maybe goes for an early rotation on that, and actually thinks the better of it. Doesn't think that he can take it just yet in case the Lee Sin is around.
I think he was just checking to make sure that Tarzan actually wasn't on that objective. Karsa, though, now moving back towards bot side. Like Nwandi, still playing very defensive, though, with this big wave about to crash.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot for top esports to gain off of this, but Karsa thinks differently. They have Tarzan just waiting off in the wings, seeing if he can join in this one. There is no TP for top laners, but there are TP for mid laners. There's going to be a 3v3 in this bot side. They go in. They're going to try and take down Jackie Love, but Not able to get anything else off of that. Tarzan still waiting for that level 6, but important for LNG, they survive the gank.
Yeah, I mean, JackeyLove taking a good amount of damage there. Actually goes very low. Observers, I don't know if this is the lane we want to be looking at, as JackeyLove does go fairly low, but able to walk away from that. This is what I was talking about, right? For JackeyLove, he is still incredibly vulnerable in this lane because of the changes to Tam Kench on 11-14. Don't have access to the Devourer. You can't really keep him safe. And as long as Tarzan's able to get this aggressive play spot, you can set up for like Nawanti. It's just unfortunate that it's as an answer to Karsa rather than as a play set up for LNG.
Now with Karsa having that pressure in bot side, recognizes the full resets, gets himself that early Drake. Cloud Drake is probably the hardest one to solo out by yourself, does an awful lot of damage very early on, so if you get caught, you're probably just dead. Doesn't need any help, doesn't need anything to worry about though, as he gets himself out nice and early, gets the Dragons, that's first Drake of the game going over to top esports. Now Tarzan is hovering around this top side with I1D. They may be expecting a little bit of a play to maybe come out from here, but very difficult to get anything going right now.
Yeah, especially with where the wave is situated, 369 playing it very safe, knowing they've just won off on the objective role down in the bottom side of the map. So he's just going to take it nice and easy, not give the chance for LNG to make these plays. And this is what we're talking about, right? 8 minutes on the clock. I1D gets to roam before JackeyLove and Joel because of the way that this matchup of the bot lane works. But because top esports have advantages in the lane, they're also in a pretty good spot when it comes towards Carson with the reset. You can't just hard force this objective as LNG.
Well, see the hook shot, wall shot used as 369 and Ale just keep trading the bot side. Level 6 was hit by Joe, so he has access to the Devourer. JackeyLove should be feeling a little bit nicer about that lane matchup now. And this is just going to be, again, tit for tat. No one really going too crazy in these early stages just because they know, as example for the last game, how big of a snowball it can just create from it.
I'm curious to see what the plan is from LNG though. They are not going towards this Rift Tower. They're deciding to give that up. Icon deliberately kept his teleport, though, moving back towards mid lane. So might be looking to see if they can make some sort of play down towards the bottom lane or counteract a play from top esports as they try to use this Rift Tower. But either way, you're not really losing too much here as top esports getting this Rift Herald, and you're already about 1,000 gold up as well.
Yeah, about 1,000 gold up, sitting pretty, feeling fine. Dominance has been used as Ale doesn't quite get the full reset off of the hook shot, wall shot, but Carson now up here on top side. That's pretty much going to be top tier 2 or top tier 1 taken, and no real response here for LNG.
And I want to feel sorry for Ale, but this is self-inflicted, right? He picked Camille into Renekton. It's never a good matchup. You get bullied so heavily in the early stages, and it is kind of 3 items before you're really relevant in this matchup with the Sterex and also having the Titanic Hydra. So for 369, he's going to have a field day and just be able to sit for the longest time and just farm up this Camille.
Karsa in a little bit of trouble, forced to flash away, but there's a Hextech ultimatum. There's the Moonfall to come down onto Abel. They're going to have JackeyLove all the way from bot side, but it does not matter as Karsa was not able to capitalize on the extra life he was given. 1-1 on the scoreboard as a light is left all on his own on the bot side.
He'll still be fine here. You can't really look for the dive here as top esports, but I won these roams making something happen for LNG. The problem is Terra goes down top. Light is now ultimateless in this bottom lane, can't try and clear the wave, and top esports are going to start to get a few of these Terra plates, and especially for someone like Senna, Terra plates are just a magnificent dessert when you're not able to farm.
Yeah, getting that extra little bit of gold, get you towards that Kraken Slayer, and Manamune as quick as possible, but see exactly what way they want to go for it. Good response here from LNG. They knew that the top side had a lot of pressure against them. They are able to mitigate some of that farm and CS. Able to keep pushing them up, but now a Gore Drinker for this Renekton makes it very, very difficult to make that play happen a second time.
It feels again like LNG, we're just not getting the interaction between the lanes, right? We're talking about Icon still having his TP up and available. Maybe they can look for something, but haven't seen a huge amount coming through from him. Tarzan has been trying to get access to a couple of the lanes, but it's been in response to Karsa, not a proactive play we're talking about. And if you end up in a situation again where top esports run the map, they start to stack up dragons. They've already got one under their belt. They can start to look towards a second Rift Herald because Ale will only have fallen further behind because of the way that this matchup works. And it doesn't feel like LNG are getting a foothold to contest top esports.
Oh, it feels like for the first time, mid lane has been very quiet, so LNG have had to look around
Thank
other
you, Azir.
places. Yeah, thank you, Azir, and your incredibly interactive gameplay. But while this has all been happening, you can see now LNG just seeing if they can get as many of this vision away from the side of top esports. It is very frustrating as a bot lane when you just put down wards, or anyone is really, you put down a ward and it's immediately cleared. It just feels like you got zero value out of it.
Mid lane.
Mid lane.
Yeah.
As I would say, the top lane, or excuse me, bot lane, as we see the Devour had to be used there. Jackie Love was under pressure, and now you don't have access to that summoner anymore.
I mean, big ultimate down for Joel, though, as this dragon is about to spawn. Reason I say no mid lane is Icon has teleport, could look for the reset and get back to mid. So it looked like top esports were trying to make a 3-man dive onto mid to shut that down, but don't actually get the opportunity to go for it. And now Icon, like, he's sitting below half health or half mana, but should be able to shove in this wave, reset, TP back in with a nice item advantage for himself overnight, and maybe LNG try to contest this objective.
I mean, I definitely see a world where they can, but right now you can see on the mini-map Tarzan moving towards top. Karsa is already on that dragon, so it's going to be 2 dragons here for top esports. They've got themselves a 2,000 gold lead, and it is more just about getting these solo laners to their first item here for LNG. They're not really too concerned about the objectives right now, because I think they know they're just in a little bit of a bad spot. 369, though, might have found himself Tarzan. There is a kick available, so I think 369 knows there's no real chance of him killing off this Lee Sin.
Dive bot side though, Icon has TP, same with LA.
Now they both have TPs available. They are seeing if they can catch out Light Wandi, but Light Wandi back themselves up. 4 men in that bot side does mean though that pressure in top and mid should go over to LNG, and this is the push and pull that we are so used to seeing between some of our top teams now being fully implemented by both sides.
And again, though, it's top esports getting these little advantages. Even if they don't get the terror, or sorry, get the dive under terror, they still get the terror plates. They're still getting these advantages. And again, this gold lead that was 1,000 gold lead quietly extended to a 2,000 gold lead because of the CES, because these terror plates. And you're just getting to the opportunity where Jackie Love will have his 2 items completed. Knight will have his own Divine Sunder built, Blade of the Rune King. Karsa as well, already having that Hextech Rocket Belt. Zhonya is going to be coming in quick and fast. And suddenly top esports, they're pretty ferocious when they get towards these fights.
I forgot it was changed to Rocket Belt. I preferred Proto Belt, but it got upgraded. It's no longer a prototype. It's now the full-fledged thing. But yeah, honestly, I think you're sitting pretty if you're top esports. You don't really have any onus on you to push. You got the 2 dragons, so they're not stacking against you. It's an Ocean Soul again, so not really the worst in the world to be given away, even as a few random drakes if you don't feel comfortable with the fight. This is more a question in my head now of who is going to kill off Zhou and this Tam Kench as we get later and later into this game, because right now it just feels like Ale is just so far away from being relevant.
The Tam Kench, at least when you get to like super late game, does actually have a fall off period. Like when you get to like the 30+ minutes, he is a tank, but he's not crazy trying to take him down. So people like Ale with this true damage and the precision protocol can deal with it. Bot lane though, members again here as this turret tries to take place.
There is a teleport available for Ale and for 369. The turret does fall. It's 3v3 for the moment. There's the TP coming in as we see Light trying to get himself away. Will not get hit by the Dawning Shadow, but Knight is there. Heartbreaker is enough to take him down. They're going to be able to devour down onto Iwandi as well. This is just such a well-coordinated opportunity here from the side of top esports. They keep chasing, but look at the solo laners from LNG. They're still in their lanes.
Yeah, Icon had started to roam down, but he pieced out. Now Knight runs into Icon, but he's fine. He just walks away, and again, coordination better from top esports. They're trying to make these proactive plays. LNG permanently on the back foot, not actually trying to help out their either laner. And now LNG find themselves in a further deficit, as maybe Tarzan looks for Knight.
Yeah, I don't think he can get anything from it though, as see now Icon will find the Ruined King in the mid lane. But a little bit of damage on that tier 1 in mid, not really going to be able to take it down just yet. And 4,000 gold, like you said, it was 2,000. That little move in bot side got them 2 towers, got them 2 kills, and then get them so much more pressure and more advantages coming into this mid game.
And when do you fight as LNG? That's the big question for me right now. Because you had a couple of opportunities where you're like, okay, we can use teleports to get sneaky item advantages, but we don't see it happen. They don't fight for Dragon when they've actually been able to. Now you're in a position where, okay, we're sitting on the back foot. Ale is irrelevant. He's almost a full item behind against the Renekton as well, who's just better at this point in the game, as you can see 369 totally happy to just steal stuff away in Allay's face. Tarzan hasn't really gotten to a point where he's big. Karsa does more in a team fight than this Lee Sin. Icon has got one item, he's doing nothing. Like, nothing on LNG side screams, yes, we're good to go. And every time I thought maybe we get LNG trying to make a play, things like this happen, where it's actually top esports that are the first ones making these fights happen, and everyone on LNG is leaving each other high and dry.
Yeah, it's more of a everyone for themselves solo queue game than it does feel like a totally cohesive and coordinated team fight. But it is still only a 4,000 gold lead here for Top Esports. There is still opportunities for LNG, but like you said, it becomes much more difficult, as we get later on the game. And 40 seconds to this Dragon, I don't know if you can contest this right now.
Yeah, the only way that LNG can contest this is if they get a nice split up of the fight with Icon and that Emperor's Divide, maybe Iwandi being able to force people back, and you try and use the range you've got on the Azir and the Ezreal to poke, buy time, and deal with one person in Top Esports at a time. If Top Esports are just able to jump on top of you and close the gap, it's over for LNG.
Yeah, I already see pings coming down, everyone backing away from the bot side. LNG saying to Ale, look, go towards that wave, get into the position to be able to take that tower, perhaps, as 369 finds themselves in a position behind the mid lane tier 1, and now with LNG looking to try and see if they can get something going for them. Iwandi is there, but they're not even on the right side of it. Yeah, the light is just nowhere near it. You have to go back.
Yeah, so it's just going to be taken. I mean, not even the chance of a steal. LNG will try and trade an Ocean point, or soul point here for Top Esports, and you're looking towards Ale, who's, yes, getting a tier 1 top. Like, LNG are so out of this game, they're just not able to contest anything.
Yeah, they're going to look for trades right now. As long as they keep their mid tier 1, they are still in good standings. Again, similar to Team Game 1. Able to keep Top Esports to a limited field is the name of the game here for LNG, and it should be not the easiest thing in the world, but not easier to do than anything else. And to say that 369 going to get jumped on by Ale. Ale with the Hextech ultimatum. The Dominus has been popped as well. There's a trade of ultimates for the moment. Now Ale trying to see if he can just keep putting the poke down.
Yeah, testing the waters there. He's still working towards that Ravenous Hydra though, so not quite able to deal as much damage as he'd like. 369, Gordrick going to come back up, which makes it hard to fully trade, but Top Esports now collapsing on towards this mid lane. They want to get this last turret for themselves.
Yeah, they want to try and get an Ale in a little bit of trouble, but hook shot over the wall, he's fine. And this is the problem when you're not contesting for things. You don't really have the position to go for stuff, and then when you get caught out like that, it means you lose very key abilities. And the ultimate from the Alistar being down makes this defense and topside very difficult.
And this is the same thing we saw in the last game, right? Top Esports, they managed to get this lead. They're contesting both sides of Tarzan's jungle, stealing away Blue, Gromp, now also pressuring on this top side. And even if... Oh, hang on, Ale.
Oh, flash in, but nothing to follow up with, and there's a good bit of damage traded back. 369 may have gone a little bit too far forward. You can see Icon looking for something. Has he got the flash? No! He misses it completely! Doesn't land a single ability, and now LNG have to back away. They are not contesting anything anymore, and they know they have to run for the hills. I thought Icon was going to do it, but did he flub the flash? I couldn't see what happened.
I think he did. Like, for at least from the look of it, it does seem like he flubbed it, and honestly, that kind of is the statement of this game, right? Where it just has not worked out. We can see Iwandi here tries to get into Jacket of great flash away. But unfortunately, it means that Iwandi ends up having to burn the Unbreakable Will, and they can't get very much. But yeah, Icon messing up the play. LNG now, that's kind of been the story of your game so far.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world. Not the worst thing in the world. You didn't lose anything off of it, which is the important thing. But in just under 3 minutes, there is going to be that Ocean Soul for Top Esports. It's a very low kill game. It is still only about a 3,500 gold lead for Top Esports. And it is still okay for the side of LNG, but like you said, it is still a very, very difficult game for them to come back and win. They need items, they need money, gold, and just straight up levels before this Azir, this Ezreal, and this Camille will find ascendancy and advantages on their own.
Now, at least when you get the Nashor's Tooth completed for Icon, we're going to get a good amount of damage out of him. It's actually not the usual build we see at competitive. Usually we get to see like a Morello and not even the Nashor's Tooth picked up, just utilizing the Q and the ultimate for the majority of your damage on this Azir. But it does mean you got another team fight tool, at least for LNG, and another carry for these fights. It still, though, feels like you're a long way from home when it gets towards actually being able to fight against Top Esports, especially if they manage to get this soul in just under 2 minutes.
Yeah, just under 2 minutes. They are pressuring towards tier 2 and top side. I don't think LNG are in a position to really contest this one here. They are going to try and rotate everyone over. That's the one thing I will say right now for the side of Top Esports that is a difficulty, is that they are very short range. So very difficult to get in and get auto attacks. They are relying on Jackie Love to get that one going. He goes on top of them though. They are going to use the Devour very, very early on. There's a true shot barrage only onto one. Ale did TP in as well. Tarzan goes in, forces the flash out from Joe. There's the tactical sweep. Now they're going to jump down onto Karsa as they try and make this fight one work for them. They're trying to back away though as the Dominus Crocodile is on the backside. He's going to try and get away, but Ale will fall. And LNG look for a fight, but there's just too much sustain, too much health, and too much healing.
Karsa's going to turn over towards this Baron, but I don't know if this is what you want to do. LNG still have a lot of hope. They still can contest this, but looks like, at least for the moment, with the TP coming in, LNG are going to start to aggress forward.
6,000. There's a TP. That's going to be Viego coming in. Top Esports. I feel like they went off that drag or Baron just a little bit too early. And now they can look to go back in on top of this. Icon is here. He does have the Shurima available. The Emperor's Divide is there, but they've taken down the big old cow, mincemeat, and that's going to be the soul taken back as they try and get this Azir out and away. Tarzan off on the side will end up going back down to his Azir to keep himself safe, and the Baron is now in Top Esports' pocket. They have total control of this game, and 24 seconds till that soul spawns.
And with Baron, it feels like it's impossible for LNG to try and contest. They're hoping that Top Esports won't be able to make it in time, but with the Baron recalls and that speed up coming out of base, they're going to be there just as that dragon could be taken by LNG. But LNG realised this. They've backed off. You have to hope for a miracle steal from Tarzan. Otherwise, you're up against Soul here for Top Esports.
You're looking at the team they're against as well. The Senna, the Tom Kench, just so much healing off of those two people alone. And yeah, I think LNG recognize they just cannot take this objective. They have to give it up. That is Soul Point, Baron, 7,000 goal lead. It's just everything and more for Top Esports. And they've only given up 1 tower and 1 kill.
It's just been, this is the game that I'm actually like, right, this is Top Esports dominating. Last game, yes, but it was because Knight managed to pick up a bunch of kills early. This is Top Esports putting their foot down and going, no, we are going to play this game better. We're going to be the ones that make aggressive plays. We're going to be able to set ourselves up for success. And now with Baron up, it doesn't mean, like, there's just no way LNG can try and hold on to these turrets.
No, without the wave clear of a traditional AD carry, of course, more of a mage caster is the Ezreal. It just becomes very difficult to try and get those minions down, especially when they're buffed up by the Baron. Important to note, though, LNG have not had their base cracked open just yet, and like I've been saying all this game, they still have tools available to them, but it just feels like they're just being straight up stopped by Top Esports and everything that Top Esports has.
And I mean, look, Top Esports are just contesting this mid prio. One Knight takes the top lane turret. Now, at any point in time, you can have top shove in this mid. Knight's still going to be totally fine top as Tarzan takes a whopping chunk of damage.
Icon's been caught, and he catches out Tarzan on the way back out of this as well. Zhou goes in with the Abyssal Dive. Not quite able to get it. Jackie Love needs to be a little bit careful. Iwandi with the Hex flash over the wall, but look at the pings going down. Ale is the only one to deal with this topside turret, and he's trying to go in, but it's Knight and 369 and the rest of Top Esports. It's going to be the base cracked open.
Demolish means that tower is now gone. There goes the inhibitor turret. Inhibitor soon to follow. Mid could also be in turn as well.
There's just not enough damage, not enough options here for LNG to really fight for any of this, and they won't lose the inhibitor just yet, but do they see the fight now top side? Knight forced to use the Heartbreaker to get himself away from the oncoming Ale, but Ale is now down to half HP. Mid lane is still being pushed in. 20 seconds. This will be the last wave of minions with that Baron buff for the side of Top Esports, but you can see already LNG, they has to pop. You see, I1D has to pop the ultimate, keep himself alive, and there we go. Immediate engage using the Moonfall to catch on the 3. Doesn't kill off anybody, but it guarantees them 2 inhibitors.
And that's all they wanted. An ult for 2 inhibs. You'll take that trade every day of the week, especially with the amount of AD champions that are on Top Esports. They shred through these things. And now, again, LNG, we've been begging the question, when do you get involved? When do you try and make these plays? But across the board, it has not been coming up. And Top Esports have just been slowly but surely bleeding LNG out.
There's just nothing LNG can do. Honestly, I think they are 20 minutes away from being relevant in this game, where the Azir has 5 items, 6 items, where the Ezreal is putting out significant enough poke that can stick. And even if it does stick, they can heal it back up because they have Ocean Soul. I just feel like right now, Top Esports 9,000 gold ahead, Ocean Soul, 2 inhibitors taken as well. It just feels... This is, like you said, total domination for the side of Top Esports. LNG not without a hope or a prayer.
And again, like we talked about, hey, there seems to be this trend with LNG where we'll get one phenomenal game from them, where we get all this aggression that are going towards the lanes. We're getting interactions with like Icon, TP, and Bot, making it happen. And then you get games like this where I'm just like, what happened? Like, you take this early Lee Sin pick, we don't get any action towards any of the lanes. You're not actually trying to help out anyone. And you end up becoming just further and further behind as Lee Sin, especially against the Diana matchup. The opportunities to try and get on towards Jackie Love were never used. Trying to help Ale was never happening. So you end up with a losing match in top, a match where you get outscaled in boss, and this matchup in mid that doesn't really matter because Azir isn't doing anything.
Yeah, I think 0-0-0 for Icon as a man who we look to carry a lot of what LNG do just isn't really what you expect to see from this man. As Joe, just fine, I'll tank up all of this. You've done nothing to my health bar. Now look at your turret. It is almost dead. That's going to be the Viego moving towards the mid. Now has a TP should he ever need it, but it's just going to be doing it right now to escort these minions in. And LNG, you got to pull the trigger. You got to make a decision. You're just going to lose if you don't do anything because the minions are now in your base.
And it does seem like the latter. The white flag seems to be waving from LNG. I mean, their Nexus turret is under threat. Their bot turret is under threat. Minions are starting to stream in from mid and top side. There's just nothing that they can do right now.
They gotta make a choice. Gotta make a decision right now. You gotta figure out what you want to do right now, LNG. Do you commit to the mid defense? Do you commit to the bot lane defense? What is the call? Top Esports very, very happy and satisfied to sit here underneath your tower and wait. There is the tier 3 going down, but no, not quite yet. They're gonna go in. But it's just Iwandi. He was by himself, decided to go in. Nobody followed up on it, and that is almost certainly the game. Very anticlimactic as we come into a Top Esports going to have so much more agency now at a 5v4. Nexus turret number 1 does fall. LNG looking for some more. Icon misses his Shurima shuffle, goes golden only to die. And this was just straight up Top Esports handing LNG their tuppence, handing them the result and saying, you lose, we win, and they are not out of playoffs yet.
And as the Nexus falls, LNG come to the stark realization that no decision is a decision in and of itself. And without actually making any sort of plays around the map, without trying to do anything across the board, they just slowly bleed out. In Top Esports, they take over.
I'm very disappointed, I suppose is the word I'm looking for. This was just so anticlimactic from LNG. They did nothing this game. I think that's the honest thing. Not that they could have a lot of opportunities, but I think that the activity in game 2 where they ended up so far behind because they looked for stuff, it looked like it spooked them. They didn't want to do anything. They didn't want to move anywhere or go for anything because they were so afraid that if they messed it up, the Top Esports would roll them. So what happened in the end is they didn't do anything and Top Esports rolled them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it was like, hey, look, you can kind of go, well, you don't really want to be playing towards an Ezreal in the early stages of the game, right? You want to be using that support to go elsewhere, but we never got either. We never got Tarzan playing to try and punish that Senna that we talked about early when she's vulnerable without the Tam Kench Devour. We never got Iwandi getting out of that lane and looking for potential dives towards Ale in that top lane, trying to help out Ale. We just ended up in a situation where nothing is happening, none of the map is moving, nobody's interacting with each other, and it's been the problem that we've seen on LNG too consistently. And I think that's why we're so frustrated watching this team is you get game 1. Phenomenal. Back and forth. Overall, they were going tit for tat, really pushing Top Esports to the limit, and they just eke it out with some great coordinated team fights. Now we get towards game 2, which was an absolute mitigated disaster. Now we get to game number 3, which was just a slow burn of a bleed, and I'm just like, what's happening, LNG? Why can we get game 1 and then 2 disastrous games right afterwards?
Yeah, and it's why we have such questions over LNG. Yes, they are very high in the standings, sitting now at 10-5. They probably will finish up the season at 10-6, and they just watch then after that as teams overlap them, overtake them, and push themselves further and further ahead. And it's probably a little bit too much to say, but I do have very little hope for LNG making a deep run in this playoffs. Right now, their form is just not there. It's not consistent enough. And we've seen it. Game 1 was great, but in a best of 5, you're playing at minimum 3 games. So
yeah,
you need to keep it going, and I just don't see it happening for LNG.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think especially when you look at the standings right now, right? They were 10-4 going into the day. It's 10-5 now. You're looking at, and these are a team that have one of the most games played as well. They've only got one series left against EDG, which if they can't take down Top Esports, a lot of these other teams, well, then it feels like they're not going to be able to take it against EDG as well. So now you're looking at 10-6. And when you've got Rare Atom that are 9-4, so many games to play that they can overtake them. WE, RNG picking up the table. Suning 8-6, like teams that can now surpass them. It feels like you just end up rocketing right the way down, especially with how close our pack is in that kind of middle of the playoffs bracket.
Yeah, honestly, I think the thing is not to look at the wins of a team right now, but to look at the losses, because the losses are basically games you have dropped, and that puts them on 10-5. This now puts them on equal losses to Royal Never Give Up. You know, more losses than Team WE, more losses than Rare Atom, equal losses to Top Esports, who have more games to play, and that's how I view this and how I'm looking towards this next setup of the last few weeks, because you don't play for a week now if you're LNG. You literally don't play until week 9. I believe it is Thursday. So yeah, literally 1 week away until you next play your next series, and it just feels like right now you're gonna probably lose that game. That puts you, as you said, 10-6, and then you're just watching teams just leapfrog you.
Yeah, but I want to bring it back to a more positive note, because I think this was a positive note for Top Esports, right?
Yes.
We've kind of seen a lot of these games where the early skirmishes are a mess, the team fights are uncoordinated, bot lane is just feeding all over the place, it's not a pretty look. This series though, even though they didn't pick up game number 1, early game skirmishes, both sides of the map, Top Esports. Then you look down at where they're actually starting to get these pressures coming through from Knight. He's looking spectacular. Like, there was still a lot of positives for Top Esports in game number 1, despite the fact that they couldn't get across the line just because of the compositional issues. So I think as a whole, this is a very positive series for Top Esports fans who are going to look and go, 369's back. It feels like Top Esports are back.
Yep, I think you can have a lot of positives from this. And another great positive in that game was Karsa, our MVP, man of the rift, man of the match, whatever you want to call it. He is the winner of a prize. Gets himself up to the 3rd one there. And honestly, it's good to see. Karsa's had a little bit of a slump in recent games. I think it's nice to finally see him looking back a little bit more comfortable and setting up his team for success.
Yeah, and I think he looks fantastic. This Diana was a great pick. The fact that he was able to have a stronger performance than the Lee Sin in these early stages speaks volumes to how much control Karsa had over this game, and as you said, setting up wonderfully in this game. Despite the low kill count, it felt like Karsa was constantly pressuring that opportunity to go for some of these kills and find these big fights.
Yeah, and a great game here for Top Esports. Like we said, this was a very pivotal game for both these sides, because as we just went through in length, LNG now going to watch as the rest of the teams catch up on the games, but now Top Esports, they've put themselves into a very good position, sitting at 8-5, equal to the record of RNG. This is a curious time now as we come to the last week and a half.
Yeah, and I think it's going to set up a lot of questions now as well, because as we said, like, Top Esports obviously dropping against the IG sucked, but being able to bring it back here, being able to take down LNG, which was a big victory for them, feels like now as we start to roll in towards our next couple of games, I think it was ORA, BLG, I'm going to just double check that.
That is for RNG, correct.
sorry, for OMG, WE, and it kind of a give me against Ultra Prime. You're now going to be pushing yourselves right the way up into an expected kind of 9 wins on the table now. Maybe you can pick up one of those 2 other ones. You could even surpass LNG in the table and get yourselves right the way up towards that top spot. So I think a big win here today for Top Esports, and ones that fans will be really rejoicing.
Yeah, honestly, I completely agree, and I think it's just good to see. I think a playoffs without Top Esports doesn't really feel like a playoff, similar to IG, who are really struggling in the bottom end of this table as well. So good that we're not losing both of them, and we might only lose one. But straight up, I think Top Esports were the better team on the day. I think even in the win for LNG, it was very, very close. Just Top Esports dropping the ball a little bit towards the end, and they came back and smashed it. They had an opportunity in game 2, took it, smashed game 3. They didn't need to have an opportunity. They just knew they could play better.
Yeah, and I think that's why I'm actually kind of on a high here watching Top Esports. I think their early skirmishing was phenomenal, which is kind of going back towards what has been their traditional strength. And even when they're on these late game scaling champions, just like, no, we just fight you, we just win. And I think that's been something that's been missing for a long time. I'm not saying this is Ching. I like Qing Tian. I think Qing Tian's a phenomenal top laner, but he did miss kind of the magic, which was, hey, I can outplay you. I can actually set up for a lot of these wins. He was oftentimes losing in the solo lane where you just don't have that same pressure like we do with 369. So all of that attention that might have been spread across the map could be hard focused on towards that bottom lane and make things a hell of a lot more difficult for Jackie Love, Zhuo, Yuyanja. Now we're getting to see that if you ignore 369, he's a monster. You ignore Knight, he's a monster. And suddenly you can't just put yourself in towards the we're going to kill Jackie Love role.
Yeah, you really, really can't. And of course, with Jackie Love picking up that Senna Tam Kench in the bot side, something I hope does not catch on with other teams. We'll see how the meta develops. Please no, it's so uninteractive. But we're going to have a quick look at the results of today as we had ourselves 5 games in the series overall. 2-0 for RNG, pretty bog standard, wasn't really expecting anything less. And then LNG fell to Top Esports there as we just finished off. And we're going to have a quick look now at how the table really starts to shape up, because this is, like we said, that last series is big playoff implications.
Yeah, and especially you were kind of saying, hey, look, you know, playoffs without Top Esports isn't the same. Playoffs with JDG may actually be a thing. 7-7 now. They're kind of falling behind the pack, and especially with wins for teams like Top Esports sitting at 8-5, soon in BLG having a little bit more of a cushion. It feels like we're starting to see that there are going to be some major organizations missing from our playoffs.
Yeah, and look at see that win from Top Esports catapults them right up to just underneath RNG. Only the game difference there being the decider. And we have a look at tomorrow's matches as we come into the weekend of games. As we got EDG versus V5. EDG looking to bounce back from 2 losses in a row, and then Rogue Warriors versus WE. WE still looking to see how far they can take it.
Yeah, and especially with Rogue Warriors, they've been a bit all over the place, but definitely the team that is the most likely of our bottom organizations to make an upset. So certainly keep your eyes on that, especially for WE, as they are trying to push themselves further up the table.
Yeah, and we'll see how that all goes. That is all the time for we have on broadcast. Dagda, thank you again for joining me, and thank you for bringing me through all the beauty, the terrible, the heartache, and all that kind of stuff like that. And of course, thank you to all of our back-end staff, our producers, our directors, our visual artists, and of course, our audio guys. Without them, none of this would be possible. And we will see you guys same time, same place tomorrow.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let just know you I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run all like we supposed to.
Hey, hold up, hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the drop, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it.